15 seconds. Good afternoon. I'm Trayon White, Ward 8 council member and the chair of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. Today is Wednesday, April the 5th, 2023. We are meeting remotely using the Zoom platform. The time is now 12:05 p.m. and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing on the Department of Parks and Recreation. The mission of the Department of Parks and Recreation, also known as DPR, is to provide equitable access to gold standard recreation programs, services, and facilities across all 8 wards. The DPR vision is to be America's gold standard for parks and recreation agencies and to be the place in DC where people can go and have fun. Over the past few years as chairman of this committee, I have visited many of the parks and recs under DPR and still have a few more to go. Some of them is where I played as a child. We have broken new ground and construction on a number of projects over the years, witnessed the state-of-the-art renovations at numerous facilities, and also observed facilities in disrepair needing additional support and repair. It is my hope that in the FY24 budget, we will help DPR to provide optimal services and facilities to DC's residents all across 8 wards. I look forward to the robust testimony today from public witnesses and discussion with DPR leadership. I know that Department of Parks and Recs is also in a transition of leadership. And so we will work through today. I know we have a long witness list, over 50 people. So we'll work through it. As I call the first panel of witnesses, they will be promoted to the audience. And you will have 3 minutes to speak, and then we may follow with a series of questions. So we'll get through this. So if we can elevate some of the first witnesses, which are, if you hear your name, Reed May, Commissioner 5D08, Reverend Wendy Hamilton, ANC Chair 8D, Peter Gosselin, ANC Commissioner 34G, Elizabeth Miller, ANC Chair 2E, Shruti Patel, Commissioner 2803. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Is Reed May here? Let's see. Okay, while we're waiting, we're going to go ahead with you, Commissioner Hamilton.
Oh, hey, I was changing my notes. I had good morning on there and I was like, oh no, it's afternoon. So let me change that up. Good afternoon, Chairman White, and thank you for the opportunity to be before you once again to express my voice about Fort Greble Park, which is in Ward 8, Commission 8D in Bellevue, far southwest. I must first start by stating how ecstatic I was and am to see the mayor's recent budget include $4 million for the renovation project at Fort Greble Park, the recreation center, the garden, the grounds. And that's in addition to the $900,000 that's currently allocated. So I do want to personally thank you for that request that you made for that amount to be included in her budget. I really appreciate that very, very much. I am optimistic that having these additional funds will provide the resources necessary and needed to initiate the project and see it through to completion. And that is my goal for being here and testifying today. I am asking that the members of the council, including Chairman Mendelson, keep and fund that request in the budget, and that the necessary steps be taken to identify a contractor who will complete the work based on the amount that has been allocated. I'm asking that DPR and DGS expedite this process, as 4 years is far too long for this project to have been lying dormant. Spring is upon us and summer is not far behind. We do not want another season to pass by without the youth and families in Bellevue having another precious recreational resource as an option. Now, I would be remiss if I did not say that my optimism is a little bit laced with caution, given the history of the Fort Greble project having been funded in the past, only to have the request fall by the wayside and had the initial allocated funding of $2 million reduced and the work never gets started. We're not asking for anything extra here. We're asking for the basics. We're asking for that which we have to be modernized and updated. We're not asking for any new fields. Only thing new we're asking for is a strengthened commitment to do right by all of the parks and recreation centers in the city, particularly those east of the river who miss out on additional amenities when we can't get the basics taken care of, the minimal requests. Now, I do want to, in closing, shout out especially Wayne Gore, who is the DGS ANC liaison. He toured with me along with members of your office, Chairman White, took a tour of Fort Greble in February, and we saw some cosmetic changes, some things that could be taken care of while we await the renovation project to get started. And Mr. Gore put in several work orders, which were and have been completed. So I appreciate that. We want to continue to work with them to get the lights turned back on. That's the next step. That's something that can also be done before we even get to the renovation project. So I want to continue working to get that done. Finally, the equitable gold standard service that you mentioned across our cities and parks recreation centers involves more than just plans and proposals. It involves funding and action. And I look forward to Fort Greble finally benefiting from both. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to our next public witness, I see we have been joined by Councilmember Matthew Fruman, who is here. I don't know if the council member has an opening statement or not, but I want to give him a moment if he do. If not, it's okay too.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I'm going to hold off on an opening statement and do just a little bit of an opening when I do in the time I'm allotted for questions. So looking forward to hearing from the witnesses.
Great, thank you. I see that Reed made it in 5D08. If you're ready, we're ready.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember White, Councilmember Fruman. Appreciate you having me here today. My name is Reed May. I'm the ANC Commissioner for ANC 5D08 in the Carver, Langston, and Eastern Trinidad area. And I'm glad to join you all again after previously joining you for one of the oversight hearings. I'm going to try to keep it quick today, as I know you have a long witness list. I wanted to join to share 5D's excitement and enthusiasm regarding two different recreation-related proposals that were part of the mayor's budget released in March. The first is the $15 million in additional funding that was put forward for the Cromell School Recreation Center project in Ivy City. As I previously mentioned during my testimony at the previous oversight hearing, the Cromell School is it's a critical project that will fill a major resource gap in Ivy City, and there are certainly some concerns that previously allocated funding won't be enough to complete that project sufficiently. So we're really excited to see the proposal for $15 million additional dollars there for the Cromell project, and would encourage the council to fund that request from the mayor. Additionally, a little closer to me in my SMD, there is funding included within the mayor's budget proposal for a corner park in Carver, Langston at the corner of 19th and L Street. This is combined with another corner park proposal for Ward 5 outside of 5D. But specifically with regard to that park at the corner of 19th and L Street. It's an opportunity for us to realize, a major goal for Carver Langston, which is to bring recreational space closer to the residents of this neighborhood. As I previously shared, Carver Langston has been classified by DPR as a park desert, and it is an area that is noted as a priority area for study as part of the Ready to Play plan. This funding will make the possibility of creating a local recreational space. We've proposed a playground, but I think there are multiple different options for this currently vacant lot that will be much more accessible to residents than some of the recreational facilities that are a little further away and require a longer trip across major arterials. That amount was $800,000 in the mayor's proposal. So they would like to ask that the council fund that $800,000 request, part of which is for the park in Carver Langston, which will mean a lot to residents here in ANC 5D. So thank you very much for allowing me to join the hearing today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Peter Gosselin?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start by saying I'm pleased to be here and to testify before the committee, and pleased to follow Reverend Wendy and Commissioner May. My name is Peter Gosselin. I'm Vice Chair of ANC 34G. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about DPR's FY 2024 budget. I'm testifying on behalf of the commission, which authorized this testimony at a properly noticed March 27th public meeting by a vote of 5-0. I really have one clear message that I am carrying here, and that is to urge the council to fully fund the public facilities in a reimagined Chevy Chase Civic Core that will include a new community center, library, open recreational space, and parking, along with mixed income dedicated affordable housing. Although the scope of this project cannot be fully defined at this point, there can be no question that the funding in the mayor's proposed FY 2024 capital budget is insufficient and must be increased in FY 2025 and FY 2026 to meet the requirements of these facilities. Since 2018, with our commission's strong support, the council has authorized a new Chevy Chase Community Center and has appropriated funds in each year's capital budget. In July of 2022, the council also approved the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan, including a recommendation to, quote, redevelop the community center and library into a multi-purpose civic core with state-of-the-art public facilities and mixed income housing. Any housing component of the civic core development will require funding separate from the public facilities. And in order to maximize the number of affordable units on the site, public facilities, and this is the other message I need to carry, public facilities must be sufficiently funded such that they do not require any subsidy from the housing development. The current community center budget was developed in 2018 before the full scope of the project was known. In 2017 and 18, ANC 34G conducted an extensive study of the community needs, including a survey that gathered responses from more than 1,000 people, almost 1,000 people. You'll see in my written testimony the ambitious list of things we hope this new facility can provide the community. The district issued a request for proposals in January of 2019, and the council approved the design services contract for the community center in 2020. But it became apparent right away that the funds were insufficient to build the needed facilities. At about the same time, the public library system proposed a new Chevy Chase neighborhood library. And because of the opportunity to coordinate these two projects, we pursued a site-wide proposal that was built into the small area plan, and then into the comprehensive plan. And as part of that, we suspended work on the the standalone community center and deferred that until at least FY 2023. Based on the comprehensive plan, the Chevy Chase small area plan and community input, DemPed has begun a surplusing process that it believes is a predicate for soliciting proposals for the new public facilities and for housing. This commission has taken a very strong stand on the amount of housing, the amount of dedicated affordable housing it wants, and the levels of income that should be focused on. The proposed 2024 capital budget for the community center merely carries forward the same funding as has been in place since 2019. You'll see in my written testimony the details of the numbers. Our primary request, and you'll also see this in my written testimony, is that the council include language to carry forward the funding that has already been put in place and to recognize yet again that additional funding will be needed. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, welcome back.
Hey, hi, Chairman White. How are you?
Good, good.
Good. I want to be quick. Thank you for listening to me for the 1 millionth time. You know, I come from Georgetown ANC. My first order of business is to, and I forgot to do this last time I testified, is to thank Tommy Jones, who is DPR's Chief of External Affairs, and he is just the greatest person. He should be an honorary member of our commission. He comes so frequently, as recently as 2 days ago, and he's just professional and pleasant and honest. And we're really appreciative of him here in Georgetown and Burleigh. So I'm here to talk about two things. The first of which is pickleball. Super thrilled that the mayor included $750,000 to expand pickleball in DC, and really thrilled she went out last week and played a little bit. I think, as you have heard from all the pickleball advocates, that it's a growing sport. It's really, really hard to find a place to play. And many times it can be kind of competing with tennis or some other sport. So I really look forward to the $750,000, but I'm also very much hoping that, in addition to that, we can take a holistic approach to pickleball. I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it's only expanding. I brought up before undertaking a large-scale pickleball study, which really assesses where we are and where we want to be. And I'm really hoping that we can do something like that, identify locations, preferred designs, engage stakeholders, and instead of kind of trying to put a Band-Aid on pickleball, really try to embrace it and figure out a 5-10-year plan. So I really, when you speak with Director Hunter, I think he's coming probably, yes, still, if you would ask him kind of where they are with looking at this in a 5-10-year holistic kind of way. And then the second thing I wanted to bring up is a huge thanks to the mayor for $400,000 to expand 2 little pocket parks in Georgetown. One is called Book Hill, one is called Triangle Park. She gave a $400,000 line item only for Book Hill, but it really is for $200,000 for Book Hill, $200,000 for Triangle Park. Councilmember Pinto clarified this in her budget letter, and I just want to make sure that it's clarified moving forward that $200,000 will go to DPR, $200,000 will go to DDOT for 2 different parks. $200,000 for Book Hill to DPR, $200,000 for Triangle Park to DDOT. So when you speak with Director Hunter again, I hope you can ask the question, is he aware of this updated funding request, and can that kind of be resolved, or if that's something you all can do on the council as well. And that's it for me. I just really want to thank you again for listening to all of us, and I wish you luck this afternoon.
Great, thank you so much. Commissioner Patel. And also, if I call your name and you're in the waiting room, if you can use your raise your hand feature, because sometimes our staff have a hard time finding you if you have a similar first few digits of someone else. Not digits, but a few letters in your first name, or like commissioners may have commissioner in front of their name or whatever. All right, I don't see. So let me jump back real quick. I'm gonna jump back to Reverend Hamilton. I know you talked about the Fort Gravel facility and the improvements, and I know we went through what the budget was and just kind of the conversation around what was needed to get it to fruition. And I did get feedback from the developer about project cost and design build and those type of things. I did not know from the community what has been the conversation on from your end on what those renovations should be. Like I said, I did a walk a while ago, but I don't know if it just has changed since then. But we want to make sure that whatever those things are, I know you also walk through the property with my staff and others from other agencies. So we can speak to that real quick so we can get it on public record.
Okay, so the original Fort Greble renovation project that was originally funded, that I talked about, the $2 million that was originally allocated, was for repairs to the recreation center, which is currently locked and dilapidated. So the recreation center on site itself, as well as the community garden that is attached sort of to the recreation center. So it is my understanding, because you remember I just came into office in January, so I'm kind of picking this up from what the previous commissioners had shared. But the original Fort Greble recreation project that was funded included a new convention center. We'll take one of those too. A new recreation center with because it's complete with a kitchen and restroom. So they were gonna level the current one and build a completely new state-of-the-art recreation center on that site of the current one, and refinish the garden itself. Those are the two major things that were included in the project that I am aware of. The equipment that's there, the playground equipment, I was told those things are separate from the renovation project. And so that there were some things, if there were repairs or updates that needed to be made to equipment within the park, that those things could be taken care of separate and apart from the renovation project. The DGS could, there's a couple broken swings, there's a broken fence, the soccer net is broken, there was trash around the park at the time.
So question.
Yes.
I remember, the last hearing you talked about broken glass, and I guess some of the things you listed now, have those issues been addressed?
Yes, so the work orders that I mentioned, that Wayne Gore, those were things, trash and glass in the park, those were things that he looked at and said, we can put work orders into DGS to get these things cleared now. And I checked with him yesterday to confirm, and those work orders have been completed. So those things have been taken care of. Some of the superficial things have started to be taken care of.
Got it. And get move to Commissioner May real quick. Commissioner May, I know there was 15 million proposed for Carmel. I know we did a walkthrough. There was some additional concerns about what's happening in the hearing now. And I submitted those requests to DGS. And I want to know, has anything changed there?
Since your walkthrough, council member?
Yeah, so it was a vacant building on a corner that was leaking fumes of some sort. When I did a walkthrough there.
Okay.
And we escalated it to the mayor's office, and just wanted to know, is that still going on? And I know the basketball court was up, but I think it was some other things that I know that I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm not sure the status of the building, but I could check with my colleague Commissioner Rhodes and let you know the status of the building and whether that's been resolved.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on additional options for the playground for the park in Cobb and Langston?
In terms of alternatives to a playground?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It's right now it is an unused space, and while I think a playground is one option, we would also, residents have shared with me that they would be open to really, multiple different potential utilizations. So I think it could be a corner park without a playground, some type of green space beyond right now it's an empty lot. So potentially something like a community garden could also be an option. I think it would be, really any of those options would be an upgrade from the current state, which like I said, is unused land that is owned by the city. I should remind everyone. So playground's one possibility. A corner park with benches, greenery, that sort of thing would also be, I think, a suitable option for that space. But on either case, I see it becoming a community center.
And do you know that if that funding included resources for that park area? Because I'm not familiar with.
So I know that in the mayor's proposed capital investments, she included $800,000 for corner parks at 19th and L in Carver Langston, and then also South Dakota and Riggs in Riggs Park. So it was sort of similar to what Commissioner Miller mentioned, where it was a total of $800,000 split between two sites.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Peter, I need some clarity. Has the work at Chevy Chase begun or not? You're still muted. You're still muted.
No, Mr. Chairman, no work has begun, and particularly the community center is very much in need of being replaced.
Okay. What do you know what percentage of the project will be used for community center or the park?
No, that was a question that we kept asking the city during the surplus hearing.
Yeah.
The city wants to surplus a portion of the property, but they haven't said what portion or what amount of the property. So we haven't gotten to the request for proposal stage, so we haven't seen any designs. The latest twist in the story is that we've found a deed restriction that prohibits apartments on about half of the lot, and a debate is underway about whether we as a community should try to get that restriction removed.
Okay, that was my next question about housing there, and it sounds like there is a roadblock as relates to that. Is there appetite for that there, or?
I hope so, but one of the things that I co-chair a committee on zoning, design, and development for the ANC, an advisory committee, and members have just done a bunch of research, and we find, you understand, this is after 16 months of a small area planning process and 6 months of talking to OP about zoning and 3 months of talking about surplus. We've now discovered that there are these kind of restrictions essentially on all the property up and down Connecticut Avenue. That was the focus of the small area plan. So if we're going to do anything about this, my own view and the view of some members, but not all members of the ANC yet, is that we got to get rid of those restrictions.
Got it. Commissioner Miller, you referenced taking pickleball as a holistic approach. Can you speak more on what that looked like?
Well, do you know what? Montgomery, I think it was Montgomery County a few years ago, did a pickleball study. It was a study where they evaluated, looking at their properties, their communities. They evaluated the best spots to put in, identified new preferred locations, designs. They enabled the stakeholders. They looked at it really as like, how can we expand this growing sport? And then they put out a study to the public, which is available to everybody with their findings. I just think, as with everything, a Band-Aid is okay, but I think trying to plan and grow for something that is really popular right now is probably the way to go and would be a thoughtful approach.
Yeah, I do know. I went to play pickleball.
Stop it. You didn't call me. What'd you think?
I'm not that good yet. My coordination got to get a little better. and I learned the rules, so it was a really good experience for me, and I like it. You know, I like it nonetheless. I want to shout out those who invited me down to Navy Yard. They were great, and they took it easy on me. But I'm coming back with a vengeance. And I think that they explained to me that there is a league being formed to kind of formalize it in a district if it's not already formed, and there's some of the issues with court constraints. And so when I hear you talk about holistic approach, I'm just trying to figure out what that looked like. So we put some thought to that. And it's grown, you know, it's grown a lot. So I get that. What do constituents in Georgetown play pickleball now?
We used to go to the Palisades. There's a court there. There's been a little bit of disruption. We now have lines at Volta Park, so we can play there. We have some lines over at Rose Park. But we're competing. There's no one place exclusively dedicated to pickleball.
Okay.
We'd like to have that.
So
And you're
Rose
hearing
Hill
from a
Park-
lot of pickleball people later on. I'm sure they may have ideas beyond where I
Yeah.
am. But I'm looking for a study that looks at the city and evaluates in a short, medium, long-term way how we can expand the court situation.
Got it. I guess I wanted to know about the Rose Hill Park. And the athletic spaces there. How is that being used?
The spaces at Rose Park.
Yeah.
Those I think are on the basketball court.
Okay.
So we still are pretty much trying to go over to Palisades, and those are on a basketball court too, where we come in and bring nets and switch things out. And the same happens up at the, well, actually, Councilmember Freeman would know this one, the courts up at the new recreation center. I think they're also putting them on a basketball court up there, the pickleball nets. I haven't been up to those clinics yet, but that's my understanding. So right now it's just sort of trying to make do with where things are. It's outside of Turkey Thicket, which does have dedicated pickleball courts, and that's where the mayor went and played.
Got it. I'm over my time. I'm gonna yield to Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I won't be long. I want to thank the panel for their testimony. In pickleball, I look at this list of witnesses, and half of them have been friends for 2 decades. So, Randy Newman has that song, "You Have a Friend in Me." I look forward to being an advocate for pickleball. I was pleased that the mayor moved towards extending hours in the budget. That's one of the good things in this budget. Once the director comes on, I'm obviously going to have questions about the Wilson Aquatic Center, which has been bedeviled many of us for a while, and hopefully we can get that back up and going. I just want to take a minute, Chairman White, to talk about the Chevy Chase Civic Corps and thank Commissioner Gosselin for his testimony. This is one that I hope we can get your close attention on, because half of the ground floor will be a rec center and the other half of the ground floor will be a library. So this is very much in your bailiwick, and it is a little bit out of the ordinary that Commissioner Gosselin's advocacy went to, we need more money for the rec center and the library in order to pave the way for important housing and affordable housing on this site, which I think is a goal shared by lots of people, and I'm sure by yourself. We now have this tricky thing of this deed restriction that then on some of the sites up and down Connecticut Avenue cover the whole property. On this site, it covers half of the property. And this deed restriction is a 1906 deed restriction from Chevy Chase was created. And the purpose of this deed restriction couldn't have been more obvious. It's not on its face a racial restriction, but its purpose certainly was to be a racial restriction. So we all together need to navigate this process to get to a result that can be viewed as a win by the city and can be viewed as a win by the folks in the community. And so what you're hearing from Commissioner Gosselin is a plea for help on one aspect of it that touches this committee, which is the funding for the rec center and the library, which is a really important piece. What happens with regard to this deed restriction, I do think is an open question that we're all talking about. One possibility is that there's an immediate move to lift the deed restriction and then wait to do these projects until the deed restriction is lifted. Another possibility is to proceed and on this particular project, deal with the reality of the deed restriction and build apartments only on the front half of the project. I think that's going to be a tricky decision to make, but I think we're going to, whatever we do, we're going to need the support of this committee for the rec center and the library to make sure that they are both great on their own, but also contribute to allowing for more affordable housing on the site. So I want to thank Commissioner Gosselin for his testimony. I want to thank ANC 34G for the enormous amount of work that they've done on this, which at every turn only gets more complicated and leads to lots of hair pulling. Peter, you and I, I thought you might want to pull my hair out, but we're going to work together and get to a good result. And Chairman White, I really hope you can be a part of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's figure it out. I think that we have a window which we can be impactful. It's going to be difficult with the transition with the budget allocations, what's happening in the economy, what's happening with interest rates, all those type of things that makes a project work. But we work through it. Thank you, Councilman Freeman.
All right, thank you. And I have to jump back to a different hearing, but thank you very much. I wanted to make sure.
I want to jump in the education hearing as well at some point, but go right here. I'll be over there at some
Well,
point.
if you want me, I'm sorry, it's a little bit maybe inside baseball, but if you want me to come back and chair this hearing for a period of time, let me know. I have to go chair that other hearing for a while, but I can come back here and pick it up if you want me to.
Okay, Super Fruman, I hear you.
Talk to you later.
Reverend Wendy, you have your hand up. Go right ahead. You got to move to the next panel real quick.
Yeah, just one last thing I failed to mention was the lights. I've been talking a lot about the lights, and this is where I could really use your help, because the lights have been out for 4 years. That was also something that we had determined can be taken care of outside of the overall renovation project. Ms. Delgado, I believe, who is the legislative analyst in DGS, she wrote to you and said that they were going to put in an expedited order to PEPCO to get the lights turned back on, and that she would be providing a timeline for you on when that service could happen. And that was back in February. So I want to know if you can get an update from her on that, because at the very least, that is something that would make a tremendous difference in the park and the utilization of it, even while we wait for the renovation project to begin. That's something that can be done now, and I'd love to have your help on that.
All right, we'll send her something today. I did speak to Donnie Gonzalez as well, but I'll get something to her today and figure if she can send that over. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. You guys have a blessed day. For our next panel, we have Jessica Cockrell, President of Friends of Regular Style Rec. Michael Stevenson, President of Capitol Riverfront Business Improvement District. Bonnie Train, Vice President of Marketing and Chief of Staff of Capitol Riverfront Bid. Ted Juchas, VP of Marketing of the Bid. Leona Egregious, Executive Director of Golden Triangle Business Improvement. Golden Triangle Business Improvement District. It's chopped up. All right. And if you hear your name, could you raise your hand and it'll help us find you quicker? And Michael, not your physical hand. but
I'm
yeah,
an old school guy.
old school. Okay. I'm like middle school. All
Well,
right.
well played.
All right. Ms. Cockrell?
Hello, good afternoon, council member and chair Trayon White and other members of the council that are present, if so, and other members of the community. My name is Tisha Cockrell, and I am the president of the Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. And I've said before, we're partnered with DPR. We work together with the site director, Ms. Shalita Settles, and the staff of our Community Recreation Center. And we're here today per our previous testimonies from years prior and the performance hearing to go back over other items that need to be addressed for our budget hearing. So we'll start with our outdoor items and then our indoor items. I want to focus on what has been done and what has still been left to do. So we requested a new environmentally friendly turf field that replaces the current field, which is deemed non-environmentally safe, that was done some time ago. I saw on the fiscal year 25 ready to play budget on DPR's website that there was extra funds during that fiscal year, and we would hope that they're going to be allocated to this new friendly turf field, environmental friendly turf field with a track, walking track around it. Also, items that are in progress, there's a ticket number via DGS for repairing netting for goals on the fence on the field. When they kick the ball rolls out into the street. It's reportedly on hold for procurement via April 2023. I would like to know if that actually has funds to be completed. I've been told it's completed, but then I got a spreadsheet from DGS saying that it's on hold for procurement. So I'd like some clarity on that. The next is addressing the field lighting. Again, I've been told that was completed, but I also see reportedly approved for completion April 2023. So I'd like that. Outside fitness equipment on grassy area. Again, I would like to know if that is part of DPR's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. Replacement doors that don't lock, that's reportedly completed. Outdoor splash park, there's been issues with the splash pad that they kind of don't work. And when we get to our busy summer season, we'd like for all of that to be up and running. And it's always a little bit of issue in terms of being clogged or maybe working this week, not the next week. There's a new playground that was put in, and we definitely appreciate all that DPR and DGS has done. But it gets really hot out there and there's no shade. It's just playground sitting out there. So we were advocating and hoping that the fiscal 25 year would have a shade for that playground available. And then we had asked for the bring back the outdoor garden between the school, LaSalle Elementary, and the playground. I know the mayor has put in money, have the school updated, but we would like to know if that outdoor garden will be coming back. Now that's outdoor, going with indoor. So the replacement of the door has been completed completely, so no need, that's actually done. The repair and replacement of the gym roof, as you know, we testified about that a couple years ago. The periodic leaking of that roof has been happening since the rec was created in 2008 or built. There has been, the mayor put $1 million, I guess, in the budget for that, but the note is it's reportedly on hold for April 2023, I guess for season, no, I guess they wanted to work in the spring, but it hasn't been started or done yet. I would like to know the status and when they will start working on that. The gym basketball room was stuck and won't come down. A ticket was submitted. It's reportedly approved for completion, but I want to be sure that's completed. There's been talk about fixing the heat and the air, but there was supposed to be a full replacement of the HVAC. I'd like to know if that is reportedly completed, but I'd like to know if that's been done. And then I'll rattle off another list of things just to get through this. Installing a window shades instead of the aluminum blinds. The blinds are all broken. It's pretty unattractive. Repainting the building interior, again, it's pretty unattractive. Adding a mural to the lobby, replacement of the windows in the multipurpose room. They've been repairing windows in all the other rooms, but I hadn't heard about that room. New fitness equipment, they say it's in progress, but I'd like to know when that will be completed. Purchase of a multi-purpose projector and drop-down screen. New ping pong table was said to be in progress. And the allotment of the community children for summer camp and Little Explorers is changed to a lottery process. I'd like to hear more about that. And like I said, we're very grateful for all that's been completed as to date. And we really appreciate Mr. Delano Hunter and Ms. Shalita Settles and the community staff there that work at the rec. But we'd like to see these issues rectified. And that is my time. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Michael Stevens.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman White, our council member as well, DPR Director Hunter, members of the committee, and staff to the committee. My name is Michael Stevens, and I'm the president of the Capital Riverfront Business Improvement District. I'm here before the committee today to ask you to restore the $1.2 million grant from DPR for the maintenance and operations of yards in Canal Park. That grant has been zeroed out of the mayor's proposed FY24 budget, and we'd like to see that reinstated. I think we can all agree parks are essential building blocks for the communities in the district, and Yards Park and Canal Park have done much to build a sense of community, identity, and place in Capital Riverfront. They are beloved parks and well used by not only our neighborhood, but adjacent communities and citywide by the residents. We as a BID have been involved in the maintenance and the operations of both these parks since 2010 and 2012, respectively. And what that involves is numerous operations that include landscape maintenance of the lawns and the planting beds, water feature maintenance and operations, which includes the water features, the canal basin, water wall, dancing water jets in both parks, lighting maintenance and upgrades, maintenance of the boardwalk and hardscape features in both parks, rodent abatement, ice rink operations, and then programming and activation of both parks, which the BID does at its own cost. We perform these tasks in a direct partnership with DPR through an annual grant with them. We've appreciated the support of Director Hunter and General Counsel Amy Kaspari through this grant program. They have been invaluable partners. And we feel that this grant allows DPR to focus on many other assets in their large park portfolio while the BID maintains and operates these two parks at a high level. I want to illustrate some of the benefits of the two parks, and I think this cuts across all district-owned parks and even National Park Service parks in our city. Socially, they provide common ground for a wide range of individuals and families across the city to come and enjoy open space and recreational opportunities. Economically, they've helped create our residential brand in Capital Riverfront and attract new residents. We now have over 19,000 residents in our neighborhood. And this is in direct support of the goals, the city's goal of attracting 36,000 new housing units. They provide much needed open space relief in a high density neighborhood like Capital Riverfront. And we'd like to say they serve as the front porch for the residential units in our community. They create a sense of community. They provide a place for residents, visitors, and employees to gather and socialize and interact with one another. And we think this is important. And they provide an enormous return on investment by facilitating the development of Capital Riverfront, which has created an enormous tax revenue flow for the city. I think these are very trying times, and you have a very difficult decision about your budget, but we would encourage you to restore this grant because these parks mean a lot, not only to our neighborhood, but to the District of Columbia at large. So we would ask that you restore that $1.2 million in funding so we continue to operate these parks at a high level. Thanks for the opportunity to testify before the committee on this very important issue. I'm available to answer any questions after you've heard from my colleagues testify. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie.
Good afternoon, Chair White and staff to the committee. My name is Bonnie Trine, and I am Vice President of Marketing and Chief of Staff here at the Capital Riverfront Business Improvement District. I'm here to speak further on behalf of the BID and our community residents and visitors to the need for funding the high quality maintenance and operations of Yards Park and Canal Park, which when optimally maintained, tremendously enhance the quality of life among district residents of Ward 8, Ward 6, and the rest of DC, serving as recreational amenities, natural respites, gathering spaces, and splash parks, which are highly popular in the warm seasons. Having the bid operate these parks allows these public amenities to function at a very high level and receive free, vibrant programming, along with the most ideal maintenance needed to support the parks and their water features as they're enjoyed by residents, employees, and visitors from across the region on a daily basis at both large-scale festivals and community gatherings, from the National Cherry Blossom Festival's Pedalpalooza happening this weekend and Mayor Bowser's Fit DC Fresh Start 5K, to seasonal outdoor fitness classes and the weekly summer Friday night concert series. Parks have been foundational in creating a sense of community and place, and are truly public assets that play a vital role in improving both the physical and mental elements of public health. A fast-growing, densely populated residential population and the COVID-19 pandemic have illustrated the need for open space relief and more open space relief for neighborhood residents through well-maintained parks and open spaces. And as the neighborhood population grows, these parks rely on sustainable funding to ensure they continue to provide a high standard of living and well-being to district residents and visitors while being operated at the most optimal level possible. Free events, programming, and activations hosted in these parks have been one of the Capitol Riverfront bid's most successful strategies to engage with residents, build a sense of community, and to build support for our parks and our outdoor ethos. These events and programming also allow district residents of all socioeconomic backgrounds to gather and engage each other socially in outdoor venues. As you know from your visits to the area, these parks are remarkable open spaces that people from across the city use and enjoy. The $1.2 million grant that has been allocated in the mayor's budget and administered by DPR over the past several fiscal years, as previously mentioned, has allowed the bid to daily maintain and operate the parks at a high level. And in order for Yards Park and Canal Park to remain well-maintained open spaces for all of DC residents and visitors, we ask that the committee reinstate the $1.2 million grant for these parks that has been removed from the mayor's FY24 budget proposal. We do greatly appreciate the efforts that you and Councilmember Allen and Chair Mendelson have made to guarantee that funding for these parks has been included in past budgets. And our hope is that this committee, in concert with the DC Council, can restore this funding allocation in the FY24 budget approval process to really further this public-private partnership and ensure that DPR best serves the public. I thank you for the opportunity to provide further insight and background supporting this need for funding, and I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Ted Juchas.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair White. My name is Ted Jutras, VP of Planning and Public Realm for the bid. I come before you today to urge this committee to restore the $1.2 million grant funding for the operation of Canal and Yards Parks, and also to urge the council as a whole to increase funding for our city's parks, infrastructure, and operations citywide. The district has a lot of important goals and has finite resources. We understand that the budget this year is especially tight, forcing even more tough choices than usual. However, funding the creation, maintenance, and operation of high-quality parks and recreation facilities is one of the few things that the city can do that touches the quality of life for all district residents in a democratized and equitable way, providing benefits related to physical and mental health, environmental sustainability, education, economic development, crime reduction, and community building across age, race, gender, income, and ability. Given this return on investment that parks funding provides across so many of the city's critical priorities, the $5 million reduction in DPR's operating budget for FY24 is a move in the wrong direction. Instead, we would like to see council and the administration work together to establish dedicated funding for parks and recreation infrastructure at or near 1% of the city's budget on an annual basis. Creative funding structures could also help the city leverage outside funding from corporations, foundations, and citizens in an effective but equitable way for improvements beyond city standards. One such idea that came up in conversations in the past year was a sliding scale matching grant program for parks and open space improvements. In the immediate future, restoring the $1.2 million operating grant to ensure that Canal Park and Yards Park can operate at a high level is important for the more than 200,000 unique visitors who utilize these parks each year from our neighborhood and beyond. Canal Park is a DPR park that is operated by Canal Park Inc., and which serves the high-density residential commercial area surrounding it year-round, and which is a citywide destination for ice skating in the winter and for cooling off in the splash pads during the summer. Yards Park, a shining gem of the DPR system, is operated by the BID and serves not only residents in Southeast on both sides of the river and Southwest DC, but the city as a whole. Data from Placer AI confirms what we have long believed. Visitors come from every corner of the city and reflect citywide demographics regarding age, income, and race. Finally, one of our major unrealized neighborhood opportunities is the construction and operation of high-quality recreation facilities at the Garfield Park Connector and 2nd Street Underpass. The city has long anticipated that DDOT would complete its Garfield Park Connector project and enter into an operating agreement with DPR to manage the space which connects Capitol Riverfront and Capitol Hill. The space is in high demand, as is evidenced by the existing user base of skateboarders, basketball, and pickleball players who use makeshift facilities in that space on a daily basis. However, the current budget provides no funding for the project construction in DDOT or DPR's budgets, and the agencies have yet to begin working on an MOA to allow DPR to operate the space. Thank you for your time and your leadership on this committee.
Thank you. We have Patrick Powell. You testify on behalf of Leona.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Pat Powell. I'm the Chief of Staff for the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District, testifying on behalf of Leona Agaritas. The bid comprises the west side of downtown and much of Washington's Central Business District. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm testifying today to ask the committee to preserve $9.8 million in the Department of Parks and Recreation fiscal year 24 budget for improvements to Farragut Square Park. Farragut Square Park has long been the BID's town square, providing a respite from the urban environment and nearby transit activity with green space for a variety of events and activities. Through a long and productive partnership with the National Park Service, the BID has been able to take an underutilized and rundown federal reservation and turn it into an asset for the neighborhood. Before COVID, hundreds of people would gather here for Farragut Fridays and enjoy music, art, and entertainment. The BID continues to activate this important space in new ways, adapting for a reduced daytime population while still recognizing and utilizing this valuable neighborhood asset. Over the last several years, in addition to regular ongoing maintenance, the BID has made a number of significant physical improvements, including new trash cans, an in-ground irrigation system, irrigated hanging flower baskets, and the BID has also sponsored a design charrette with the National Park Service, district agencies, and other key stakeholders to help lay out a potential additional transformation that can make this asset even better. Building owners, property managers, restaurateurs, and retailers have all come to rely on the Golden Triangle BID, not only for our core services, but also for our vision and forward thinking when reimagining the central business district. We know that the current trend of building conversions will bring much needed residential population to the neighborhood, and the BID is working hard to ensure that when they arrive, they are welcomed with beautiful, active public spaces, a flourishing retail environment, and a place they are happy to call home. Recovery of the Golden Triangle and downtown areas, however, will require an additional absolute transformation of the built environment, adding residential, cultural, and entertainment uses, as well as retail. Public spaces need to be reimagined and rebuilt to entice people to the area, and significant efforts made to attract businesses, especially in growth sectors like technology. The renovation of Farragut Square Park will help us move in that direction by creating a safe, welcoming, inclusive park for all users, bolstering economic recovery and vitality in the wake of the pandemic, and investing in green infrastructure and sustainability. Through this transformative placemaking project, the BID and the district can move closer to a new, more resilient neighborhood that workers, residents, and visitors alike can enjoy. Improvements to Farragut will include design and construction of new park elements, including new landscaping and ADA improvements and stormwater management, as well as updated lighting, and park space for children. The important investment will again help improve and move the momentum of the neighborhood forward. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Wow. Jump back real quick. It's Cockrell. She's still here? Okay, there she is.
Yes.
Yes, first, did you submit a written testimony?
I sure did. I think I CC'd you and a few members of your staff, Kyle and Dr. Hoskins and such.
All right, great, because we're trying to track some of your concerns to make sure that other members of the committee have them as well. In general, how much time has transpired between the time you submitted your request and received a response?
So in terms of DPR, DGS from
Yes.
them, so I received a response actually from the council member's office in regards to why I have so much detailed information regarding ticket numbers and whether or not there's a completion. The site director also sent me an email with what had been completed recently. But honestly, I'm just going to say that although Director Hunter has been very, he's responded to the previous email I sent in regards to this written testimony, it seems as if they just got started with coming back out and handling some of the work, even though we've been testifying with your committee for the past, what, 2 or 3 years now? So we're just now getting, I'd say, some of these things rectified as probably within the last month.
Let me ask you, how often does the Friends of Regular South meet?
We actually are scheduled, or we're relegated to meet quarterly. We generally meet if we're having an event or putting on something for the recreation center or for budget time or if we're applying for a grant.
Got it. All right, we will follow up with this. Just want to make sure we have it. Mr. Stevens.
Yes, sir.
For the funding that you all were receiving, the 1.2 million,
Yes.
was this in a grant form?
Yes, it is. It was an annual grant with DPR, and it's been ongoing for several years. Last year, it was fully funded in the mayor's budget for FY23. And so we were, saddened to see that it was not in the proposed budget for FY24. So here we are advocating for its reinstatement.
Okay, and how long you had it for?
This particular form of the grant agreement, I think, has been around for 7 or 8 years.
And you have other additional grants with DPR as well, right?
No, sir. No, sir. We just have this one grant for $1.2 million. That's it.
Okay. So this is for programming operations annual grant. That's the same thing?
Actually, it's not for programming or activations. We as a bid assume those costs. During the COVID, we had to reduce the budget. The grant was cut substantially by $600,000 to its 1.2 million.
Yeah,
and so programming was removed. So we do all the physical operations and maintenance of the parks.
What has your response been from DP? Because I've been a part of these conversations, I guess, for the last 2 years when it got cut,
Yes, you have.
phased out. What was your conversation with DPR as relates to this grant?
Well, I had a wonderful conversation with Director Hunter just early this week, and he explained the pressures to cut from his budget because of the overall revenue shortfalls in the city. So I certainly understand that approach, and he was doing what was asked of him. So we wanted to work with this committee and the committee of the whole to see if we could find those funds, have them be reinstated. I think Director Hunter appreciates the high level of maintenance and operations we have provided to these parks, that they are kind of gems in the constellation of DPR parks. but
Mhm.
there's a shortfall of funds and he had to prioritize like every other department head, I'm sure.
Got it. So let me ask you, Mr. Powell, real quick. You mentioned park space for children at Farragut Square.
Yes, sir.
When you say park space, is this including the playground or how, what do you communicate?
Yes, sir. The updates to the park would include some sort of children's play area that would be, designed as part of the project to make the area a little more inclusive to families and visitors and people that it would call downtown home.
Are there users now? Because I know you said make it this place safe and welcoming. Are there users there now that is not safe or welcome?
I think it is both safe and welcoming to a degree. It's very much a kind of a standard urban park where you have there aren't a lot of amenities to kind of really draw folks to that park. It very much blends in with the other parks nearby, McPherson and others like that. And we'd like to really create a space that will draw people into that area.
Yeah, and I think I heard you say 8. Did you say 9.8 million?
Yes, sir.
And what would that be used for?
So that would be used to do the planning stages and also to make these additions to the park. For ADA accessibility, new landscaping, improved stormwater management, lighting, seating, and the children's play area.
Yeah, got it. So I just want to, just for everyone who's watching and hearing, just so you can know how we try to do some of these things. And so we spend time visiting and hearing from residents around certain issues for about a year. And we get a lot of emails about repairs or disrepair and needs to beautify, build up new structures. And so we try to regularly communicate that to the mayor, the city administrator, and the budget office before we get to this space, right? And then we do an additional request to the mayor. And then sometime once we submit our stuff to the mayor, I then meet with the chairman. And after this, before the budget is final, and we try to work with the chairman because he has the final stamp on the budget before it's sent back. And sometimes we try to appease certain populations and groups and locations. But we get some restraints from the budget office. And so we are trying to work through some of these requests now. I just want to manage expectations and just want to stay in communication with all 8 wards to ensure that we are doing our due diligence to know what the issues are, what the money be used for, and monies that's already in the budget that has not come out yet. So we are having these conversations on a daily basis. There has been some transition in leadership, even through, not just talking about DPR, even with DMPED and other agencies. So in DGS as well. So we're working through that. Know that we hear you. I want to thank the Capital Riverfront bid for the amazing work you guys are doing in the Navy Yard, Capital Riverfront area. I look forward to joining you again when it get hot on the river. I won't be singing. I'm not gonna hurt the community with that, but what you are doing on Fridays, it has been amazing to this ice skating ring events. It's really been a lot of activation, and we want to support that work. And so we're going to do our due diligence to figure this thing out. Thank you, guys. I'm going to move on to the panel because we have a lot of witnesses today. So we want to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership, Councilmember White.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jern Hill. I know Jern has a number of titles, so I just say Jern Hill. And if she's here, she can speak to what capacity she's testifying in. Zachary Israel. Andrea Tahami, Program Director, DC Greens. Annette Olson, DC Neighbors DC, Green Neighbors DC, sorry. Faith Gibson Hubbard, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE. Well, Faith, we're gonna, I see it's a number of PAVE people. So we're gonna go to this panel, then come to you. We still gonna get you, but I want you guys to be a group, you know. That's cool with you? Okay, I don't see a lot of people coming in from this panel. Let me see what we got. Okay. All right. Miss Hill Lockridge, welcome.
Hey, y'all. Thank y'all for the time. Thank you for allowing me to share space with you. I'm really here and I'm gonna keep it real brief today. The Friends of Oxford Run, shout out to them and the work that they've been doing. Shout out to you, council member, for your support with all the work that we've been doing over here at in Oxford Run Park. My main reason for being here is to ask for support for a comprehensive master plan for Oxford Run Park. You know, we got the well. I also want to follow up on the Ward 8 Outdoor Fitness Center that was put into the DPR budget a couple of years ago. You know, we don't have the outdoor facilities at the well. We only have porta johns at this point because we were really anticipating that outdoor facility coming, which would have the outdoor restrooms. And the other thing that I want to bring to your attention is that we've started to try to create a Ward 8 Arboretum. We've planted some trees alongside Casey Trees with support from DDOT and the funding that they provide. As you know, we're on DPR's land, but DGS cuts the grass, and DOEE are the people in charge of the Oxen Run Creek naturalization. So with all of those different moving components, there is not a master comprehensive plan for all of the things that are going on, especially with some of the cherry blossom trees that we've planted in the last couple of years. We've planted some fruit trees. We've also planted some nut-bearing trees. So we're really trying to do different things to bring more trees in the canopy and increase the environment over here. But we know that without a comprehensive plan for the entirety of the park, it's going to continue to be like parceled away and picked away at. So just wanted to bring that to your attention and ask for your support. And again, shout out to the Friends of Oxen Run for the amazing work that they've been doing for over 30 years to make sure that our parks are preserved here in the Great Ward 8. Also, shout out to the well and work that they're doing too.
All right, thank you. Thank you, and I'll be back in a minute. Ms. Olson?
Yes, hi. So I am the lead for Green Neighbors DC, and I'm providing testimony for DPR's Garden Tool Share, which is AKA kind of DC's tool library. And I'm going to start off by saying, have you ever been surprised that there's been a great city service just 8 blocks from your house that has been there 10 years and you had no idea it existed? You too may be surprised about what I'm talking about. I and other Green members, Green Neighbors of DC were floored when we found out that there was a tool library, DPR's Garden Tool Share at Twin Oaks Community Garden, 14th and Taylor. 2 of us have been living in 2 places right down the street all that time. And Green Neighbors DC had been searching for existing tool libraries, debating whether to start a tool shed in Petworth based on a motivating article that we read that showed how tool libraries strengthen communities and make them more resilient for climate change. And so we contacted DPR, and turns out it's easier for us to join forces. So at the request of the obviously overworked DPR, we agreed to volunteer at this low-key site, and we're helping manage the tool share. So a little bit about the tool share is that we have, it's not just garden tools, it's construction tools, it's miter saws, it's drills, it's emergency tools like generators, wet dry vacs, it's house maintenance, power washers, it's camping and food stuff like tarps and solar stoves and plumbing and community event equipment. We had a professor at Howard check out tables and chairs for an event. We've had that happen many times. And the services we have are really tools to lend out, but it's also a tool donation area where people bring in tools. And we provide tool trainings and other workshops and community events such as cider pressing. We have planned demonstration. We have planned to demonstrate the tools that the city offers, like rain barrels and rain gardens and the solar for all. So we're talking with DOEE about that. But also another aspect is because of these tools, we plan to be a climate resilient service so that in the case of emergencies, people can get, like floods, people can get tarps, hammers, sump pumps, etc. So we haven't marketed at all. We kept it low key because we're building up volunteers. We have no money. But without active marketing, we've already got 500 plus members and 2 to 3 people are joining per day. And by the way, I am going to submit my written testimony. I just haven't had no time. Some of the users are other community gardens. We have one senior assisted living center that's a user, and individuals, homeowners that come from all quadrants of the city. We have 22 volunteer librarians and another 15 volunteers for events. And the tool libraries in general provide multifaceted community service. They save residents money. They save on the unneeded production of equipment, thus saving on carbon emissions. I'm a climate scientist, by the way, that's really important. The residents have less need for storage. Only condos are being built right now, no houses, little storage. Keeps products out of the waste stream. Also redistributes wealth. We're getting a lot of donors who are cleaning out their garages. One was moving to Florida and gave us their snowblower, for instance. It's a way for us to gather tools, and we are forming a second tool library in Ward 7. We'd like to have tool libraries in every ward. But also we provide, through the workshops, we provide training on safe tool use and education on tools in general.
Ms. Olson, if you can wrap up for me, you're 2 minutes over your time. If you can wrap up, that'd be helpful.
Oh, I thought I had 5 minutes. So basically the roof leaks, it's literally sliding off. The bathroom floors caved in. We've requested fixes from DGS, and some things have been fixed, but some things after multiple tickets over months, like the broken sink have not, and the floor that has rotted out underneath. The pavilion is broken. Bricks are loose, hazardous. And so we're requesting funding for the facility and capital funds to repair the facility. We'd also like a part-time staffer to manage the intake of volunteers, because once word gets out, it's gonna explode in terms of use. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Ms. Hill Lockridge, I know we've been communicating a few times about the comprehensive master plan. And at some point I spoke to Director Hunter about a master plan, and he said they were working on one, but we never got into the weeds of what that looked like. And partly because the city changing so much and needs are growing, and trying to manage what to put where. And so part of the frustration that I'm hearing consistently, and it's just more around the recreation buildings, is that, well, DPR may feel like this center or this park or this playground is in your community. But then there are those that feel like, man, you may think that's my community because of the distance, but that's not my community. And then there's some safety issues, especially among youth in our community as well, about traveling to certain spaces and places, being and feeling safe. And I do know, shout out to DPR and its partners. I was in a DPR building last night with a fatherhood program, and I did notice earlier that day when I was there, they were transporting youth from one space to another. But again, going back to the master plan, where are we putting, what are we doing in what spaces, and is what the community need now and what it's going to look like in the next 10, 15 years. And so we are going to be drilling down on that as well.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I'd say excellent question. In terms of where we are, it's my understanding that the master plan is a part of DOEE's plans for Oxen Run Creek. That does not necessarily include Oxen Run Park, right? And so there are all of these kind of disconnecting pieces where it's being parceled out, which is why I want to suggest that the Friends of Oxen Run really be the lead on being able to coordinate between all of the different agencies, because they would be kind of the connecting points, right? We have DDOT that does things, DPR that does things, DGS that does things, but Friends of Oxen Run would be that through line that would connect with all of the district government agencies as well as the federal government agencies to really be clear about what's in the best interest of the residents within the footprint of it.
Yeah. And I do want to get some feedback from you, because we've been also ringing the bell about the porta potties, the workout equipment, just the clearing the landscape, and also, I don't know if you know about this, but the parking. We did a walkthrough with DDOT, I guess probably about 3 months ago now. I know it was cold. About access to parking, because they did no parking signs all up and down that street on Mississippi Avenue. And so we will be following up, and we should be submitting a report, but we'll try to foster that relationship for the Friends of Oxen Run to be conveners for that space down there. And I know that Ab is supposed to testify. He's sick today, so we'll be following up.
Yep, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to be sure to let people know, because as Ab is sick or having a procedure. Let's not say he's sick, y'all. He's not sick. He just having a simple procedure. He is fine.
Right.
But with Oxen Run Park being the biggest park in DC government's inventory, it's just crazy that we all have to use porta potties. Like there has to be a better way to go about things. And I know that the outdoor fitness facility was budgeted years ago, like at least 2 years ago, before we started the well. And that's one of the reasons why we don't have, bathroom facilities there. So really just want to follow up, because it seems like if we don't stay on top of things, that it just kind of falls to the wayside.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just say we're gonna be following up with DGS. They're going through transition right now. There's my hope and prayer that we get some traction, some movement out of D. Good Lord. And that's happening all throughout the city, not even just with DPI, with the schools, libraries, government buildings, man. It's been a lot, just trying to get some movement going. Ms. Olson.
Yes.
You talked extensively about the two library.
Yes.
Are you do you have a formal partnership with DPR and DOE?
No, we have a verbal agreement. We are in the process of formalizing the partnership, but we have helped manage the area for almost 2 years. So we've talked to DPR about the need to formalize the partnership. We don't get any money from DPR, Green Neighbors DC directly. We had some sole source contracts go out. But yes, that's not
And
yet.
I heard you also talk about your climate resilient services.
Yes. So we've actually talked to Dennis Chestnut of the Climate Resilience Hub in Ward 7 and DOEE staff about that. And we're hoping to plan. We aren't the same sort of climate resilience hub that is run in Ward 7, which is, by the way, right across the street from where the second tool library is going to go at Lederer Gardens. But they train youth to be responders, and our community leaders. We're more focused on the equipment, but we want to tie into that. We want to be able to help where possible. So we're in discussion for that.
I also was thinking when I heard you speaking on that, DC is unique, being as though we're in a federal area and partnering with, some like, FEMA, some of the responding apparatuses are set up throughout this region, which should also provide additional supports and grants and contracting as well.
Yeah, that has real potential. Because we all know DC has issues with flooding, and we've had severe storms, even an earthquake. And, just even for normal repair, people are checking out our tools, maybe 30 a week or something like that. But during a hazardous event, having tools available and having a place where people know where to go for information, for instance, would be fantastic.
Thank you. And I wanted to ask you a final question. I heard you say you're increasing the number of volunteers and you're growing. How are you recruiting volunteers?
The volunteers are mostly through Green Neighbor DC's listserv and our website. Occasionally we post a workshop, because we've run several workshops like tool introductions and tool safety. When we post those in the neighborhood listservs and like Petworth News, we get people who are very interested. Plus, we ask users. Our users are incredibly appreciative of the service, and many of them will say, "Oh, if you need any help." And we've had about 80% of the users have written to us talking about how wonderful this service is. I just haven't had time to pull it together.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Israel, I see you made it to the panel. I know you have some technical issues. You can go right ahead with your opening statement.
Thank you, Chair White, members of the committee. Thank you for holding this critically important budget oversight hearing today for DPR. My name is Zach Israel, and I used to represent ANC Single Member District 4004 as a commissioner back in 2021 and 22, which includes parts of Petworth and Brightwood Park in Ward 4. And over the 2 years I served as a commissioner, I represented a small DPR-owned triangle park, roughly 3,600 square feet, bounded by Illinois Avenue, 9th Street, and Ingraham Street Northwest, formerly known as Reservation 312H. And this undeveloped parcel of DPR land is right across the street from Truesdale Elementary School, a DCPS school which serves 450 students between pre-K 3 and 5th grade, and located in a very residential area. And as the pandemic has revealed to all of us, robust outdoor space is critical for all DC residents, and I believe that this parcel could be put to better use. This is especially the case since DDOT, back in September of 2022, closed off the entirety of the 5200 block of 9th Street Northwest to all vehicular traffic, which is immediately adjacent to Reservation 312H and Truesdale Elementary. So this would allow DPR additional bandwidth to maximize improvements to this park. Additionally, Truesdale is undergoing a $94 million modernization, which will be completed by August 2025, a timeline which conveniently overlaps with capital improvements made to the park during FY24. So my main request to your committee, the council, and DPR is to utilize $100,000 from DPR's proposed $1.85 million FY24 capital improvement budget for, quote, small park improvements, end quote, towards upgrading and renovating Reservation 312H. This could include several benches, a walkway, among other improvements. And with the street closure on one side of the park, coupled with the modernization of Truesdale, this is perfectly timed. And with this $100,000 investment, this underutilized DPR-owned parcel can be transformed to a space where my neighbors can recreate and relax. And I was very pleased to see that DPR explicitly notes in its budget document that its FY24 forecasted spend plan for small park improvements includes $100,000 for park improvements at Reservation 312H. This follows unanimous passage of a resolution ANC4D passed last October, making this exact same request. I would like to thank DPR's capital projects planning and design staff, especially Brent Cisco, for agreeing to set aside $100,000 in FY24 funds for this local gem of a neighborhood park. And I urge all involved to support this set aside and proceed in FY24 with carrying out the funds for Reservation 312H. I also request that DPR and DGS, which will implement the improvements, proactively work and correspond with ANC4D and 4003 Commissioner Carson Lucarelli on all aspects of the park improvements, including planning, design, installation, so that they stay involved. The National Park Service transferred ownership of this parcel to the district government in 1972. And in the subsequent 50 years, DPR has never made significant improvements to the park. Now is the time to do so. And I'm very excited to see this come to fruition. I'd be happy to answer any questions you or anyone else in the committee may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Quick question. $100,000 towards park upgrades. How was that estimated? And what improvements will happen if this was funded?
So yeah, it's a great question. So the way that it got to $100,000 is I had there was another very large DPR-owned triangle park in my single-member district called Lorenzo Allen Memorial Park, much larger than Reservation 312H. And so I contacted someone that works at DPR to sort of get an estimate as to what he thought it would cost to fix a smaller park, about 3,600 square feet, which is the size of Reservation 312H. And his estimate based on prior experience was that with $100,000, you could put a walkway in, you could put a better lighting, several benches, fix up the trees and plants and whatnot. And so that was based on his prior experience. So with that, that's where that specific ask came from. And, with 1.85 million, 100,000 is still significant, but it would allow DPR to do other projects as well. And so that's where that number comes from. And that's some of the examples of what can be done with that money.
Got it. Thank you. We're going to move to our next panel of witnesses. And Ms. Olson, we have your messages in the chat as well. Faith Gibson Hubbard, Pave, Crystal Gray, Pave, Keisha Clark, Pave, Andrea Bell, Pave, and Taisha Andrews, Pave, and Simon Scott. Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. You can go right ahead, Ms. Gibson Hubbard.
Good afternoon, Committee Chairman White. It does sound good to hear pave, pave, pave over and over again. So thank you for putting us all on the same panel. So good afternoon to you and your other members of the Committee on Recreations, Library, and Youth Affairs, and any committee staff. My name is Faith Gibson Hubbard. I'm a proud Ward 5 resident and the parent of 2 DCPS students who love our DPR parks and recreation centers. But on today, I am testifying in my role as Chief Strategy Officer for Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, or PAVE. So PAVE is a part of the OST Coalition, a coalition of providers and community members dedicated to expanding access to high quality OST programs for every child in the District of Columbia. And PAVE parent leaders, who you will hear from very soon, have been steadfast advocates for OST programs since 2018. Their collective vision is simple but powerful. Every family, regardless of their income or where they live, should have access to high quality OST programs for their children that support their individual needs and where they can explore their passions and enrich their learning and just love for our city. So PAVE parents have long known about the benefits of OST programs and the great benefits they can provide. The availability of academic enrichment, opportunity to explore passions, as I mentioned, and interests, and most importantly, be a safe place for kids to go when school is not in session. And we know that that's absolutely necessary for our students. That's why PAVE parent leaders and our partners are extremely grateful for DC's continued investment in out-of-school time programs. As with any successful policy, our approach to expanding high-quality out-of-school time programs requires rigorous attention to detail, inclusive efforts for continuous improvement, continuous family and community engagement, and of course, resources. PAVE parent leaders have come together in countless meetings to discuss why our policy solutions that we have shared continue to be foundational to lasting systemic change around out-of-school time programs. And I would like to address a few of the biggest gaps today for our students and families. So today I want to amplify our parents' top priorities, which is first, to best meet the needs of our students, DC needs to continue to invest in expanding access to high-quality programs. We've definitely seen in the budget the increase around OST programs and more than 5,000 seats for DPR, and that's appreciated, but we know that that needs to continue, that investment needs to continue, and we hope that the council will also be focused on that. Second, we must continue to remove barriers to participation for OST. And there's a lack of information and easily accessible information. So while we are really excited about the My After School DC, which will serve as an online centralized hub, we know that many parents still don't have the kind of information that they need. So I have much more in my testimony, but there are some great PAVE parent leaders coming up next who will definitely carry the ball forward. So thank you so much for this time to testify.
Yeah, thank you. Crystal Gray. Hey.
Good afternoon, Council Member and Chair Member White. My name is Crystal Gray. I live in Ward 6 community. I'm a proud parent of Amani Walker, who's now in a second grade. I think when we met you, she was 2. So she attends Watkins Elementary School, and I sit on Leaders of Color Board, PAVE Citywide, and Ward PLE 6 Board. I've been assigned to the Advisory Committee of Student Assignment School Process. And newly, I'm a Reverend now, Councilmember Wright. So first, I want to also thank DPR for creating the lottery system. And as Faith mentioned earlier, creating more than 600 new positions and 5,000 seats. It's truly a milestone. I'm here testifying today because even though we have made it easier for the process to sign up for the lottery system, it needs to be easier for people who are not knowledgeable about the process to access the DPR program. Many of our undeserved students have undeserved parents who are unable to read, write, or have the resources to fill out applications or apply for financial aid, or who understand the process. We need group seminars, info sessions, QR codes, whatever it takes to inform the community. My After School DC is great, but it's still a little blurry and the details haven't really been released, but it can be more effective if we include our DPR programming. Also, our availability and access to key registration dates is something that I have to keep up with on my time and share with the community. We just want us to coordinate information sharing with parents in the community about registration in these programming. Many parents aren't aware of sites like Learn DC 24 and will likely miss out without the extra outreach. To address these and other issues, which are barriers to accessing OST programs, I'm asking that you create a strategic plan with families, educators, OST providers, and community partners to ensure access to in-demand programs for all kids to provide recommendations. This plan must begin with innovative and consistent engagement with families to determine the types of programs. While participating in out of school time, we need quality education, not glorified babysitters. This step is especially important because of the quality of these programs. We shouldn't have to travel to Navy Yards, Turkey Thicket to receive quality programs within our wards. I know that my family isn't alone in this fight, and I hope that as you prioritize the budget, that this strategic plan and host community sessions for this plan will better understand our DPR programming. We've lost a few of our specialized camps in DPR, such as swim camps, Spanish camps, sports for children under 11. We have to be diligent in creating quality camps for our kids and our future. Thank you for allowing me to testify and share what I want to see for our kids and in our district.
Thank you. Keisha Clark.
Good afternoon, Councilman White and Director Hunter. I am Keisha Clark and I live in Ward 6. I have 2 young daughters. My youngest one is McKenna Clark and she's a student at Eastern High School. I currently serve as a paid parent leader on the citywide and Ward 6 board. I'm appreciative of the district's parks and recreation centers as they are incredibly important for a healthy and vibrant community for our youngest residents. For the children of working parents in the district, there is a gap between the time when the school bell rings and when they arrive at the dinner table. Much can happen within that time frame, and if there isn't a place to go or a place to participate in organized activities or even do homework, the perils of disadvantaged neighborhoods threaten to swallow them whole. This makes DPR recreation centers and programs especially crucial for communities that lack the necessary facilities to keep their children safe and in good environment. Out-of-school time programs provide a refuge for at-risk youth, helping to reduce crime rates, court costs, and other costs to the community. DPR centers and high-quality programming can lead to positive socialization for our youth, improve communication skills, development of friendships, appropriate development for behavior, enhance their self-esteem and self-confidence, increase autonomy, and a feeling of community and acceptance for all. I know this because this has been the case for my daughters. From a very young age, they have participated in DPR camp, basketball, tennis, and swimming programs over the years. Now they both work for DPR. My youngest worked in SYEP for 2 years at Banneker, and my oldest was a lifeguard and pool operator at Theodore Hagen's. My testimony today is meant to amplify the importance of DPR programs. Paid parent advocacy on DPR programs is vital because it gives voice and agency to DC students and parents. Our students deserve high quality programs that meet their needs in their communities. It is important that we hold legislators and policymakers accountable for providing access to great programs. I work as a Ward citywide member because I think it's important to empower the community and work with partners and policymakers on decisions that impact DPR and OST programs. I know personally that when we harness the power within us by sharing our stories around DPR programs, elected officials and policymakers will hear us and make the needed systemic changes to create an environment that best meets the needs of our students. To that end, we appreciate DPR's move to the new lottery-based sign-up system for their summer programming, along with expanded programming hours and options. The expansion of these hours addresses a growing desire among teens for more interested in leisure usage of DPR gyms, fitness centers, and e-gaming lounges. It is imperative that DPR continue to invest in our youth by not just adding the 5,000 seats, but many more to accommodate the many children in the District of Columbia. And this includes those with disabilities and specialized needs. All youth need access to programs that meet their diverse needs. By providing safe spaces for activities like arts and crafts, sewing, chess, modeling, dance, martial arts, yoga, basketball, and other sports, DPR can meet the students' need and have a stabilizing effect on their young lives. Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony. I appreciate your time and partnership.
Thank you. Miss Andrea, do we have the right last name for you?
It's actually Andrea Jones. Bell is my maiden name.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and committee members. My name is Andrea Jones and I live in Ward 8. I have 4 children, 17, will be 18 next week, 11, 7, and 3. They attend KIPP, KCP, KIPP Learning Center, Minor Elementary, and Boone Elementary. All of my children are neurodivergent. I currently serve as a paid parent leader on the Ward 8 board, and I am a special education advocate. I want to thank you for your partnership and leadership in recognizing the inequities of access to OSD programs for children with disabilities. My testimony is regarding the therapeutic center specifically. While the therapeutic center is closed, staff will be temporarily sent to other locations to support children with disabilities. This is a great strategy because it will allow more children with disabilities to have access to summer camps with their peers instead of at one location that may not be close to their home or peers. I'm asking for this temporary model to become permanent, to include support for children with disabilities to attend specialty camps or boost camps like robotics camp, journalism camp, just to name a few. Every family should have access to high quality OST program for their children that supports their individual needs while enriching their learning and engaging in social activities with their peers. Creating this model permanently will require additional staff to the therapeutic center and professional training. I am asking for increased funding for the therapeutic center for increased staffing, recruitment, professional training, and adequate pay for workers. Additional funding will assist with spreading the support that the therapeutic center provides to all 4 quadrants, which will reduce costs and transportation issues for many DC residents. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify, and I will happily answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We have Taisha Andrews.
Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies. I'm at work, so I'm multitasking right now. All right, so greetings. My name is Taisha D. Andrews. I live in Ward 8. My kids attend Jefferson Middle Academy, where I serve as the PTO's fundraising chair, and Mary H. Plummer Elementary, where I serve as the general PTO member and LSAT parent member. And I currently serve as a paid leader on the Ward 8 board. PAVE parents have advocated, voted, and spoken vigorously about 2 main goals over the last 2 years. These are school-based mental health supports and out-of-time school programs. Of course, for the purposes of this meeting, I will be speaking on out-of-school time programs. We would like to thank you for the following investments in out-of-school time programs. $14 million being proposed for recreation for all urban park and urban leaders, $2.15 million in enhanced recreation opportunities for underserved areas, in addition to $2.5 million proposed for summer recreation activities, and $400,000 proposed to create 360 additional camp slots across sports camps and aquatic programs for children. In addition to $300,000 to assess the cost of quality of training for all government-funded OST programming to support disabilities to support students with disabilities to inform funding next year. And the proposal is $6.8 million in education enhancement fund dedicated to childcare slots for infants and toddlers with disabilities and out-of-school time slots for children with disabilities in a referral system. Today, I'm testifying because in my experience, children with special needs cannot participate in OST programs because DC schools do not have the staff or resources to assist children with special needs that want to participate in OST programs. Another obstacle is that if a child receives transportation from OSSI, they automatically cannot participate in OST programs at their own school because OSSI does not make accommodations for children with special needs that want to participate in OST programs. Students cannot get reliable transportation to any OST program, including DPR programs. This matters to me because all students should have equal opportunities when it comes to enrolling in OST programs. OST programs matter because children need additional enrichment outside of school and home. Students with special needs desperately need these programs. In the DC Policy Center's State of DC Schools report on the 21-22 school year, they found that 58% of students with disabilities were chronically absent and faced decreasing test scores. These programs can help students attend school and recover academically. To make this vision a reality, I would like to see additional OST programs east of the river with a wider variety of choices of programs to join, in addition to spaces for children with special needs to participate in all OST programs possible. An example of some of these programs will be lacrosse, swimming, a Spanish immersion learning program for children that would like to learn Spanish, robotics, coding, theater arts, soccer, gymnastics, and chess. Thank you for your time and partnership. And we and PAVE look forward to working with you further in order to increase OST in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Simone Scott.
Great day, Council Member White. Thank you so very much for your time. My name is Simone Scott. I'm a native Washingtonian, mother of two, and thriving sophomore at Digital Pioneers at Academy and a kindergarten loving her learning experience at iDream, both public charter schools east of the river. Additionally, I'm also a dual parent board member with DPA and a Ward 7 PLE member of PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices for Education. With limited time, I did provide my thank yous within my testimony, and so I would just like to get to the point with that. As a family of two, my son is 16 this year, and he has gained a lot of his resource and summer youth employment through his school. And so I urgently highlight the importance. I know I spoke a lot on, or I speak a lot in my testimony speaks on business entrepreneurship. However, I believe many of our youth and residents are passionate about using their acts of service and opportunity to work and own a business in our city, especially as it relates to trade, OST, and SBMH programming. In addition, I believe this support for job training, career training and placement will reflect the difference in our youth and the way in which they're showing up in our communities. I propose this initiative for investing in our youth in this manner. Absolutely, it adds earning and spending capital to our city's budget. It increases our funding to our school and out of school time programming. It increases diversified, committed professional hiring within our city, as we are seeing we need that excruciatingly. But more so, it builds more B2B for B2C sponsorships for our schools. And that primarily is where I'm advocating for today. We do need a lot more of DPR sponsorship into our schools for summer youth program opportunity, as well as vocational trade opportunities. I truly believe that as a village, giving our youth more opportunity to understand what's available in our city and for our city to connect with the schools, with our scholars, especially at times in which that they primarily just wait till the summertime in order to get that connection. And so I look at that because a lot of the things in which that we talk about in which the city is needing, whether it's OST and SBMH, of how we're looking at how we are employing more diverse professionals. And I believe our youth are wanting and are a participatory evidence of that. And so I believe that to pour more into that, and yourself, you've worked in DPR yourself as a youth. And so providing life skills is crucial, and connecting that support system is crucial, and how our youth are able to connect to the resources, they're able to connect to their village in order to be able to give back is exceptionally urgent. And so I close this with, again, to just with OST and school-based mental health, how can we work together most efficiently to provide more qualified and eligible career placement, vocational training, accredited certifications, and business ownership opportunities in our schools in real time, not just in during the summer times, but how we can increase that opportunity during school time as well. And I believe that our students will begin to have a shift in their collectivity of just how they participate in that and see themselves being able to give back to our city, to hire in our city, and to live here as well. So that is my time. I thank you very much. Again, I did provide my testimony, and if you needed to have any more additional information, thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all the advocates and leadership of PAVE, and even those parents and community members that are not here today, that just speaking on things that matter to us. I don't have any questions for this panel, but I do want to note that access to DPR programming is critical, as Ms. Gray said, and we will be inquiring about swim camps being removed, and not just any camp, but I heard also Ms. Gibson Hubbard talk about high quality programming, but that includes, as Ms. Andrews and Jones said, professional hiring, training educators, and also coaches. I think that's critical to ensuring that we are putting the best talent and resources in front of our youth and young adults, to ensure that they can maximize the gifts and talents inside of them. And I think that as a former coach, you know, you can only take somebody's as far as you have been, or the expertise. You can't give what you don't have. And so the more we're able to invest and train and professionalize our offerings and programs, the better it is. And I know that DPR does a lot of that through contracting. And I know it's a vision of DPR to do more of that coming up. They actually started going to giving out grants as well, so that DPR is evolving. I heard Ms. Scott talk about entrepreneurship. You know, I think that's critical, and also sponsorships for schools to get more options, and life skills and support, and then also figuring out how we can provide additional mental health services. Our students and our families are experiencing a lot of trauma in so many different areas, and they are expected to pick it up, put their shoes on, put their clothes on, and go right back into the school and function normally. I met with some young ladies at the from the Black Swan Academy yesterday, and they were just expressing their trauma, their issues, and just trying to cope and still be normal. And also expressing that even the counselors or the therapists that are allocated to schools are not enough. And so we want to share those sentiments. So I want to thank you guys for speaking today. We have a lengthy panel today, so we're going to move right along. Thank you guys. Look forward to working with you and figuring this out.
Thank you.
Thank you. For our next panel, we're going to have Scott Parker, Managing Director for DC Pickleball, Ruth Ellis, USA Pickleball Ambassador, Patrick Burke, Director of Planning, DC Pickleball, Colin Dursing, DC Pickleball, Anand Vargas, DC Pickleball, Elizabeth Jerome, DC Pickleball, Scott, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman White. Good afternoon. For over 7 years, I have been a USA Pickleball Ambassador to DC. And more currently, I am also the Managing Director of Washington, DC Pickleball, which is an incorporated not-for-profit 501c3 organization of nearly 600 DC players. And our purpose is to grow pickleball, to develop player skills in DC, and most importantly, probably to assist DPR in resourcing the play sites as they are opened up. All of our directors are unpaid volunteers. I want to speak about your proposal to fund $1.5 million to support at least 3 pickleball hubs in DC. But first, a couple of background facts. As has been touted in the press quite frequently, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the nation, perhaps growing at the annual rate of 30% per year. But in DC, pickleball has been growing at 65% per year over each of the last 3 years. And there's no slowing that certainly we've seen. With approximately 1,000 players in DC right now, we will probably have at least 2,000 players by the end of 24. And that's not just our estimate, that's also consistent with what DPR thinks. The player mix has moved dramatically in the last 2 years to younger players and to a very diverse set of players by age, race, ethnicity, geography, and sexual orientation. However, there are only 10 dedicated pickleball courts in DC, supplemented by approximately 40 blended line, mostly tennis courts, but they're only accessible to us at certain times for pickleball. The city has approximately 150 tennis courts, a portion of which are low use now, and some are in poor condition. In short, there are areas that have few accessible pickleball sites and others that are already overcrowded. And the growth rate implies that DC must move quickly to address both overcrowding, as at Turkey Thicket, and the underserved pockets like Southeast DC. The third prong of DPR's announced dedication to pickleball growth is, and I quote, to establish and standalone facilities or hubs, as they are called. So what's a hub and why is it important to build them to accommodate growth? Looking across the country, the establishment of hubs or multi-court locations, having approximately 8 courts has been a stimulus for growth, and more importantly, perhaps an efficient way to service that growth as well. Pickleball courts take much less space than tennis courts. A 3 tennis court location with ample space between the tennis courts can be adapted to 8 pickleball courts and 1 tennis court, making the location a pickleball hub. Other speakers this afternoon will cover the social and health benefits of pickleball. I'll only point out that the smaller court size and the close proximity of the courts really enhances the social and health benefits associated with it. Surfacing or repair of aging underused tennis courts and equipping them with locked storage for balls, paddles, and other equipment is more efficiently done with the multiple court hubs. So why does the city need 3 hubs to accommodate growth over the next year to 18 months? Southeast DC has a large, currently underserved population. For example, there is a partial year indoor facility at Arthur Capper, as you know, because you played there, and a newly established site at Hillcrest. Ruth Ellis will say more about the Southeast DC need. Northeast DC has a rapidly expanding, mostly young adult population that is 1 site of 4 dedicated courts at Turkey Thicket. It is often overcrowded at peak times, 16 people playing, while 16 to 40 people are waiting to play. And finally, Northwest DC has the largest current player population, and it's still growing, but it has only 2 dedicated courts that are located in the far northern corner of Northwest DC, in Tacoma, to be precise. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Great, thank you. Hey, Ruth. Welcome. I can see you talking, but I can't hear anything.
Me now?
Yep, I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, great. So good to see you again, Councilmember White. Just to introduce myself, my name is Ruth Ellis. I'm a Ward 8 resident and I live in Navy Yard. I recently joined Scott Parker as a USA Pickleball Ambassador for Washington, D.C., serving Southeast and Southwest. I'd like to thank you, Councilmember White, for coming out to meet our pickleball community at Capers Rec Center last week, and I hope that you enjoyed playing with our pickleball family and learning a little more about the game. We'd also like to thank you for your support for pickleball and your proposed DPR budget. We understand that hard choices have to be made this year, but we feel that the relatively small investment which is proposed will have a disproportionate impact on the health and wellness of the broader DC community, including seniors and youth. Pickleball does not require a lot of equipment or training, but we do need courts, nets, and time set aside for the game at rec centers and outdoor facilities. We're working with DPR to get times and places to play, and we very much appreciate what DPR's overstretched Director of Tennis and Pickleball is doing to help. that as the sport grows, we need more targeted support from DPR. We need DPR to take this sport seriously with dedicated funding to create places to play in DPR's budget and increase staff and operational support dedicated to pickleball. We want to keep pickleball accessible and equitable for all DC residents. We've been working closely with DPR and we meet with them regularly to try and meet the needs of our rapidly growing player community. We're also working with DPR on long-term planning, including possible locations for expansion and the creation of pickleball hubs. DPR has told us they're planning a pickleball summit later this year, and we're very much looking forward to that event. As the pickleball ambassador for Southeast and Southwest, I'm focused on growing the sport in our part of the city. We currently only have one place to play in Ward 8, and that's at Capers, and only one place to play east of the river, that's at Hillcrest. As another example of what we're dealing with, in Southeast, there's a large group of seniors that play on cracked and uneven street courts next to Garfield Park. DPR is not providing any support for improving this location or for finding a safer place for this community to play. We're working with Councilmember Allen, with you, Councilmember White, our local ANCs, and the Capitol Riverfront bid to remedy the situation, but we need DPR's active engagement. East of the river, growth of the sport is severely limited by the lack of places to play, with only 2 hours a week at Hillcrest. We're concerned that if the funds for pickleball are inadequate, there won't be enough to go around, and parts of the city that have historically been under-resourced will continue to be under-resourced. We're reaching out to community groups in Southeast and Southwest, including east of the river, to grow the sport in the youth community. Young players are the future of the game and the future of our city. Getting young people involved in the sport is good for them and good for our community. We want to make sure that we have the resources we need to serve the youth population. So thank you very much for your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Patrick Burke.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Patrick Burke, and I serve as a board member and director of planning for the nonprofit Washington, D.C. Pickleball. We work closely with DPR to develop and expand pickleball venues, including reserved playtimes, tournaments, and social events. And council member, to keep it brief, I've submitted my testimony, but I'll paraphrase to hit on some of the key points. And number one, I'd like to join my colleagues in thanking you for your proposed $1.5 million investment, which would help make pickleball accessible all across the city. I'm especially excited about this investment because I'm excited about starting up more youth programming for pickleball, as Ruth just mentioned. In addition to my role with DC Pickleball, I'm also the executive director of the DC Police Foundation, and I oversee the DC Police Athletic League. And what we're hoping to do is to get officers, including in 7D, where we've got great support, to engage with kids with a wide range of athletic abilities. And this is a great way to keep kids connected to community and also to build relationships with police officers. And once again, we just want to keep the kids active. So I'm working on setting up some youth program now. And as we bring more kids into the sport, we'll need places for them to play close to home. And that's, I think, everybody's trepidation. We've got this, once we take the cork off the bottle, people are coming out of the woodwork to play. We've got to make sure that we've got adequate spaces to play for people, as Ruth said, all across the city. Currently, we've got 10 dedicated pickleball courts. And when the weather's warm, as it is now, it's dramatically overcrowded. And we've got to do a better job with that. To cut to the chase, council member, as you know, we've got a thriving pickleball community. We'll continue to work closely with DPR to make us a national model for best practices in this rapidly growing sport, as Scott mentioned. We'd like to see our current courts kept in good playing condition with regular repairs to the nets and surface conditions. And the Band-Aid solution of painting lines on tennis courts and basketball courts, once again, is only a Band-Aid solution to the problem. The only way to remedy this and to ensure fair and equitable access for all residents, old, young, white, Black, Latino, LGBTQ, and the only way is to ensure that we have dedicated pickleball courts for our pickleball community. Council member, thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'll be around to answer any questions. And once again, thanks so much for your support.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Come back in a minute. Colin Dursing. Okay.
Councilmember Colin may be joining us a few minutes late. I'm just looking at a text from him.
Okay. Let him know when he get here if he can raise his hand in the chat, and we'll figure out what we are in the lineup to bring him in. All right. Anand Varghese.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep, perfectly.
Well, thank you for your time. My name is Anand Varghese, a proud DC and Ward 5 resident and pickleball enthusiast. I must mention I've never testified in front of any community hearing of this sort, so perhaps you can say that pickleball made me do it. And I really want to join the other players in thanking you, Councilmember White, for proposing a $1.5 million investment that would help make the game more accessible across DC. I'm here specifically to present a letter from more than 30 Ward 5 residents about the extreme overcrowding at Turkey Thicket. I want to talk about the opportunity, the problem, and the request we have. So as you've heard from other speakers, the opportunity here, I'm among millions of people around DC and the country who've discovered that pickleball is a great way to stay in shape, to spend time outdoors, and meet people from across the city. The format and court size make it extremely accessible, even to novice players. People usually play in doubles, which means that each court, which is about half the size of a tennis court, fits 4 people at a time. The culture of the sport is a pickup game format, so people are free to join a game rather than having to bring 3 friends along to play. As a result of all this, the game invites some of the most diversity I've ever seen in a sport, whether race, gender, age, or ability. I've made friends who are both a generation older and younger than me from all walks of life, journalists, hourly wage workers, retirees, and students. Turkey Thicket hosts a thriving LGBTQIA+ league every Friday night. But here's the problem. In our ward, we have a resource at Turkey Thicket. It's the largest collection of dedicated courts in DC, but those courts are already extremely overcrowded, as you've heard. When the weather is nice and when the sport's continuing to grow, it's only going to get worse. Last night at Turkey Thicket, it was so crowded that people were setting up a temporary pickleball net that they had brought from home near the parking lot. During nice weather, it's not uncommon for the 4 courts in Turkey Thicket to have 10 players waiting to play each court. The 6 tennis courts next to them sometimes go empty during those same times. So here's our request. Given the heavy overcrowding at Turkey Thicket, our proposal will be to start by building more dedicated pickleball courts. I'd like to emphasize dedicated here, not just lines painted over tennis or basketball courts, which, as you've heard, is a bit of a problem. And I think this is an easy fix. One private contractor estimated for us that it would be possible to double the number of dedicated courts at Turkey Thicket from 4 to 8 without eliminating any other facilities, just by moving the courts closer to the walls and using the space more efficiently. It's a kind of win-win proposal that helps players of all sports. We think your $1.5 million investment is what's needed to make pickleball accessible to residents in all 4 quadrants, many of whom visit Turkey Thicket to play. Thanks for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Elizabeth Jerome. Okay. Don't see Elizabeth. All right, so real quick, first of all, I appreciate you guys' passion and advocacy for pickleball facilities in the district. I want to thank you for inviting me to come to Arthur Capers to play pickleball. I had a great time, honestly, I did. And I was able to invite one of my staff members, Monique Diop. She played as well. And it is definitely fun. I think that what I've heard consistently is that pickleball is evolving into a sport that all people can play regardless of ethnicity, age, race. And I think that's amazing, because certain populations or demographics would not normally communicate, even LGBTQ, outside of the pickleball bringing people together. So that's one of the things I appreciated the most while there. But I do want to say that I'm going to be sharpening up my skills because I'm coming back out. Hey, is that Liz? Hey, be sharpening up my skills. I'm coming back out to play again. I'll be looking forward to being a competitor. I forgot the guy name, but the tall black guy with the locks.
That was CJ. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm coming for him. Yep. That's
Okay.
You got some work to do, council member.
Yeah.
That's cool. But
Yeah, we'd love to have you back anytime.
So we did send a proposal to the mayor for 1.5 million, and she sent back 750. And so we will analyze and figure out what we can do. I'm not making any promises at the moment. Got a lot of work to do before we get to that. But I also talked to the chairman Mendelson as well, related to some of the requests that I've heard about some of the facilities. I know down there in Southwest, talked about, using that grounds that's owned by the district, and it really needs to be fixed up. And so there are we have got a number of emails. In fact, we were discussing in the staff thread as well. And so we are trying to gather all these different thoughts, ideas, philosophies, budget requests about pickleball. And we look forward to working with you guys to help it grow. I do have a few questions, so I won't ask all these questions that I have. But I do want to ask a few. Miss Jerome, are you going to say anything?
I'm happy to if we have time. I first of all,
No, go right ahead.
okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate the effort to submit the $1.5 million proposal. It's disheartening that it's down to 750,000, and we appreciate your continued efforts. I am a longtime DC resident, moved here in 1983, and have lived in Ward 4 for the last 30-ish years. And I'm a relatively new pickleball player. And like everyone else, I have met people from all over the city. I've learned something today. I feel terrible because there are not a lot of courts near me in Ward 4. I am one of those people who jumps on my bike and goes down to Turkey Thicket and crowds out the people who live in that ward. So, I mean, I knew it was crowded. It hadn't occurred to me in exactly that way. And I, like all the other people testifying, I think pickleball is great for fitness. It's great for meeting people. I've met people from all over the city. Some of whom are older than me, many of whom are younger than me. I just think it's a great sport. And I do think it's an inexpensive way to stay fit. And I really appreciate your efforts on our behalf. And I think it is going to be a great thing for the city to become the pickleball powerhouse that we can become.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, can I just say one more thing? I do have a letter that I'm submitting with 50 signatures from Ward 4 pickleball supporters.
Okay. Cool. I also am happy to learn about Ben Johns, who is now earning almost $150,000 doing pickleball, and has a strong career in this field. So I did also learn that there are some celebrities who have invested in pickleball, like the LeBron James, our own local hero, Kevin Durant. So Michael Phelps, Eva Longoria. So, there are a number of people who are taking notice about the movement around pickleball. We just want to make sure. And I also appreciate the sentiments. I've heard several times, we don't want to push out or offend the tennis players, because I do know they have over 140 courts. But we're trying to figure out how we can work out a happy medium and and be friendly and also be, you know, creative for how we use the space. And I was in the gym at the rec down Arthur Capers, and we were able to do 3 different courts. So I'm kind of put some thought to that as well. So I know we're joined also by my council colleague. I want to thank you all. We look forward to following up. I want to we're joined by my council colleague Matt Fruman. Matt, do you have any questions or comments for this panel or a statement?
You know, I'll be very, very brief. Thank you very much, Chairman White. So great to see you, Liz. The whole pickleball phenomenon, I think I've joked that, you know, half the people who play pickleball are longtime friends of mine, and that's apparent on this panel. The one question I have, and Liz, it may be for you, and Patrick, it may be for you. The mayor listed a number of sites west of the park for possible pickleball courts. And I have gotten a number of emails about Fort Reno and some concern about Fort Reno and the fact that it's used by the Jackson Reed tennis team. And I'm just curious whether or not the folks who are most active on these issues in Ward 3 and west of the park have preferences for which of the sites they'd like to see pursued.
One of the ones, council member, and once again, thanks for your support, that we've looked at is Newark Street. We've worked very closely with DPR at some different sites. And
that list was.
And we'll continue to work with DPR on just identifying the best locations to make sure that it's viable. Obviously, we'll look at parking and the noise range of activities to make sure the most viable spots.
And I don't want to close the door on anything, but I did want to raise with you and the other advocates that I have heard this concern about the Fort Reno courts and the interplay with the Jackson Reed teams. So just to put that on your radar if it was not already.
I'd like to just say a quick something, if I may, Matt. And that is that the list to which you're referring was not, in fact, a list of the sites that the mayor and DPR were considering for pickleball. Some of those sites were, as Patrick just said, but most of those sites actually were candidates for resurfacing. And it got into the hands of a reporter who used it for purposes, frankly, for which it wasn't intended. So we've been talking with DPR about a number of sites, as Patrick indicated, but some are on that list and some are not on that list. And some of that are on the list are not sites that we're considering.
I see. Okay, well, I will ask the director about this later, but in the interim, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your advocacy. I think, Scott, you were there when I came out to Palisades and saw all the people playing, and it is it's a really impressive enthusiasm for the sport, and among a demographic that starts at my age and goes up, I think. I mean, it may be that there's younger people, but this is both, it is a really important senior program in its own way. So thank you very much for that.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. I did want to add something real quick. Ruth, I know you spoke about only having two hours at Hillcrest.
Yes, that's correct. We have 2 hours there on Thursdays.
And what are those times?
That is from noon till 2 o'clock.
Noon to 2 o'clock. Okay. And Scott, you talked about some hubs that need to be created. Where are you speaking on these hubs, and how many courts are needed per hub?
Well, ideally, as I mentioned in my testimony, the number that has sort of evolved by usage over the country, among other areas, is 8 courts. That seems to be an efficient size. as to where in the district we've been talking with DPR and others about these possible locations, specifically looking at, as I mentioned, the Southeast for reasons that Ruth has already covered, because there's frankly such a little offering there right now. Secondly, Northeast for reasons that Anand has already covered, which is that is really a hotbed and crowded activity. And lastly, in Northwest, not because we are under-resourced right now, but more just looking at the growth that continues to occur. And we don't have to draw that curve out very far before we sort of see, yep, we're going to become overcrowded there as well. And Patrick's already mentioned the Newark Street Park, which is one site that we've been looking at with DPR.
Okay, got it. And I want to thank you guys. I know also Patrick had talked about expanding to youth to be inclusive. I think that's important as well. We have to move forward, guys. For the sake of time, I want to thank you guys for joining us. We look forward to following up. Thank you.
Thanks, council member.
Deborah Fox, DC Queer Pickleball. Lana Duran, DC Queer Pickleball. Denise Wolfel, DC Pickleball. Trey Allard, Garfield Park Pickleball. Is Ms. Fox here, Mr. Duran? Okay, they're coming in.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yep, we can hear and see you.
Okay,
Welcome.
great. Thank you for having me again, Councilmember White. I'm actually at an airport right now, heading back from a work trip, so there might be some background noise, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for coming out the other week to play with us at Capper. And I think everyone's spoken to all of the things that are just so wonderful about pickleball, so I won't reiterate that, but I do want to give you all a glimpse into the LGBTQ pickleball night that we have every Friday from 5 to 7. We are almost coming up on our 2-year anniversary. So when we started our league, there was minimal traffic on the courts on Friday nights. And now we definitely are competing with a lot of folks to have that shared space. But we have anywhere from 25 to 30 folks come weekly. But it's been an amazing space. And in addition to there's communities within communities. So we have the LGBT community, but we also have a contingent of deaf queer folks that show up, and we see a lot of interest. There's a national deaf.
We lost Ms. Fox. It's probably gonna take a little minute trying to log back in. She's at the airport. Hope she got battery. Ms. Duran, you can go right ahead. You're still muted.
Thank you. I double clicked it. I'm in touch with Dee Fox, so excuse me, Debbie Fox. So I think she'll get back to me. So yeah, I was here in the last budget meeting, and I shared a little bit of my story. I am one of the co-hosts with the DC Queer Pickleball that Debbie has founded. I'm kind of new. I started in September of 2022, and my experience there has been fantastic. I am so happy that DPR created that space for us. But as a new player, I've started to notice over the few months, like how necessary it is to have more space, more courts just for us, just for pickleball players. As many people have said already, the temporary like band-aid of painting lines on tennis courts and basketball courts. I'm a person who likes to like be really inclusive, include everybody. So when I am playing and I see that we have temporary courts set up in a tennis court and we have tennis players coming, you know, I try to say something like, hey guys, like tennis players are coming. Let's give the priority to them. Like we have a few courts we can play on. So like, let's do that. And usually it works out, but it's not a permanent solution. Having a court of our own is a win-win for everybody. Everybody gets to play on their dedicated court. I'm sure you've read in the news and you've heard of like that animosity between like tennis players and pickleball players. And it's like really been played up, but I think just having that space to call ours and be included from like youth all the way up to like, you know, I'm playing with people who are 80. It's amazing. Like, and what other situation am I doing that? So pickleball has gotten me outside. I'm an immunocompromised person. So any indoor activities, it's like really not for me. I stick to outdoor stuff. So moving my body in a way that brings me joy and really making new friends, exercising, socializing with people I wouldn't ordinarily socialize with has been fantastic. I see that you're talking.
Yep, I'm good. I'm back.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were talking to me.
D Fox, got you. D Fox, I see you're back.
Yes, I'm back. I caught most of what you were saying, Lana. I don't think I have a lot else to say, but I'm just in agreement. And then yeah, I just see DC as a place where we can really grow and expand the sport. And I see that happening in other parts of the country where there's pickleball opens, tournaments, and we do have, like you mentioned, Ben John, not celebrity, but pro pickleball players in our region. So I do see ways that we can grow it. And I think there was a woman the other day at Capper that shared her vision of having like a city open for pickleball. But I just see lots of ways that we can keep growing the sport and while still making it inclusive and keeping the spirit of the sport that attracted us all to it. So thank you for this time.
Thank you. Terry, let me find it. Yeah, okay. Yep. I don't see Denise. I'm gonna jump to you, Terry Allen.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. So thank you very much, Chairman White. I'm here representing the Garfield Park pickleball players. I'm a DC resident of about 28 years now, and very excited to be part of this community. Now, our primary concern, you know, you've heard a lot about the lack of access to courts, and we're concerned about the lack of outdoor pickleball court access in Southeast. And I'd like to share with you the response of our community to that need. We started playing pickleball on the southern border of Garfield Park about 6 years ago because really there was no place else to play, outdoors that is. We play on a 2-block stretch of Virginia Avenue Southeast that was abandoned by the district after it was used as a staging area for the CSX Railway Tunnel Project. Back then, the Garfield Park pickleball players, we removed this enormous amount of trash patched the cracks to the best of our abilities and painted court lines on the cracked asphalt. And our efforts really rehabilitated its site, making it a safe place for everybody, not just pickleball players, but parents with children, dog walkers, joggers, cyclists, among other uses. During the pandemic, Virginia Avenue Southeast was a godsend, helping us create a new community and encouraging public health. We played there 3 days a week, year-round, since 2017, and many other residents drive across town to join us. I can remember shoveling snow the night before we'd play the next day, just to be sure that we had a place to go during the pandemic. And we had a blast. We had to dress for it, but we had fun. So now we're up to more than 80 players on our roster, including many seniors. New people are showing up every week, and the 3 makeshift courts that we created there and maintain are really insufficient to meet this growing demand. Our makeshift site has established itself as a de facto recreation facility because there's nowhere else to play. It's uniquely situated as a potential connector between Capitol Hill and Navy Yard. It's not really as safe as it should be. It remains filled with cracks, but we're working on that. We'd like to see Virginia Avenue reimagined as an official recreation space and part of the future Garfield Park planning process. In the longer term, we support the Capitol Riverfront BID in their efforts to fund the Garfield Connector and to repair Virginia Avenue in the shadow of 695. So we welcome you to join us. I know you were at Caper, I saw you there. You can join us on Virginia Avenue when you get a chance, you and your staff. And thank you, as we all do, thank you for your continuing support for new pickleball infrastructure in the district. Thanks.
Thank you. And I look forward to coming over. Mr. Rain, I know you said you wasn't finished. I apologize.
Hi, yeah, no worries. I just saw Debbie was back, so I was like, oh, I'll give her that time she missed out on. Really just to wrap up what I was saying, like as an immunocompromised person, being outside is my jam. So getting out there and playing pickleball and meeting all these new people, and also thanks to DPR having that space in the queer community to meet other queers and like play and make friends, it's fantastic. And I do want to recognize that there are areas in DC that don't have courts or lacking in courts. And so with the proposed budget, I would love to see some courts in those areas, such as Ward 1, 5, 7, and 8. And I know other people have already spoke on that earlier, but I just want everybody to be able to play and have a good time. It's definitely changed my life for the better. And, you know, people getting out there, moving their body in a way that brings them joy is beneficial to our mental health and our physical health, which in the grand scheme of things benefits our community. You have happier people, healthier people. So really, that's pretty much it. Mr. White, I would love to see you out. I live in Southwest DC, so we have King Greenleaf and Jefferson Middle School. So if you're ever in the area, come on by. We do pickups Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So would love to see you. And thank you so much again for the time, but also the proposed budget.
Yeah, I see my time has been requested all over the place. So I'm gonna have you guys reach out to my agent. When I'm available, you know, we make some things happen.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
All right, cool. We're gonna move to our next panel. Thank you guys for testifying today. Good to see you again, Terry. Look forward to figuring out a way we can assist down there with the Garfield court. Well, it's not a Garfield, you all made it a court, but you know, it's unused space. So thank you. I'm gonna move to the next panel. We have Lisa Jenkins, Elaine Daughtery, Ann Mbara, Daphne Womack, Dennis Baker, Kathleen Franks, Erica Peace. Go right ahead, Ms. Jenkins.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you, Councilmember Trayon White and members of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs for your support of the fastest growing sport in the District of Columbia and the nation, pickleball. Also, do you remember playing with me at Capper last Thursday?
Yes, I do.
Well, I just want to say you're good. You're good. You're natural. That forehand is serious, man. Anyway,
I appreciate that.
we look forward to playing with you again. You're always welcome. Again, I'm Lisa Jenkins, and I'm representing Ward 7 in Southeast. I'm a 5th generation lifelong district resident and a 50+ year Hillcrest neighbor. Today, you will hear a lot about the phenomenal rise of pickleball in the District of Columbia. As a pickleball advocate and player, I can attest to these statements. What I briefly want to discuss this afternoon is the importance of strong partnerships with the Department of Parks and Recreation as we jointly identify opportunities to accommodate the growing demand for pickleball courts throughout the district, especially in wards 7 and 8. In addition to Committee Chair White, we applaud Mayor Bowser and DPR Director Delano Hunter for their leadership on this issue. Most important, we have a strong partnership and dialogue with DPR staff, Andrew Quadro. We want to thank him for listening to me and adding a court at Hillcrest. But as people have said, we only have limited time to play, 2 hours on one day. So we need more. We need more courts in Ward 7 and 8. Also, we want to give kudos to our Hillcrest Recreation Center manager, Rochelle Bradshaw. Both Andrew and Rochelle have made every effort to accommodate our growing pickleball needs with limited resources and courts locations. As pickleball courts continue to be built and installed nationwide, we want the District of Columbia to catch up and be on the forefront of the pickleball movement. Pickleball is neither a fad nor a fleeting sport phenomena, as some would have you believe. To the contrary, pickleball is here to stay. For example, leagues and professional teams are developing. The sport is being supported by investments made by major stars, athletes, and celebrities. Like you said, sir, Tom Brady, you did not mention. You did mention LeBron James. So that's a sign that pickleball is a sport that is definitely here for the long run. From Ward 1 to Ward 8, DC residents of all ages are trying this sport for the first time and immediately falling in love with it, like you. Seniors especially are finding great enjoyment from a sport we can pick up easily and it costs very little to play. My dream, sir, my dream is to see that all senior wellness centers in Ward 7 and 8 have easy access to pickleball courts, and also recreation centers in Ward 7 and 8 have at least 2 indoor and 2 outdoor courts. We have many recreation centers that have tennis courts and that are underutilized, and there is room to place pickleball courts. Ward 7 because Ward 7 residents travel across town to Turkey Thicket each week to compete and play pickleball, often Ubering 30 minutes just to get some good pickleball action. I'm one of those. I've been known to Uber over to Turkey Thicket. And we always mention Turkey Thicket because that's where most of the courts are. Finally, I would like to say, I want seniors to be able to walk to courts. Wouldn't that be cool? We're trying to age in place, and wouldn't it be nice for us to walk the courts like we walk to recreation centers, like we walk to other tennis centers, like we walk to the Washington Wellness Center. What we're requesting are more facilities for indoor-outdoor play right here in Ward 7. We know you have to balance competing recreation needs in the city, especially for our youth. We simply ask for equity and DPR budget allocations to include additional pickleball courts in Wards 7 and 8, and continued opportunities to partner with DPR and the City Council to grow and encourage pickleball play in the District of Columbia. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today, my first time ever.
Thank you. I appreciate you helping me win because we was down and you came and helped me out. Who's next? Ms. Daughtery.
Good afternoon, Chairman White. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, I just want to echo what Lisa said. I took a nice video of you playing and I thought you looked great, but I also want to give you the same advice. if you play with CJ the first time, play on his team. He's an excellent coach.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. So I want to echo everyone's thanks today for your proposing $1.5 million in pickleball infrastructure. And I want to speak to something a little bit different. I want to talk about why that is so important in helping to keep pickleball accessible to all DC residents. Over and over again, you've heard today about pickleball being the fastest growing sport in America, in DC. We have plenty of stats to back that up, and I won't go through all that again. And as you just mentioned, developers and celebrities are taking notice. McEnroe and Agassi just played on ESPN last week, pickleball, and it was sponsored by NetJets. So that tells you money's paying attention. While star power and advertised television events bring positive attention to the sport, we're concerned that a growing trend could threaten pickleball's accessibility. And that's the very core of the sport. Chairman, when you visited Capra last week, you heard from many of our players, and they told stories of their passion for the game, the community it fosters. Players more than once talked about social connections made with residents many would not have otherwise met. And you saw firsthand how residents from Wards 6th, 7th, and 8th gather to play, laugh, compete. These interactions between a diverse, multi-generational community aren't occasional. They happen weekly at our indoor recreation centers. And it's one of the reasons many of us are so passionate about pickleball and support your proposed investment in infrastructure. What's the alternative? An Association of Pickleball Professional Participation, there's some alliteration for you, report shows that pickleball now ranks alongside golf, tennis, and basketball. And Todd Wedd, the chief marketing officer for that group, told CNBC recently, quote, "When you look at the number of people picking up a paddle and playing for the first time, it is inevitable that the investment market is going to look at that and say, this is something worth us investing in," end quote. And to give you an example, in New York, the Woolman Rink Central Park is opening 14 dedicated courts. And according to the New York Times, they're going to charge $80 an hour for off-peak and $120 for on-peak. A Boston Globe article notes that an indoor pickleball parlor where courts rent for as much as $110 an hour, players need to act fast. Those who don't grab a slot within seconds are unlikely to get a court, and the owner calls it like trying to get Taylor Swift tickets. Washington, D.C. Pickleball advocates for pickleball hubs so the sport will remain free and accessible to all D.C. residents, not just those who can pay to play. We're already seeing the pay-to-play model taking hold in our region. Pickleballers, located in Chantilly, Virginia, is a private facility with indoor courts offering memberships and hourly bookings. We don't oppose pickleball development, and we recognize facilities with dedicated courts will be very popular and benefit the city and surrounding areas economically. We want to protect and foster the organic nature of pickleball as it continues its explosive growth in DC. Dedicated public courts are the only way to ensure that all residents can pick up a paddle and play, regardless of their socioeconomic status. Thank you again for your support by including a $1.5 million request for infrastructure. We encourage the council and Chairman Mendelson to adopt your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kambara?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Good.
My name is Ann Kambara, and I am a resident of Ward 3, and also I'm a member of the DC Pickleball. I'm a licensed graduate social worker in Washington, DC, a disaster mental health counselor, and the volunteer manager of Open Play Pickleball at Hearst Rec Center. So my goal in testifying today is to explain the important role that pickleball plays in strengthening community and social ties. I'll explain how the Pickleball Open Play program in October 2020 helped me and many DC residents regain physical and mental health as we made new friends and developed support networks. Mental health research tells us that as we age, it becomes more difficult to create new friendships and social networks. My personal experiences in disaster mental health showed me the importance of family and community support to help people move past post-disaster loss and regain a sense of agency, power, and future focus. And now we know that the COVID pandemic not only altered our physical and mental health routines, it also affected our workplace and community identities. So in fall 2020, Mayor Bowser and DPR resumed outdoor pickleball programs. My husband and I decided we needed to get out of the house and learn pickleball to counter our COVID body and our COVID mindset. As our pickleball group played through the fall and winter, we saw that pickleball not only helped us regain fitness, it also helped ease COVID-induced worry, depression, and isolation. It gave us a new community of in-person friends who became trusted information sources and sympathetic technology navigators in accessing the district's COVID programs. So even though visiting friends and family was fraught for 2 years, our bodies became fit and our new social networks grew stronger, and they remain strong today. So why should DC continue to invest in pickleball? Isn't pickleball just a passing fad? From my perspective in managing Hearst Pickleball, I see continued healthy growth. And why is that? Because when I open Hearst on a 40-degree, cloudy and windy morning, I will be met by a group of some 10 to 15 persons ready to play. And in the summertime, this number only doubles or triples using one tennis court lined to create 2 pickleball courts. This shows me that pickleball has become a lifetime sport and something we seek for district residents. New players come to play not only because the game is fun, but because they seek the social experience. So going back, working in post-disaster locations, I know how difficult it is for my clients to recover their sense of agency and resilience. The physical and mental health aspects of the COVID pandemic are still being felt. There may be new disasters in the future, but next time I know that I can count on my pickleball friends to remain strong. So for me and others, pickleball is more than a fun game. So I believe that DC residents will find that investments in pickleball being proposed by Mayor Bowser and yourself will afford lasting community benefits that extend beyond its actual monetary value. So with this, I back up everything my other colleagues have said, and I thank you for listening.
Oh, great. Thank you. Our next witness will be Ms. Daphne Womack.
Good afternoon, Chairman and pickleball friends. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this. I, like many others, have never testified. If you'd asked me a year ago, I wouldn't have told you I'd be testifying on behalf of pickleball. But what I can tell you is just on the screen here, I see a number of new friends that I've met due to playing pickleball over at Capers and at Greenleaf here. And I'm also a tennis player also, and I have tennis friends as well. So my purpose, for being here and testifying is not only to echo the sentiments about the health benefits of pickleball, the community, the social aspect, the diversity, also just in terms of keeping your body in shape and getting out and trying something new, doing something new, but also the family aspect that pickleball has provided as well. I have a 5-year-old son and an 8-year-old daughter, both in DCPS, and I introduced my son to pickleball. He's 5, and he's asking me about being able to play more pickleball. And for lack of courts and places to play, we play behind our house, in the alley, use the wall or use our backyard, but we would definitely love have space for more families to be able to engage and introduce, a younger generation to pickleball. Is truly one of those sports that you can learn it in 30 minutes or less. It's something that we can do as a family. I even had the opportunity to introduce my husband to pickleball. He wasn't a pickleball advocate. We brought him down. They welcomed him at Capers, taught him the basics. We missed you. We weren't able to come play with you, Chairman, but they taught him, and he was there at Capers yesterday without me. And this is something, COVID did have an effect on our family. And this is the first time that he's been able to re-engage in that kind of an activity to get him back out moving and having fun while competing and still feeling like he is able to do something and give him the confidence to get back out there, not only due to the sport, but due to the community and the way that they've embraced him. And, I'm happy, to say that the diversity is obvious by looking at everybody on this call. So I am a resident of Southeast of Ward 6. And I would also want to add that other pickleball representatives testifying here have been talking about places to play. And I don't know if you've considered the Kenilworth Park or the Anacostia River Park. Both of those locations have pretty much abandoned tennis courts, that people go to look for extra space to play. But, with 9 courts at Anacostia Park, and I believe, I'm not sure if it's 4 or 6 at Kenilworth, with hardly anybody using those spaces, that they could be considered a viable resource as well east of the river. So I want to thank you, Chairman, for your time and consideration for putting forward this proposal and really looking at pickleball as a really viable opportunity for people to come together across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see Dennis Baker here, but I do see Ms. Franks, which should be followed by Ms. Peace. In that order.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, and thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in favor of more pickleball resources in DC. I want to especially thank you for initially proposing $1.5 million as a budget investment for the sport. I really applaud your vision in recognizing the importance of the sport, the growth of the sport, and all the many things the sport can do for the greater DC community. I have also submitted to you a letter of support from about 22 Ward 7 signatories. I live in Hillcrest. Before that, in the 70s, I lived in Deanwood, and I can attest to the interest in full utilization of our beautiful parks and recreation assets east of the river. I'm a tennis player as well, but as I'm getting up in age, my knees are less accommodating to that sport, but thankfully pickleball has provided an option. And so I wholeheartedly support anyone who says for seniors, it is a wonderful way of staying healthy in an aerobic way and making new friends, which helps with socialization and mitigating the effects of isolation, whether there's a pandemic or whether you're just retired and don't have your colleagues at work to talk with. I've heard a lot of folks talk about dedicated courts is better than striping. And yes, that's the gold standard, but there's always that expression everybody is familiar with, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. When there are limited resources, we have to think strategically about how to deploy them, not just to bolster areas where there's already a hub, but to expand in areas where there are limited or no pickleball resources. Striping is a way to have year-round access to pickleball. We all know how hot and humid it gets in the city, and we wouldn't want that to keep folks from playing pickleball indoors who want to continue with the sport that they love. I also was the one at Caper last week who asked you to envision a pickleball open like we have the city open. And I think if we start there and work backwards with that as a vision, that perhaps we can develop a strategic plan to take advantage of the professionalization of the sport, the money that is flowing into the sport, the public-private partnerships that can lead to even more resources for public courts, indoors and outdoors, for pickleball in DC. So again, I want to thank you so much for your interest, for your leadership, for your time, and I will stop there and let others promote pickleball. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Peace.
So there's been so many people who have spoken so well on pickleball, so I'll be brief. I just really want to personalize a little bit for you the challenge of playing pickleball and having to travel all over the city. I have lived in LaDroit Park now for 24, 25 years, right in the middle of Ward 1. Over the past 6 months, I've just been absolutely avid pickleball player. All the people that are here, I've played with all of them all across the city. But I just want to give you a little bit of a reference in terms of what my week looks like and my drive looks like trying to get to play pickleball 3 or 4 times a day. I work, so I do at least have the benefit of having a flexible schedule so that I can do this during lunchtime. But on Mondays, I drive from right behind Howard University up to Emory Heights. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I drive across town to Navy Yard to Capper. On Wednesdays and Fridays, I drive way over the other side of what used to be Heckinger Mall to Rosedale off Benning Road. So in a week's time, I drive about 20 miles across the city just for the benefit of being able to play pickleball and connecting with this wonderful community. What that means because of the crowds is that I spend 30 minutes in the car driving for the benefit of being able to play for an hour, which actually tends to mean maybe like 1 or 2 games if we're really having a very crowded day. So again, I know that there's many people who have done the research and understand much more about how we can place things, where we can place things. But I just want to be clear that even though there are facilities in Northwest, there's a large swath of Northwest that does not have access. You can start from Petworth, go all the way down to Logan Circle. And those of us in that swath right in the middle, east of the park, we're missing out on a lot of places to play. We've got one place. It's all the way up Georgia Avenue. So again, I just want to thank you for all that you're doing and thank the pickleball community for allowing me to have this opportunity to revitalize and get healthy and meet so many new people. But again, thank you so much. And I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that there's humans here, right? There's people here who really, really want to play and we want to get out and we want to be active and we want to be healthy. So thank you. I'll give back my 30 seconds.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone who's adding a valuable voice to this hearing today. And we look forward to working with you guys. There was another person, Kyle, that I skipped over that I know you mentioned that joined. I'm not sure if he or she is still here. I'm not seeing them, so. All right. Thank you, guys. Next panel, we will have there we go. Kelly Collins Troy, Casey Trees, Chandel Richards, Chief Program Officer Horton Kids, Lupe Quinteros Grady, Latin American Youth Center, John Holmes, Latin American Youth Center Site Director for Rita Bright, David Goose. I gotta go back. Sorry. Kim Pert, DC Pickleball, David Goots, Mark Hill, and Jerry Green. And I was looking for something. You be on here since 11 o'clock, you kind of get a little fuzzy. Forgive me. Kyle, if you can help me with any other names that I missed.
Colin Dearson.
Dursing. Colin Dursing. So let me do this. Is Kim Pert KP facilitator?
That's right.
That's right.
It is.
Okay. We can start with KP and move our way, followed by David Goots, Mark Hill, Jerry Green, and Colin. Go right ahead. I can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes. There we go.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Chairman White and everyone on the call. My name is Kim Peart, and I live in Ward 7. I moved back into the city during COVID and started playing pickleball at my cousin's suggestion. I typically play tennis and have had an opportunity to take some lessons through DPR. And it's quite challenging at times to get into one of those classes. So at his suggestion, I started playing pickleball. And I started back in September at Rosedale. Everyone there was welcoming, really generous with their time and trying to teach me, because obviously I started with zero skill set and very little knowledge. And so for me, what that has provided is, echoing much of the sentiment that has been said here, just getting to learn people and know people from all over the city, moving my body, which has been extremely important for me. I'm a single mom in the city, and trying to shuttling my kid to where he needs to be. One of the things I've been trying to do is find pickup games wherever I can. So it's great that we have an app that has allowed me to do so. But the challenge, I think, is finding the time, right? So I've had an opportunity to play at Rosedale. I've had an opportunity to play at Hillcrest. And similar to what Ms. P said earlier, having to get into my car, right? And once I get there, if I can make that 2-hour window, it might now be like an hour of playing time for that week, right? And so I know for me, that's been the challenge, and that's why I'd love to see more courts just scattered a little bit, across the city, that would allow not only myself, but others, right, to have an opportunity to play. And I appreciate everyone, a lot of faces that I've seen today. I actually met since September, and so having been in the city for a short time, it's been really good just to meet many of our neighbors for a good event, a good sport such as this. So again, thanks for the time and allowing me to speak, and definitely thanks for getting behind this. And for you, Chairman White, I want to say I too have CJ aspirations. He's one of the folks teaching me, and so I'm definitely trying to get to his level of play. So thank you again.
Thank you. Me too. Mr. Goose.
Can you hear me? Just
yep.
Confirming. Okay, great. My name is David. I'm a Ward 5 resident. And I just want to quickly touch a little bit on Turkey Thicket, because that's a place where I play oftentimes. My history with pickleball actually goes back to early 2000s, in the sense that my brother, who lives out in Seattle, where the sport was kind of invented. He lived out there and would play, and he talked a lot about how they used space. So they worked hard or smarter, not harder kind of idea. And when I look at Turkey Thicket, you see the 4 courts that are permanent and they're kind of set up vertically, and there's a lot of open space and they're not really used efficiently. So as a pickleball player and also a tennis player, I don't want to see tennis courts being lost in terms of in lieu of having more pickleball courts, but maybe just being smarter with how we place our pickleball courts. And when I look at Turkey Thicket, you could actually see a way to put in 6 permanent pickleball courts there without actually losing any tennis courts, as you can shift things around. And so I want to thank you again for proposing that $1.5 million budget. Many on here have obviously spoken at length about the passion they have for pickleball and the community that's been created. And I just want to reiterate, let's ensure that we're not taking things away. We have a limited space here in DC, but we're actually using the space that's been kind of bequeathed to us in the best manner possible. So thank you again.
Great, thank you. Markeel?
Mark Hill had to drop off for a work meeting.
Okay. Ms. Jerry Green, since you've been waiting for a while.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well? Okay, wonderful. So good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. I want to thank you for your support and for the invitation to provide testimony this afternoon. I know this is a long day for you, so we really appreciate your being there and being steadfast about hearing our concerns. I am Jerry Green, a lifelong 5th generation Ward 7 resident. I'm here today to testify as a pickleball advocate and player. I grew up in the Department of Recreation programs as a child at the old former Woodson Junior High School Recreation Center on Minnesota Avenue. And then later as an adult, I continued as a racquetball player on the highly competitive handball wall at Kenilworth Recreation Center. And now as a seasoned senior, I'm a participant in Hillcrest Recreation Center's pickleball program. I have to say, I'm eternally grateful for a lifetime of DPR offerings, which have contributed immensely to my family's quality of life and well-being as district residents. So increasing pickleball facilities in Ward 7 is an amazing continuum for residents like me, old school natives who remain vibrant and active in our senior years. This afternoon, I'll discuss briefly how other cities are approaching the pickleball explosion and why it's important for this committee to prioritize funding for pickleball in Ward 7 and 8. Last January, the U.S. Conference of Mayors opened its annual winter meeting right here in Washington, D.C., with a pickleball session and panel entitled Pickleball, the latest sport transforming cities. Lots of mayors were at this meeting, including the mayor of Annapolis, our neighbor right up the road. So how great would it have been for DC leadership to have had a facility to showcase our commitment to the energy and diversity of DC pickleball? It's okay. Through this committee, the mayor and the DC Council now have the ability to join progressive communities nationwide in recognizing the community benefits of pickleball and committing resources to accommodate its enormous growth. For example, local governments in Portland, Oregon, Minneapolis, Long Beach, California, Asheville, North Carolina, and elsewhere are trying to adjust, just as we are here, trying to adjust their recreation budgets in the short term, while also baking pickleball into their long-term community development and equity plans. In Portland, Oregon, all residents live within 3 miles of a tennis court, and the Parks and Recreation Department wants the same to be true for pickleball. Key among cities' challenges, and we're no stranger to this, is ensuring that pickleball courts are accessible to all residents. We understand your committee's balancing act and the need to weigh so many interests while respecting the legacy of tennis and other sports in this community. We really do get it. Build it though, and we will come. The majority of pickleball players, if you've heard, fall between 60 to 79 years old and getting younger, I should say. Pickleball's popularity among older people, however, could help fill a gap in park usage by seniors who were 20% of the US population, according to a recent study, but just 4% of park users in major US cities. I'm sure this gap is even larger for predominantly Black communities for any number of reasons we know well, all too well. And then, of course, pickleball is growing among younger people. Half of players nationwide were under 35 years old in 2021. So it's best that the City Council and your committee address pickleball resource allocation sooner rather than later. And in conclusion, you know, anecdotally, and I have two sons, adult sons myself, who are proud homeowners in your ward, Councilmember White. In conclusion, young people in Wards 7 and 8 need to see senior residents and their elderly neighbors out and about in the community, strong, mobile, having fun, and thriving as physically active and healthy members of their community. And it's really sad that many of our youth cannot imagine, nor do they have expectations. This is really sad, of living beyond their youth for years. They need to see us and we need to see them. They are ours. So, you know, we see them watching us sometimes and they speak to us politely with respect and they check out our moves. We encourage them to join us. We always have extra paddles, even for you. So you come on out, Chairman White. So help us grow this intergenerational connection in Ward 7 and 8. For some of us old school folk here, today, it's about more than just thinking. We need a Southeast Go-Go Pickleball Summer League crew right now. Invest in pickleball and save a village. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, the Southeast Go-Go Pickleball.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. There's no vision. Yeah, you gotta get a vision.
That's right, we do.
All right. We have a long line here. Colin, sorry.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to start with good news. I think I may be the last person to say the word pickleball in the hearing today. And as such, I want to start with a few thanks. I want to thank Sophia Hoskins, your committee director, who has been extraordinarily generous with her time and advice in helping us approach this process. I want to thank Kyle for helping us with the logistics of today's hearing. I want to thank you to the advocates for the other issues today, for their patience. We know that there are a lot of important issues before this committee, and we've taken up a lot of everyone's time. We are passionate about this issue, but we don't want to be misunderstood to think that it is the only issue, and we appreciate all of you bearing with us as we get through our issues. Finally, I want to submit a letter from 180 pickleball players thanking you, Councilmember, for your proposal of a $1.5 million investment in pickleball. I'll put a slightly finer point on what everyone else has said about your proposal today. As you've heard from the testimony, there's interest all across DC in this sport. There's interest in all 8 wards, there's interest in all 4 quadrants. The mayor's proposed $750,000 investment is a recognition of the growing interest in the sport, and we deeply appreciate her interest and her taking the time to come play with us. But by the mayor's office's own estimate, $750,000 is enough to flip up to 4 courts. That's just not enough to create real access in all 4 quadrants and all 8 wards. We know there are a lot of important priorities on the table, a lot of important issues in DC this year, but we think your $1.5 million proposal, less than 1% of DPR's total capital budget, would go a lot further to making it accessible everywhere, because all of DC's neighborhoods deserve access to recreation, community, and physical health. We think it's an investment in the health of our seniors, in the health of our communities, and in providing everyone with the kinds of benefits that you've heard about today. So thank you for your time, for your patience, to everyone else for your patience with us, and to your great staff for working with us on this issue.
Thank you. I really appreciate all those who spoken today, and even those who submitted letters, and even the letters you're going to submit and emails that wasn't able to speak today in reference to pickleball. And thank you so much. And I know the director, Hunter, is listening, and his staff, and also members of the executive branch as well, and as well as my colleagues. So transitioning, Ms. Collins Choi, if I'm saying it wrong, please correct me.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Chairman, members of the committee and staff. My name is Kelly Collins Choi. I'm a Ward 1 resident and Director of Policy and Land Conservation at KC Trees, and admittedly an occasional pickleball player, but I'm here today not to talk about that. KC Trees is a DC-based nonprofit with the mission to restore, enhance, and protect the tree canopy of our nation's capital. To accomplish this, we plant trees, we advocate for stronger tree and green space protections, and we educate both the young and old on the benefits of trees. Casey Trees and DPR both aim to provide enriching outdoor spaces and experiences for DC residents. Public green spaces provide recreational opportunities for communities and benefit our residents' physical and mental health. And they also provide a myriad of benefits through ecosystem services such as stormwater management, heat island cooling, and climate resiliency. First, we were encouraged to see sustained operational funding in FY24 for DPR's Environment and the Great Outdoors programming, as well as $10 million in capital funding for Camp Riverview. Outdoor programming is critical to connecting our city's residents with our natural environment and provides opportunities for children from every ward to explore and discover new experiences in the great outdoors. Personally, my second grade daughter is thrilled that she's finally old enough to experience Camp Riverview, and we're excited to sign up this year. On another note, we were disappointed to see that under the FY24 budget, DPR's Partnerships and Development Division lost approximately $300,000 and one full-time equivalent. We'd like to emphasize that resources allocated to leveraging private-public partnerships should be prioritized. DPR relies on partners like Casey Trees and numerous other Friends of groups to support programming and maintenance within parks, particularly their natural woodlands. Volunteer work in these areas includes invasive plant management, trash cleanups, and trail maintenance. As DPR does not have a budget for management of these natural areas, partner relationships provide significant return on investment for the city and should be supported administratively within DPR's budget. In addition, we'd like to note DPR's Community Gardens program lost approximately $400,000 in funding this year. While we understand this was primarily a reduction in one-time federal funds, we want to ensure that the city continues to prioritize equitable access to local food sources through the Community Gardens program. DC's parks and recreation centers are special because they're places where all community members can come together to play, learn, and relax. And when we invest in our parks, we invest in our community. And when we invest in our community, we build a stronger DC. So we'd like to thank DPR and the council for their continued dedication to improving the quality of life for district residents. And we will continue to support DPR in their mission and vision for the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Shandell Richards. You're muted. Go ahead, I can hear you now. Yep, there you go.
Hear me now?
Yep.
I might be a little bit low. I'm in the thick of battling the flu, but I wanted to make sure I was here.
I hope you feel better.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Shandell Richards. I am the Chief Program Officer at Horton's Kids and a Ward 7 homeowner. Horton's Kids is a longstanding nonprofit organization helping children learn and grow. So each year we support the physical, educational, and social emotional development of over 600 young people in grades K through 12 and families living in the District of Columbia, Wards 8. So thank you for holding this budget hearing and for allowing me to testify today. We are requesting the council consider a $500,000 allocation for Horton's Kids in the upcoming year's budget. We are incredibly grateful for the $50,000 we received through this committee this fiscal year. This funding has helped us to raise nearly 70% of our $5 million goal in our Securing Futures for Southeast Capital campaign. We are requesting increased funding to serve hundreds more children and families in the half-mile radius of Horton's Hub. Horton's Kids supports kids academically and socially and emotionally with the essentials they and their families need to thrive. We also recognize the importance of deepening investments in youth enrichment and exposure to help kids persist through the obstacles they face. It takes a village to raise a child. Therefore, Horton's Kids actively seeks to leverage the hub to partner with other organizations to increase access to economic opportunities, health and wellness, and other vital services. We are all aware of the increase in violence in the district. For Horton's Kids, participant, and staff, it is not an abstract idea. It is a matter of life and death. Community members have been shot and security guard was killed. We have had to cancel or relocate our programs multiple times due to increase of violence. Participants and staff had to shelter in place as gunshots rang out from our community resource centers in Wellington Park and Stead Oaks, it has gotten to the point where caregivers are opting to keep their children at home rather than send them to our academic and enrichment programs. And our staff are beginning to burn out under the constant stress of operating in dangerous situations. We recognize that reducing violence is a complex long-term effort, but we are committed to finding a solution with community partners. According to our survey, 77% of our community members wanted support with crime prevention, and 65% wanted to see a greater police presence. And none of these efforts of convening and working with our community safety groups couldn't have been done without our new community resource hub, which is a half-mile from our community resource centers that has been a game changer. It has allowed us to continue our programs when we are in situations that are critical. It has given our children a healthy youth outlet, and it's also allowed us to understand and bring community members to a place that they deem safe. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that Horton's Kids Comprehensive Program interrupts cycles of violence and poverty to help youth overcome the equity gap so they can graduate high school ready to succeed in college, career, and life. With your help, we can make sure the children in Southeast DC have the resources they need to graduate high school, pursue their dreams, and build their life that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go too far. I'm gonna try to follow up with some of the concerns you had today. Okay, Ms. Quinteros Grady.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Trey White and members of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs, and Director Jelena Hunter. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. I'm the president and CEO of the Latin American Youth Center, also known as RLYA. I'm excited to testify in support of our Rita Bright Center, which is a DPR facility in which RLYA has provided services to the community for 13 years. Last year, I came before you in support of the FY23 facilities budget for recreation facilities and was thrilled that the request of $20 million was approved for the renovation of Rita Bright Center. It gives me great joy to see our children engage in positive activities. Growing up in DC, I attended after-school activities in the Department of Parks and Recreation all through elementary school, and also worked at DPR while attending high school. I had the opportunity to firsthand witness the importance of our services, and this is why I'm grateful for the partnership that we have with DPR. Children ages 6 to 13 are participating in program services at Rita Bright on a daily basis. Our activities include academic assistance, music, the history of go-go, art therapy, food and nutrition, which includes cooking and gardening. Our team is very excited to have a new partnership with the Capital City Robotics that provides STEM opportunities. Our athletics include competitive and non-competitive sports, including indoor soccer leagues with over 150 participants enrolled throughout the year. Our team is preparing for the summer for 80 children who otherwise may not have enrichment activities. Pre-pandemic, attendance at Rita Bright was approximately 250 youth annually, and since the pandemic, attendance has been gradually increasing. We're back up to 200 youth annually at this point. LAYC is also a part of the Out of School Coalition, and I echo the importance of what you've heard earlier in providing access to our children to enrichment activities in a safe environment. We cannot do this work without the support of our partners. We have Howard University students and DPR Director Jelena Hunter and his team. Most recently, this past Friday, we held a press conference at the Rita Bright Center with AmeriGroup that's sponsoring Feed the Fridge for the next year. The Department of Parks and Recreation and LAYC are proud to partner in support of this effort to address food insecurity. We have community members, elderly and youth that are able to walk into Rita Bright Center and access meals without any required documents or questions asked. The neighborhood is changing, as you know, and we know longtime residents have experienced anxiety about resources being less available to them. We have heard from parents and how important it's having a safe space for children to play and learn after school during school breaks. And I personally recall the relief provided for my parents when my sister and I would participate in these enrichment activities and simply socialize with other children. I would ask you to consider the proposals for RBC that continue such services and that we keep the promise that was made to the local community at the time when decisions were made around the short-term family housing project. Chairman Trayvon White. We really appreciate your leadership and welcome you to visit at any given point when your schedule permits. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll have our team ping you about what's going on and see if I have anything coming up.
Great.
Okay, we now have John Holmes.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, to committee members. Thank you all. Good afternoon, Director Hunter as well. I am John Holmes. I'm the site director of the Latin American Youth Center at Rita Bright. I just want to thank you for the chance to speak today. I don't want to take too long, as Lupe outlined our program pretty wonderfully, but we're happy to be a partner with DPR to help achieve our organization's goals for the youth and the community. The main thing I want to echo is just the need for recreational spaces for the youth. It's good to have recreational space for everyone, but we want to make sure we have one specifically dedicated to the youth. They deserve to be included in the growth of the community that generations of their family have come through already. So that we don't want them to be kicked out when some new stuff comes in. You should also have accessible areas that are safe and promote positive social interactions. These areas should be on par with the growing neighborhood around them to ensure that they don't feel less adequate or forgotten. The more youth feel included within the neighborhood, the more likely they are to be proud of their neighborhood and take care of the neighborhood now and in the future. Recreational spaces, I should mention, are not just play spaces. They are a family support system. We are here to help families and parents so they can go to work or maybe go play a game of pickleball after work if they want to let off some steam. But we want to be there as a community support system where we are bridging community organizations and resources and just being that third party outside of the household that can help families. So thank you for your time today. I just want to always be here to promote the youth and recreational spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate your time and your service to the youth of the city. Next, we have Stella Tarney. Did I call these names? It's a commissioner. Oh, Commissioner Patel. I know you were not able to be here earlier, but you joined us. And so go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson White, for accommodating me. Apologies that I wasn't able to be at the hearing earlier today. You're my third hearing that I'm in today, plus I had an emergency meeting with Councilwoman Brooke Pinto. So please afford me the grace for not being here earlier. So thank you, Chairperson White, for holding this hearing so that we can enter our comments into the public record. My name is Tripti Patel, and I'm a third-term ANC commissioner that represents 2A03, which is historic Foggy Bottom. And the reason why I'm testifying before you today is in my ANC 2A, we have a park that just won $1 million to be renovated. We call it colloquially the 26th and I Street Park. So it has a children's playground and a dog park, and DPR is allocated $1 million for the renovation. And one of the issues I wanted to flag with that is that some of the budget that we had actually involved some reconstruction and amenities that should have fallen under another DC agency. DDOT has now stated and responded with the response from Director Lott saying that it is not going to come out of the DPR budget. It's going to come out of DPR. It's going to come out of DDOT's budget and not DPR's budget. So we're really grateful for that. I just wanted to see if there was any way that we could get additional funding for this. I know I have spoken to members at DPR and they said that the 1 million was the max allotment, but if we could be bold and innovative and, kind of see what we could finagle some money, that would be great. Obviously we are facing a really, really hostile budget this time. We are having a lot of, essential services cut from DC residents. And I, want to also amplify, I want to see as many rec centers stay open as possible, hours extended if possible during the summer. I know this is vital to our youth for staying cool during the summer and also, not getting into trouble, staying off the streets. So anything that can be done to keep our youth safe, that would be great. So, any which way I can help, Chairperson White, let me know to make sure that DPR gets the maximum funding that it needs, without harming other priorities. I'm all about it. And I will yield back the balance of my time back to you. So thank you very much.
Great, I appreciate your testimony. I'll come back with comments if I have time, but duly noted.
Thank you.
We have Stellar Tane, Zeta Rabini, and Rex Carnegie. While we're waiting for you guys to join, I'm gonna ask a question real quick. For Commissioner Patel, do you know why this park is specifically under DDOT and not DPR? And when you talk about, when you refer to needing more money, what is that dollar amount?
So the specific dollar amount I think they were looking for was an additional $500,000 on top of the 1 million that was budgeted.
Who was the they? Who was the they?
The residents in ANC 2A03, which are my constituents, Chairperson White. And what I meant by that, there were, so in part of the redesign of the park, there was talk of redoing the sidewalks, repairing them all, but that monies was coming from the DPR budget, from the park renovation budget instead of DDOT. But there was a community meeting where DDOT representative was there, took the concerns back of the community, and Director Lott has stated that the sidewalk repair and the sidewalk rejuvenation will not come out of the DPR budget. It will come out of DDOT's budget. I just don't know what the final dollar amount is that's going to go back into it. But I do know that I was told very specifically we would have to lobby for any additional funding outside of the $1 million that was given to us.
All right, I appreciate that. Ms. Tane?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White. My name is Stella Tarnay, and I'm a co-founder and executive director of Capital Nature. Our mission is to bring healthy nature experience to DC area residents for the well-being of our people and the health of our environment. I'm here to speak in support of funding for the nature-based facilities, planning, and programming that have distinguished DPR in the last several years, and for the important work of the Parks and Environment Division. First, let me start with the facilities. Franklin Park, the New Lamont Park, and the Joey Evans Therapeutic Center under construction are excellent examples of nature-centered biophilic planning and design. I urge you to continue funding this approach as expressed in Ready to Play. I say this with one caveat. Please look closely at the budget allocations for sustainable maintenance. DPR and DJS need funding for training and ongoing capacity building to ensure care for these world-class facilities and the green natural spaces of our parks. I further urge you to allocate funds for a DPR-based horticulturalist. Now for the programming. It has been a pleasure. Are you with me?
Yep, me.
It has been a pleasure to watch the Parks and Environment Division at DPR grow. Capital Nature has collaborated with DPR, notably on the City Nature Challenge, and on nature-based activities in several parks, including Oxenron Park and Pope Branch. The CNC is a global citizen science event that invites urban residents to observe and document the wildlife in their cities using simply a phone camera and a friendly app called iNaturalist. Some of our most enthusiastic observers of plants, mushroom, trees, and critters have been K-12 students who enjoyed becoming citizen scientists for a day or simply enjoyed getting to spend time outside in a friendly group activity. DPR has been a leader in bringing participatory citizen science observation east of the river and to its summer camp. Last week, the Environmental Division hosted us at Camp Riverview to introduce iNaturalists to recreation staff who plan to make citizen science observation one of their camp activities. Camp Riverview is indeed a treasure. The varied outdoor activities that staff have planned there will make the camp all the more valuable and restorative for DC residents. We urge you to keep funding for environmental programs and for Riverview strong. Finally, I encourage you to consider existing DPR sites as potential places for a deeper nature experience. This will require thinking about facilities and programming in a more integrated way and thinking beyond the lawn and lawnmowers. Many recreation centers, for example, Anacostia Park Rec Center and Deanwood, where we have had an opportunity to work, have almost no native landscaping that can be used for environmental education or experience. So while the wood thrush is the state bird, the scarlet oak are state tree, the spring beauty and trout lily common native flowers, and the box turtle a favorite state reptile, a district child is very unlikely to encounter them in a local park within walking distance of their home. We would like to work with DPR to help identify opportunities and sites for native pocket landscapes. For example, pollinator gardens that will draw butterflies and native birds at existing facilities. Such pocket landscapes will make it possible for residents, especially elders and children, to enjoy a deeper nature experience close to home, and for DPR to offer meaningful, related programming. It is difficult, after all, to have nature programming where there is little nature to be found. In summary, I believe that when it comes to the environment and accessible nature, DPR is moving in the right direction and more needs to be done. I encourage City Council to support strong funding for biofuelic facilities and DPR native landscapes, continued deep funding for Camp Riverview, strong funding for DPR's essential and well-functioning Parks and Environmental Division, new funding for a study on native pocket landscapes at existing DPR facilities, dedicated funding for a DPR horticulturalist who understands native plants, and finally, stronger funding and oversight of sustainable maintenance of all DPR facilities, and especially its native green spaces.
Thank you, Ms. Tane. Appreciate you. So have you submitted a written testimony?
I have, and it's a little bit longer.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Next we have Azada Rabani. Now you can correct me if I'm in error, which I probably am, but forgive me. I don't see. Okay. S. Rex Carnegie.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the committee and staff. My name is Rex Carnegie. I'm the Director of Education at Georgetown Heritage. We're a nonprofit partner to the National Park Service, DC government, and Georgetown BID, working to improve tourism and residents' experience in the District of Columbia urban parks. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share our request with you. Owing to the generous support of the district government, Georgetown Heritage built a new canal boat on the C&O Canal in Georgetown. We launched it in 2022. In our very first season, we provided educational and recreational tours to 20,000 people from 49 states, 48 countries, from every corner of our nation's capital. Overwhelmingly positive reviews. We also garnered millions of dollars in free media, including an 8-minute piece on CBS Saturday Morning, promoting educational tourism in DC. This year, our boat season starts May 5th, just before shutting down for 2 years, while the Park Service completes crucial repairs to the canal. My staff and I are working to bring DCPS field trips. Our goal is to build and fund a program that brings every DCPS third grader to Georgetown for a canal experience that explores DC and US history, science, and the arts. Now, in addition to the boat, and our canal revitalization project for relaxation and recreation. Georgetown Heritage has plans to build and operate gold standard welcome and education center. Georgetown hosts over 12 million tourists annually, but there's no systemic approach to welcoming them to the city, neighborhood, or helping them plan their trip, meals, and shopping, like so many other cities do very well. A visitor center will also integrate the educational experience with our boat and canal programs for district children and families. Our city, including Georgetown, has a very rich and diverse history that often goes untold, even to our residents. So our work on the canal connects all of our citizens to that heritage. In FY22, the council provided $375,000 in PR budget as a grant to Georgetown Heritage to begin planning for the new visitor center and for reviews to complete the transfer of jurisdiction of the proposed land from the National Park Service to the District of Columbia. In FY24, we request a $750,000 grant to complete approved design and development drawings, local and federal entitlements, as well as $500,000 to continue the planning for canal revitalization. These funds will be used to prepare materials for shovel-ready federal grants to make the towpath more accessible to people with disabilities, lighting for community safety, and signage to help orient folks in the neighborhood. We are building a relationship with DPR. We have a site tour later this month scheduled with the director. We would also welcome the opportunity to host you and your staff, as well as any other council members, for a boat tour and walking tour of the areas and programs that we are working to develop. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer your questions as I'm able.
Great, thank you. Look forward to following up. Give me 1 second. Our next witness. Let me go to questions real quick. So I want to ask you, Ms. Choi, how can DPR collaborate with the schools and community garden program to help serve the students? Is Ms. Choi still here? All right. Yes. So, Ms. Richards.
Yes.
Thank you for being patient. And thank you for the work you're doing and just the history that Horton Kids been and Ward 8 doing phenomenal work. And I know you all have expanded beyond the space at Wellington Park now. They keep changing the name. I don't even know the new name now. The Vistas. Thank you. Nope, it has another name. It's called
Skyline.
Skyline. Yeah. The work there. I'm just heartened to hear the trauma that you guys have experienced, also the residents. You know, I did want to ask you, based on your leadership, and how we can be helpful to ensuring that the kids get some social, emotional supports and with Horton's kids. If you can give me some thoughts on that.
So right now, whenever we have violence in the community, we haven't recently had someone, we had a community members who have been subject to violence, but not necessarily been a part, their kids are not enrolled in Horton's Kids. But what happens when there's extreme violence in the community, we tend to check in with all of our kids. So we do what we call like a wellness check, where we ask them to kind of tell us how you feel. You know, we ask our partner teachers to kind of collect information based on some research-based questions. And then the kids that we pinpoint that are most severely impacted, we flag those kids and we partner with preventative measures to see if their families would like to get some sort of service. I think the best way for us to partner is to illuminate or just continuous advocacy for Horton's Kids and bringing more community partners to the community and having more of a police presence around. I've been there twice when there's been a live shooting going on and had to usher family members and staff into the backspace for safety. And I think it really is just a result of just not having a strong police presence and the property not being able to have a strong security presence just because of the setup of the space. Yeah, so if we could partner on getting us some safety corridor routes, if we can partner to, we're always in contact with property and MPD to bring more police presence, more security presence, especially during the times of our hours of operation, obviously, that would be helpful.
Gotcha. I get my step to follow up. Let me ask you, you all requested funds and raised funds for the renovation of the church. Where are you on that project?
So right now, phase 1 of Horton's Hub is complete. The next phase is just making renovating and updating our storefront. That's where we give away our distribution items like food pantry items, diapers, getting our kitchen functioning, and then our outdoor spaces functioning. So making sure that we have a basketball court and a playground area for our kids. And the funds will help us to also expand. Our goal is to expand within a 1/2-mile radius. So just not, primarily Horton's Kids was place-based. So you had to live in Wellington Park or Stanton Oaks in order to receive our services. So we're hoping that over the next year that we begin our expansion to communities within a 1/2-mile radius, and then by FY23, the end of FY23, we increase our participants to over 300 kids.
Thank you. Are you partnering with Tasha at all? Yeah.
Tasha?
Yeah.
Tasha has stopped by and spoke to me. We're still waiting for her to come back and solidify some things. Yeah.
All right. Ms. Tarnay, I wanted to ask you, you talked about nature parks. And I wanted to ask you, what qualifies these 3 parks, as you mentioned, as nature parks, and what do you envision would be the job description for the horticultural? Yeah, let me make sure I'm saying it right. Horticulturalist?
Sure.
For
Horticulturalist.
all right, there we go.
Well, the DPR facilities, of course, are green space and parks, as well as the beautiful facilities that have been developed. And there's a sense that among those of us that work in the nature and environmental space, that the kind of the native spaces that are native to Washington, D.C. are kind of under cared for, and that there isn't necessarily an understanding of native plants that support the ecosystem. So, if you want to have native birds and butterflies and critters that kids love and many of us love, you need the native landscapes. And so often that native landscapes, whether it's patches of trees, the tree patch idea is now kind of a thing at Langdon Park, for example, and pollinator gardens, we need to make space for them. And especially closer to the buildings, because that's where the kids are hanging out. So often the children may not feel comfortable going out into the woods to see more of the native habitat, but we can create that closer to the buildings, and then we can actually lead nature activities. Matani Hatcher and his crew can do more interesting things. So that's the thinking along those lines. But you need a horticulturalist at the agency who will understand how all that works.
So you talked about you would like DPR to train a horticulturalist. What does that look like?
Well, so horticulturalists are like, they're professionals like wildlife biologists or landscape architects, and they've been trained to understand plants. That's their thing. And there are those that specialize in native plants so that they can tell you, you don't put a plant on a DPR facility that's an invasive and it's going to cause problems down the line. They'll understand that you need to put native plants in.
I guess, thank you. And so you want them to train other horticulturalists or staff or?
I see what you mean. I think I missed your question.
DPR has a gardening division, so this is
they can be resources to the staff in general around green space questions. And then especially they can advise, the kind of facilities maintenance crew. And I know that's often DGS, but sometimes they mow right over the native landscapes. So a horticulturalist can help their fellow colleagues understand kind of what's important about certain plants and what they are and how to conserve them.
Got you. I want to ask Ms. Troy something on that line as well. So I know that you all been working to beautify communities and also help the environment through what you are doing with Casey Trees. How can DPR further collaboration with schools and community gardens to benefit some of the local buildings and spaces we have?
Sure. We work quite a bit with DPR, both with tree plantings on school grounds. In particular, we have a new school tree planting program within Casey Trees, and we've been working with DPR in the Urban Forestry Division for planting within parks and schools. I think, we have other partnerships. We often work through the seasonal summer camps in the TreeWise programs and junior urban forester programs to provide educational programming for students as well in DPR camps and recreational centers. I think one thing that we've been trying to work with DPR on is, I mentioned, was the management, and I think Stella did as well, of some of our more natural woodland areas that are often co-located with recreational centers. There really isn't a budget there to manage these spaces, and we're really interested in the health of the forest and providing more recreational access for residents to those areas. So working with groups like ours and other volunteers to better manage them through things like invasive removal, but also recreational trail building, I think would go a long way towards helping the community better access these sites.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you all doing any work in auction run at all?
Who are you asking?
Ms. Choi.
Yeah, we've done quite a bit of work with the well at Oxen Run and tree
Okay.
plantings as well. Mhm.
Okay. All right. Is Mr. Carnegie still here? There we go. Wanted to know, first of all, thank you for the work you're doing with Georgetown Heritage and just being, the appetite to get people on the water and utilize the space and place down in Georgetown. How long have you guys been a grantee of DPR?
I believe that last year was the first time. That was in 2022. I'm not sure exactly when that grant came through. I've only been with the organization for about a year and some change, so I'm relatively new.
And I heard you speak in reference to expanding those services by needing additional funds. Can you give us a little more detail on what those funds will be used for?
Certainly. So in our canal plan, there are several areas along the towpath of the C&O Canal through Georgetown that we're working with our partners at National Park Service, C&O Canal National Historical Park, to sort of address. A major one for us is a 3-part project that we're calling Towpath, Lighting, and Wayfinding. What that entails is, number one, refurbishing the towpath along the sides of the canal to provide access, particularly for folks with disabilities. It's a very precarious area that people use for recreation, that's used for tour groups, that's also used by residents to just sort of make their way through that area of the neighborhood. And because it's, had some neglect over the years, a lot of folks aren't able to use it in the manner that suits them, particularly folks with disabilities. Also, as the sun starts to go down and it gets darker, it's a very, very dark and precarious area. We have had some fortunate instances with crime, with people taking advantage of folks who are just using the towpath day to day to get to and from work or to use all the amenities that Georgetown has to offer. And so we want to install lighting and make sure that it's safe, make sure that it meets Park Service standards, but also so that we can provide safety for our community and our visitors to the area.
So is that currently federal park or local park?
It is a federal park. Yep, it is part of National Park Service.
Okay.
I also want to mention, Chairman, that as I said before, our plans to create this visitor center, the location that we've designated is currently on Park Service land, and we have submitted the transfer of jurisdiction. The Park Service and the city are now going back and forth with that, taking care of all the legal matters to get that transferred over to the city so that we can go forward with designing putting this building up, and those funds would also go towards those efforts.
Got it. Thank you so much for that follow-up. All right, thank you guys on this panel. We're going to move to our next panel. And then after this panel, we'll be on our government witnesses. So thank you guys. Sharice Crawford, President and CEO of District Influencers. Nicola Nabu-Juris, Heather Ferris, LaJoy Johnson Law, and Danielle Gion. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it right. If they are still here, I know we started this 5 hours ago, so it's been some great conversation and feedback about how government can make quality service and DPR better. Okay. And if there's anyone I missed, please let me know now in the chat, Kyle, so I can add them, because we want to make this our final public panel before we go to the government witnesses. And this is the last I have on this list. Okay, still searching. Heather Ferris. Oh, I'm sorry. I see Sharice Crawford just joined from District Influencers. I apologize. Ms. Crawford, are you ready? Go right ahead.
Greetings, council member. Can you hear me okay? Okay, I've been having a little bit of a tech issue this morning. Just bear with me for a second. I want to say thank you, council member, for hosting this very important budget hearing discussion on DPR. Congratulations in advance on your budget victories, and congratulations on getting the Department of Recreation to increase their hours for recreational services. We know those are greatly needed, and we know that our young people we want to get them fully activated into our resources that we have. So I'll get started. My name is Sharice Crawford. I am the president and founder of District Influencers. We are on a mission to create safe spaces. I have served the District of Columbia as an advisory neighborhood commissioner for 8E04. I've served the District of Columbia in the as ANC commissioner for 8C03. I've served as a student government association, and I believe the first time I came to DC Council to testify on a public safety matter was regarding the murder of my classmate, James J. Rock Richardson, in 2004. We were able to implement several measures at that time, including a nonprofit organization fully funded that helped to focus specifically on wraparound support to reduce gun violence in the schools and in our communities. And so we have seen several initiatives continue to operate in a similar capacity but not at the full scale. My testimony today, council member, is to invite the Department of Recreation to be a part of our All Hands on Deck initiative that you and I, that you spoke about. We know that when crime appears, you're one of the first on the scene to have to talk to families about homicides, have to talk to families about gun violence. And we are now addressing one of the leading causes of these hostile environments, which is dealing with our cyber safety and young people utilizing social media to then commit violent crimes. And we like to invite DPR to be a partner with us on that, whether that's utilizing the facilities to help oversee activities of how young people are utilizing the facilities, if there are computers on site, overseeing that. We like to invite them to a panel discussion on how we can curb this particular issue. With the rise of hostile social media posts leading to face-to-face incidents and murder, emergency legislation and budget support is required to eradicate this quickly escalating trend. Peer-reviewed research has identified a series of associations between cyberbullying and weapon carrying. Although some of the findings have mirrored what we know that we've seen in our communities, we've seen our young people on the internet utilizing DPR facilities, out of school time efforts. So we're calling all hands on deck, all agencies on deck, as well as working with our mayor's office as a part of her implementation process. These findings imply possible different dynamics between cyberbullying and in-person bullying, which calls for further investigation. As you know, when I was in school, meet me around the corner, meet me outside was the extent of how we were able to discuss our grievances with other peers. Now it's happening in back channels, and we like to call all of our social media platforms to the table, including with DPR, so they can then discuss their responsibility for how their platforms are causing and abating harm. The cross-sectional associations suggest that weapon carryings tend to occur with cyberbullying, suggesting that prevention programs should target both behaviors or identify and target shared risk between protective behaviors and identifying persistent behaviors within our recreational facilities. So we want to put all of our recreation directors, program managers, everyone on full alert that this cyberbullying is turning into violent behaviors. I know I've heard of several recreational near deaths at Turkey Thicket. We do not have a recreation center here in Congress Park that's being developed, but even that, young people inside of Congress Park say that they are going to be needing safe passage support in transportation. And we've also included that in our budget. A UNCF report posts that face-to-face bullying and cyberbullying can often happen alongside each other, but cyberbullying leaves a digital footprint. And that footprint is what DPR, alongside of our emergency management agency, alongside of our out-of-school time programming, as well as law enforcement, can help us to identify, to prevent crimes before they begin. And so we're asking for both a audience with the DPR to understand how they are implementing measures of cyber safety in their arenas, but also letters of support from DPR and also funding from DPR to help identify and support covering this liaison.
Can you make final remarks, please?
Absolutely, Council Member. Those were my closing remarks. Given the rise of current crimes in cyberbullying and current crimes in gun violence, we're seeking to partner with your office, Department of Recreation, the Executive Office of the Mayor, to address this as a full force unit and taking immediate actions. And District Influencers has been a conduit of such resources through the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement by helping to create safe spaces. And we like to do the same with District Influencers and the Office of Councilman Treon White. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for your work. Ms. Heather Ferris. I can see, there we go. Look like you just unmuted. So we will give you a couple of moments to get on screen.
There we are. Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So I'm reaching out again to ask for funding for an additional staff person in the for DPR for the communal farm program, which falls under community gardens. I'm a volunteer farm leader at Lederer Gardens in Ward 7. And actually our garden was mentioned earlier today in somebody else's testimony because we're also going to be the site of a new tool library, the first one east of the river. And it's very exciting that we're going to have that happening. So right now we have one person at DPR who is dedicated to communal farms, and he's amazing, but we really could use a second one, and not just short-term contract people. They're definitely helpful, but an additional person to help with the year-long planning and all of the work that goes into making these farms happen. Lederer is the main site in the city, and also under the same program, we have a farm in Edgewood at the rec center and also at Powell. So those are part of the same group. And last year we grew and gave away 10,000 pounds of fresh, beautiful produce. And of course, we all know how important good, healthy food is. And here in Ward 7, I live in Hillbrook. So in between the Benning Road Metro and the Minnesota Avenue Metro stations. And we have one not so great grocery store. And otherwise, we're a food desert, very difficult to access good, healthy food. So there are a lot of people in the neighborhood who have been relying on what we're growing at Lederer to augment their diets with great healthy greens. And just having another, as I said, dedicated staff person would really go a long way to help increasing what we can do. That's kind of it. And I haven't tried pickleball yet, so I think I'm in the minority of people today. And I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
Gotcha. I appreciate that. Yep. Next we have Ms. LaJoy Johnson Law.
Hey, council member, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you perfectly.
Awesome. All right, y'all have to work with me. I'm looking at my other computer and I got glasses because I can't see nothing with all of this between school and community work. I'm just like the doctor said, I need glasses. So I like your glasses, council member. You know. All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Trayon White and other esteemed members of the council. My name is LaJoy Johnson Law, and I am a proud Ward 8 resident, but most importantly, I am Abria's mom. Most of you know, but for those of you who don't, Abria is my beautiful daughter. She's 11 years old, and she has multiple disabilities. I choose to look at our situation as a blessing and not as a burden. But that does not mean that there are not challenges when it comes to inclusive recreational activities. In the summer of 2021, we went to a DPR center. I'm not going to say which one, but it was one in Ward 8. And they told me that while we can't legally tell you your kid can't come here, we're still not able to accommodate her. We don't have a nurse here. We don't really have the programming to really include her, and we just don't have the appropriate staffing. And I just believe that this is completely unacceptable. Every DPR center should be able to accommodate our children that have disabilities. Furthermore, there's only one therapeutic rec center, as I'm sure you know by now, that is servicing children that have disabilities. One, I just want to reiterate, it's just one therapeutic rec center, and they are responsible for everything therapeutic, everything in regards to children with disabilities. And I just don't believe that is fair. And so many of the DPR centers across the city really don't have the staffing or the money to be able to service kids with disabilities. And it's on the therapeutic rec center to be able to deploy staff to the other DPR centers to be able to accommodate, kids with disabilities. Our children should be able to access inclusivity in every ward of the city. It is disgraceful to pay taxes to this city, and many of our children cannot access city programs and services. Furthermore, I know the mayor, she made some investments. I believe it was $400,000 to be able to increase the amount of seats. But I'm going to say something really unpopular. If we can invest money in all these other recreational activities, I don't understand why we can't invest more in our kids that have disabilities for them to be able to access programming. Because when we have things like pickleball, we need to be able to give the money to pickleball to be able to service kids that have disabilities. We need to be able to have the staff trained for them to do what they need to do. So honestly, I'm asking for $800,000, not $400,000. to increase the 360 to 720. So that way there's more staffing. Children have more slots, and the therapeutic center can train more folks and deploy them out. I know I'm over time. I had some other solution-oriented things that I wanted to share about basically helping with certified therapeutic recreational specialists, helping with funding for staffing and the contractors, adequate pay for therapeutic rec workers. Again, I sent this to Kyle. Hi, Kyle. And I know I'm over 26 seconds, and I know I'm over time, but just one more plug. Would also love your support on the OST legislation. But there's some things I would like to talk about, but I can ask that in questions. So I know I'm over time, and it's the end of the day.
Got you. Appreciate you. Ms. Danielle Gong.
Chairman White, good afternoon. My name is Danielle Chiang. My family lives in Riggs Park in Ward 4. I'm asking the council to please consider increasing funding for DPR's essential and life-saving work, providing community aquatics programs. This committee has the opportunity to continue to advance safety and equity by increasing the FY24 investment in high quality, affordable swim instructions. Almost 100 Ward 4 residents and I have co-signed a letter that we plan to submit to request your help preventing unintentional drowning deaths by expanding the DPR aquatics program budget. Swimming is a crucial life skill for people of all ages, and the need is urgent. So while the planned aquatics budget investments are an excellent start, I would like to ask for your leadership to triple the FY24 budget for aquatics programs at the very minimum, so that all Washingtonians can access swim instruction when they need it. Everyone in the district, everyone needs access to swim lessons and basic water safety skills, but currently DPR's aquatics program is not serving enough families. While the American Academy of Pediatrics supports swim lessons for all children older than 1 year, DPR opens only a handful of swim lesson spots each season in a city with over 125,000 children under the age of 18. Aquatics classes are consistently fully subscribed. And I've tried unsuccessfully to get my 16-month-old child into DPR swim lessons in wards 4 or wards 5 since last year. The city is losing aquatics enrollment revenue to private organizations and swim schools that can provide swim instruction when families need it. And moreover, chronic underfunding for DPR aquatics programs is exacerbating generational racial inequities in who learns to swim. But we can fix this. So I plan to just submit a longer testimony, but just wanted to say thank you to the council, thank you to the committee, and thank you to DPR for the work you're doing and the work that I hope you'll continue to do. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. I want to start with you, Ms. Crawford. I know your experience doing prevention work for I guess over a decade. And I know that the way the violence is evolving, it's becoming cyberbullying, it's becoming a battlefield in the invisible that's manifesting in the visible when it comes to the shooting, stabbings, and even the local fights in and around schools and playgrounds and communities. I wanted to know from you, how do you propose addressing cyber safety in collaboration with DPR?
Thanks so much for the question, Council Member. When 9/11 first hit, I became certified to the Federal Emergency Management Agency as a first disaster for natural and man-made disaster. We then went into the schools, the churches, local facilities like DPR, business establishments to prepare and train for natural and man-made disasters. Cyberbullying and safety is now both a national threat according to the president, as he attacks and addresses TikTok. And it's also a man-made disaster. We look at programs like Serve DC, being able to help more residents get trained and prepared, but also utilizing DPR program staff, utilizing, understanding how their facilities are being used, seeing if there are potential usage on their systems, but as well as it's a coalition effort. We're looking at DC Public Libraries. We're looking at working with all hands on deck, really, council member. It's because of the magnitude of the threat. We need to know where every resource is that young people are participating in, and how do we oversee the potential activity that's leading to violent behaviors. And so we see DPR as being a conduit in that, whereas as the summertime approaches, most of our young people are going to be looking for some of the facilities to participate and be involved in, with the exception of the weekend hours. And as you know, I'm always a proponent of having not just extended hours, which is our thumbs up that we did that, but also weekend hours, longer weekend hours for kids that want safe spaces where home is not always an option. And so we see DPR participating on our panels. We see them calling to action big tech companies. We want to call out our Eleanor Holmes Norton office as well to call in the tech companies, the Facebooks, the Instagrams, and all these entities where they have to go testify at Congress. They should also be here, council member, testifying within our local government.
Thank you. And I appreciate your partnership and you and your team doing work on the front line across the district. I wanted to get your thoughts on just the cyberbullying as relates to addressing, watching, monitoring, not just cyberbullying, but just the violence that happens online or the taunting that happens online. How do we do that? What is your suggestion or thoughts about how do we do that without invading people's privacy? And how do we partner with the executive branch to beef up that apparatus to really watch this type of stuff?
Well, let's say we launch a new marketing campaign and all of our posters and banners are posted at every DPR site, where people feel safe to say, if you're being cyberbullying, come forward. I remember back in 2002, 2003, launching Don't Smoke Cigarette campaigns, and people who were genuinely interested in not smoking cigarettes found those resources to be very helpful. We also did with the HIV pandemic. Marketing campaigns we've seen to be very successful. We've wrapped our buses with marketing campaigns where we talked about Fathers Matter and familyhood. So we have all kinds of creative ways to say this is a problem, to put dollars to say this is a problem, but also DPR can invite them to say, I want to speak up myself. I want to come forward on what's happening with cyberbullying, because right now our focus is on the ground, which is great. We need to be on the ground. We need to be at the schools. We need to be inside the facilities, but we also want to make our program directors aware of this threat and have them be available for when young people come to them with this issue. And so that's why it's a strategic partnership alliance and all hands on deck, because perhaps not everyone is being trained on this particular type of threat that they're experiencing, and it could be happening right in their facility. And to specifically address the safety side, there's an algorithm on social platforms which picks up on keywords. We will be sort of only focusing on keywords that deal with certain violent behaviors that doesn't target every person, right? So if you're using these keywords on your social platforms, you should be flagged. That is separate from monitoring sort of all accounts. We're identifying, which is the coalition is going to help to produce, what these keywords are going to be. And we will also be recruiting young people from DPR facilities to participate in what they've personally seen as threats on their social media platforms.
Thank you. I want to jump in this first for a second. First, you talked about the community guarding position.
Yes.
And first of all, thank you for your work you're doing to help and to not just talk about the problem, but be a part of the solution. I think that's critical, especially when we talk about healthy food options. And I do know, we have more than one in Ward 7 now. We have LIDA as well. but you do a tremendous job of providing resources to families who need it the most. I did want to ask you about this gardening position, and this will fall on the director of DPR, but I know he is watching and his team is watching as relates to what's your vision for this gardening director?
Well, we have Josh Singer, who is the community garden specialist, and he oversees the communal farms. So honestly, if we could just like have another Josh, I don't know if it would be someone who is on the same
Is
level.
it a capacity issue? Like, and I didn't mean to say director, I meant to say garden position. Is the work too much for one person?
I think so.
Is it different roles that someone else need to play? If you can give me some information on that, that'd be helpful.
I mean, I think that, and as I said, I'm a volunteer in the program. I'm not an employee. And I see the great benefit from the work that Josh has been doing. And it's true, there are other community gardens, even in Ward 7, even in the corridor of where I live. But they're all doing things in slightly different ways. And if we could augment what is happening within DPR, I think it would benefit more people, because it's the kind of program where it's accessible to anyone. Nobody has to fill out a form to come and get healthy, fresh vegetables. And we are also, as I said, I'm one of the farm leaders. We've been training more farm leaders. It's my first year as a farm leader. I was a volunteer last year, but we're training more people to be able to train more people to help. And I think that if we had another staff person overseeing things, that could help with more training of people, also more planning. There's a lot of planning that goes on to it's farming in the city, and taking a space, Letterer Gardens, that was once productive as a community garden, and it still has some community garden aspect to it, but now running it as a communal farm. And it's just a whole other kettle of fish, so to speak, no fish. But I think having another person full-time on that job would help not just Letterer Gardens, but expanding the program throughout the city so that more people could have more benefit. It's just I think it's a good way to spend our tax dollars, honestly. And
Awesome.
It's a very positive place.
Let me ask you, how do you get the word out about what you're doing there as a volunteer? How did you first learn about that, and how do you participate, and what's your involvement on a regular basis?
So I learned about it just by walking by. Do you know the Marvin Gaye Trail that runs from the corner of Nanny Helen Burroughs in Minnesota? It's a long, lovely trail. Actually needs lots of work, but Letterer is adjacent to that, and there were signs that said free veggie giveaway Wednesdays, June to December. And so after I moved, I had walked on that trail many times, but I moved to this neighborhood just a little over a year ago. So I went to the veggie giveaway, and I was like, oh, like, who is this for? And they said it's mostly targeted to seniors, because that's a vulnerable population that's living close by, and that's who mostly can come on Wednesday at 11 to a giveaway. But we have all sorts of people that come to the giveaways. Moms with kids, single people, middle-aged people, older people. And it's just become more and more of a community resource, you could say. And this year we are having, the food bank is partnering with us. And so we've been doing a monthly giveaway in the winter season of their products. But how the word gets out, people can sign up for on an email list. It goes out. There's been the odd bit of flyering, a lot of word of mouth.
Yeah, got you. All right, I'm a little over my time. I want to ask Miss LaJoy Johnson Law. Thank you for your testimony and being a strong advocate and voice for children of disabilities. And I even heard some of the sentiments from some of the parents of PAVE echoing that today as well. And I do note that you spoke about the $400,000 and you wanted to get $800,000. I was unsure about what that was. And then you said 360 to 720. If you can help us, because
Yeah, so yes, sir. So first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. So I think what the mayor is trying to do is that she's trying to increase the number of seats for kids with disabilities. And I think she's trying to increase them across the city. So
numbers in schools.
This is for DPR. So
Okay.
this is $400,000. So this is $400,000 for 360 seats. What I'm asking for is, I think the 800,000 to the 720, I think it needs to be doubled, because one of the issues that the Therapeutic Rec Center is having is they just don't have enough funding to be able to deploy to train folks. So that way, that because they need to be trained, they have to be trained in therapeutic recreation. And they also, I believe they have to be certified. So they need to train them. I'm not sure. I'm not specifically sure if they can do the certification themselves, but to be able to have the Therapeutic Rec Center, right, and then also deploy everybody out in the city. I'm not sure if the answer is that we need another Therapeutic Rec Center to help with the training. And I know that's in the millions, so maybe we don't talk about that right now. Or if it's you know what I mean? Like we're just trying to increase accessibility because our kids aren't able to access it, and that's been the issue.
Yeah, so thinking about what you spoke also in your testimony about access to, so if we increase the number, that means we have to increase the availability of staff and or professionals to help assist anyway, because I think you said you were turned away from a facility.
It was in Ward 8. I'm not gonna name the facility because I don't blame them, but we were this was in the summer of 2021, and we were turned away a little bit. And I had to literally talk to them about, okay, do I need to call the lawyer? Because this is a government funded recreational center. You know what I mean? Like this is DPR. And I wasn't able to get Abria to the Therapeutic Rec Center, which is where she normally goes. But again, I'm right here in Ward 8. Like I should be able to take her somewhere, and I wasn't able to do so. So they say, hey, Ms. Law, legally, I can't tell you that she can't come here, but we don't have the staff to service her. We don't have a nurse here. We don't have the staff to accommodate her. And it's like, as a parent, I'm just frustrated because I hear that all the time. I hear that from schools. I hear from DPR, and I'm just tired. Why do I have to sit up here, pay taxes, literally run this kid all the way up to Ward 1 just to go to school? I got to run her to the therapy. I mean, I'm tired. And I feel like everyone is saying the same thing about this issue about access with kids with disabilities. Like it's mind boggling to me. And we have all these new opportunities coming to the district. Like they're exciting opportunities, but are our kids really going to be able to access them? Do you know what I mean? We have to have the staff and the trained staff to be able to implement these programs. And then this isn't just about DPR. This is just about if you're an OST provider, period. Like, why do we have to sit up here and talk about, oh my gosh, like my child is being violated, the American with Disabilities Act? Like, this is a civil right. She should be able to go in her neighborhood to access these programs. This isn't for you. I'm sorry. It's not.
I got you. So I wanted to ask you this. Outside of the recreation centers, does she go anywhere else in the ward to have recreation or play?
So we love Oxen Run. So I do take her to Oxen Run a lot. So we love the playgrounds. It's really beautiful. I love when they do story time out in the park for the summer.
Yep.
So she is able to access that. I did visit Farabee Hope because they're actually one, because it's two. It's Farabee Hope and the Southeast and Tennis Learning Center. So she was able to access the Tennis Learning Center, but she was only able to access it because I was there. Like there's not they didn't have a nurse, so I had to actually stay with her just for her to play tennis.
Yeah. So I'm also thinking about, kind of what the government does with other disabled individuals, that they assign someone to them from an outside entity or agency. And I know you said in your testimony that the DPR should have that, but I'm also thinking about how we can reinvent how we provide services, not just, how they have home health aid, right? And think about how we can have
That's a good
individuals
model.
like that can help people to go and enjoy life outside of the home. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and I know it's mostly I see most of them are trained for adults, but also children as well, and even just and seniors as well. So I want to envision like put some thoughts and time and energy around that, because I'm hearing this not just from you, but consistently across the district.
Yes, and I would
Some of
love, when you're ready, I know it's budget season right now, and I know y'all are focused on this budget, but maybe after budget season is over, I would love to be a thought partner with you to envision that. I have a feeling that is also going to cost something, and just I understand a lot of this stuff costs money, but we have to really prioritize things, because what I don't want to happen is for DC to get a class action lawsuit because kids with disabilities are not able to access recreation. You know what I mean? So I would love to be able to think through that with you. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So Miss Gyeong, am I saying it right? Or is it G? Am I pronouncing it with a G?
Young, that's right.
Okay. I know you talked about the availability of increasing aquatics. You even said triple it, triple the budget for aquatics. What are some of the gaps that you're seeing? I heard you talk about the your daughter. I think she's 16 months. Is it 16 months? How old is she? That's you're trying to hit the sand.
Yes, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yep, I can hear you perfectly. I can't see you anymore, but I can hear you. I think you were talking about the availability of classes for aquatics. Is this
I'm so sorry. Can you please repeat the question? I'm gonna go off camera to try to improve the connectivity.
Okay, I can hear you. But I think you were talking about the availability of services for aquatics.
I'm so sorry. My
Peter buffering.
connectivity is going in and out. My daughter is 6 months. Yeah.
Okay. Is this any particular area or recreation center that need additional, I guess, staff or classes or spaces for aquatics? Because I heard you say triple the budget, but I'm not sure where we're putting money to do what.
I see. Yeah, thank you for the question. So, so I'm in Riggs Park, right? And so for me, when I, as of early March, I'm trying to sign up my daughter for swim lessons. I'm thinking just geographically, we could go to Tacoma, we could go to Turkey Thicket. But of course, when it's time to register, it's me and several thousand other people trying to register for these programs at the same time. I think there's 8 or 10 spots for each section. So for instance, 8 or 10 spots at Tacoma, 8 or 10 spots in Turkey Thicket, for the class that is age appropriate. There's only one section that's open between March and April. And then it's just like one section per age group for each of these classes. So really talking about like a handful of children in wards 4 and 5 can get swim instruction. To make it comparable, a handful of, let's say, 6 month to 2-year-olds, or a handful of 2 to 3-year-olds can get swim instruction in wards 4 and 5 in the spring. And so I guess the result is for wealthy families that can afford private swim instruction, that might be one option. But my concern is, who are we leaving behind when we cannot meet the need? And so, I learned to swim at DPR, at Turkey Thicket, and Rumsey. You know, I have such faith and trust in the instructors. And so that's what I want for my daughter too. And that's what I want for every kid in this city. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have no other questions or comments for this panel. I do want to reiterate to those who are in the hearing, was in the hearing, or watching, that we as a committee oversee a number of government agencies on this particular committee. And to move stuff around, as you know, when we get the budget from the mayor, it's a balanced budget. So in order to get anything moving around, you have to take something from somewhere else and put it somewhere else. And then we got to get it approved through the budget office or the chief financial officer. We go through the whole phase of that. And it's not just an easy process, but we also try to leverage some of our resources outside of our committee with other members, because everyone who has a rec in their ward or in their community as a council member or have issues may not be on this committee, right? And they are getting questions and comments from their constituents as well. And so we that's what we try to address, some of this in the budget early on and get it in the budget on the front end and then work through it. But we will be also meeting with our council colleagues to make the budget more equitable. We took a lot of hits. This is probably one of the hardest hit budget, especially for people with social and economic issues in the city, around housing, crime, education, health. We're taking a hit, right? And we have to figure it out. And I think for people that are familiar with this process, we've been on it for a while. My staff, we have a few new staff here, but they jump right in and fill right in to ensure that we're communicating and listening. So I want to thank everyone who spoke today. We had a long list today, longer than normal, but we are up for the task, and we appreciate your input and advocating not just for you or your child or your family, but those who may not even know they have a voice and coming to the council, because these are your dollars. As you said, Ms. Johnson Long, these, Lord, is your dollars, is your taxes, and we work for you guys. So I want to thank you all for joining us. We're going to take a small break before we go to our government witnesses. It is now 4:46 p.m. and we will resume at, let me say, 4:56 p.m. If that's okay with the director. I know Director Hunter and his staff are listening in. If you are available, if that works for you, Director, you can make a comment in the chat or let my staff know if that works for you. I see a thumbs up. Okay, there we go. Thank you all for joining. I want to thank my staff for their diligence and patience in helping us to navigate through this hearing today. And I know we do still have a education hearing that's going on today as well, in which you want to hear what's going on and add our value and listen as well. So we'll be back in 9 minutes. All right, we're going to get started in 30 seconds. If everyone could chime back in.
Councilmember, can the committee elevate Brent Cisco and Rosemary Chiwa?
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Okay, and also Danielle would like to share if she can have screen sharing privileges so she can present our slides.
All right, give me 1 second. Um, all right. While they're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Good evening. My name is Trayon White. I serve as the council member of Ward 8 and also the chair on the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. We are reconvening our budget oversight hearing on the Department of Parks and Recs. We've finished our testimonies of our public witnesses. Now we're on to our government witnesses. It's been an exciting and informative day, to say the least. And we would like to hear from our government witnesses about a few questions and comments regarding the budget. I see the screen sharing has happened. It is the practice of this office to swear in all government witnesses. So we have any government witnesses that will be speaking. We ask that you turn on your camera and start by raising your right hand. All right, do you swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So we'll digress and you can start with your PowerPoint opening statement, Director.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Before I begin my formal remarks, I want to thank the parents and the stakeholders and all of the witnesses that took time out of their busy schedules to testify at our hearing to advocate in support of their vision, their desire, their wishes for recreation in the District of Columbia. I want to thank them for their time. I had an opportunity to listen to their testimony in its entirety, and I can't wait to have that conversation about the mayor's FY24 proposed budget. And also, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your partnership. We've known each other for a while. We graduated the same year in high school, and it's been great working with you for the past 4.5 years to advance recreation. As you are aware, I'm transitioning to the Department of General Services, which I'm really excited about. But I just want to take a moment to thank you and thank your staff for our partnership over the last 4.5 years. And last but not least, I want to thank my colleagues at the Department of Parks and Recreation for what we have been able to accomplish. Many of the investments that we are seeking to continue in the mayor's FY24 proposed budget were just dreams, were just ideas 4.5 years ago. So to now see us execute these at a high level, I'm really proud of how far that we have come collectively. So with that being said, I'll begin my formal remarks. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. I'm pleased to testify on behalf of the DC Department of Parks and Recreation, and I'm excited to testify on Mayor Muriel Bowser's fiscal year 24 Fair Shot budget, which she released on March 22nd of this year. DPR's mission is to provide DC residents with equitable access to gold standard recreation programs, services, and facilities. We manage an inventory of 68 active recreation centers, 35 aquatic centers and outdoor pools, 36 splash parks, 110 recreation fields, 19 dog parks, and 851 acres of parkland. This year, Mayor Bowser's Fair Shot budget proposal leads the district through a pivotal year in our long recovery from the pandemic. Facing new economic and budgetary challenges, we recognize the need to sustain programs and services that residents need most while advancing cost-effective operations. Year after year, we deliver essential services that bring value to residents, improving their health, well-being, safety, and development. Mayor Bowser recognizes the critical need for DPR's programs and services by providing a proposed operating budget of $80 million in FY24 and $335 million across 6 years of our capital improvement plan. Over the past several years, robust investments in recreation have enabled DPR to serve as the forefront of our pandemic recovery, providing safe spaces and programs for residents to recharge, recreate, and build community. As the district faces new challenges, we know that recreation is essential to preserving our residents' quality of life and ensuring the vitality of our city. We applaud Mayor Bowser for her continued support of DPR's operating budget in FY24, which advances our goal to increase our capacity, our quality, and our diversity of programs, events, and services to promote a healthy lifestyle, enhance our local economic development, support the arts, and celebrate the rich cultural diversity of the district. In addition to the proposed investments in DPR, I want to convey DPR support for 2 of the mayor's proposed initiatives to other district agencies that stand to enhance DPR customer experience significantly. The first, a $5 million proposal for the Deputy Mayor for Education to begin planning and implementing My After School DC, a central online hub for parents to access after-school opportunities for their children within the district, and to expand out-of-school time programming at priority elementary schools. And also a $6.9 million proposal in new dedicated work order response for the Department of General Services to support repairs and maintenance across the district government's inventory, including DPR facilities. In FY23, DPR received a record investment from the mayor and the council, including a $17 million investment in Recreation for All. Less than a year later, DPR has dramatically expanded recreational offerings for all residents. So we thank Mayor Bowser for her commitment to continuing Rec for All into FY24 with the proposed $14.2 million budget. Recreation for All encompasses a broad range of new opportunities for residents of all ages. Here are just 3 initiatives that DPR has implemented, which will serve as the foundation for our work in FY24. Earlier this year, DPR launched our Recreation for All community grants, which will distribute $3 million this fiscal year to support community-based programs, activities, and events that will empower local recreators to engage youth, provide recreation opportunities, and promote skill development. DPR has designed 4 unique grant opportunities to support a range of organizational needs. Support grants are up to $5,000, which can purchase equipment, supplies, and materials for existing programs. Engagement grants are up to $10,000, which can support field trips and other engagement activities for youth groups. Event and travel grants are up to $10,000, which are designed to support events, tournament, or travel for athletic competition for youth groups. And last but not least, our programming grants are up to $150,000, which enable established organizations to launch new programs or expand existing offerings to help enhance opportunities for our youth. We know that demand for this type of programming is at an all-time high. After launching the program in February, DPR has received over 100 grant applications thus far, and our team has identified over $1 million worth of grant projects to support. Rec for All grants will support a range of community-based organizations that empower youth through various recreation programs, such as martial arts, theater, dance, STEM and STEAM, youth-led and youth-centered empowerment programming, and support for long-standing local youth athletic organizations that interweave positive youth development with traditional athletics like soccer and football. Secondly, we've been able to expand recreation facility hours. Using Rec for All funding, we have expanded hours of operation at our centers. Last month, we extended hours at 8 high-demand recreational centers operating from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays and 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Spring. We will broaden hours at 37 additional sites. We've also added Sunday hours at 4 of our most utilized indoor aquatic centers, and those are Tacoma, Deanwood, Wilson, and Berry Farm. By staying open longer, we can offer more programming and recreational opportunities for residents of all ages, and we can do more to keep young people engaged in the safe and fun activities after school and on the weekend. I want to formally thank our dedicated DPR staff and our union partners, including our president, James Battle, for his collaboration in making this happen. With the support of additional $1.9 million in Mayor Bowser's FY24 proposed budget, DPR can offer public use hours at Blue High School in Ward 8. This funding will also support consistent janitorial services across DPR's outdoor pools and our DCPS indoor pools, ensuring equity and improving the customer experience. With expanding operations comes the need to ensure the safety of our patrons. So we thank Mayor Bowser for her proposed investment of $932,000 for enhanced security services at DPR priority sites. And for both of those investments, DPR will work with the Department of General Services to execute. Thirdly, creating a more equitable summer camp experience. As you may have heard, we launched our first ever summer camp lottery in March to make registering for summer camps more equitable and a less frantic process for families. Instead of signing up on one specific date and time to secure a slot for their child, residents will have over 3 weeks to enter their top choices into the lottery and have an equal chance of selection, ensuring greater equity and fairness. We have received over 26,000 summer lottery enrollments, and DPR will notify families of the results on April 18th. Through Mayor Bowser's Recreation for All investment, DPR coupled this systems improvement with about 500 additional camp slots, with even more camp opportunities in the works through DC Public Schools, DC Public Charter Schools, and activations at DPR's residential camps, which is held at Camp Riverview in Scotland, Maryland. And also to meet the dynamic needs of families we serve, we are diversifying our camp offerings by adding half-day camp slots and also evening camp options, as well as increasing tween camp opportunities through boost camps. During the Mayor's FY24 budget development process, we heard from residents and council members about the need for more accessible out-of-school time programming. To that end, Mayor Bowser's proposed FY24 budget includes $400,000 to create additional summer camp slots and aquatic programs for children and youth with disabilities. Now I'd like to talk about the impact of additional federal funding in DPR's operations in recent years. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges. However, it also allowed us to innovate through additional investments in the district services from the American Rescue Plan Act. At DPR, we leveraged the additional support through ARPA to scale up promising ideas and make them into award-winning programs. However, as ARPA phases out, we must identify new funding streams that can help us to continue becoming game changers and sustaining our impact for families. And with that, I'd like to discuss two examples. The first, boost camps. DPR launched boost camps in the summer of 2021 as a part of the citywide effort to accelerate learning in response to the pandemic. Boost camps reimagine DPR's enrichment camps by partnering directly with DCPS and charter schools in the district to develop school-based recreation camp programs with a substantial learning component. Boost camps offer a combination of high-quality enrichment and recreation alongside of academic programming to accelerate learning. In 2022, boost camps served over 800 students ages 11 through 13 through a range of enrichment programs that focused on areas such as rockets, robotics, esports, journalism, and improv. We are proud to share that boost camps recently won the 2023 Eleanor P. Els Award for Program Excellence from the American Camp Association, designed to honor programs that develop creative solutions to societal challenges using the camp environment. We continue to enhance boost camps, adding new programs this coming summer, including the Mad Science Camp, the Dream Team Camp focused on social emotional learning, esports and drone camps, as well as a host of others. With the mayor's investment of $2.95 million in FY24, DPR can continue offering boost camps in the summer of 2024, even as the federal ARPA funding expires. Secondly, I'd like to discuss mobile recreation and late night programming. DPR's recreators have known for quite some time that the future of recreation is mobile. That means bringing rec programs, services, and opportunities directly to communities and locations at times where there is the highest need. With the support of ARPA funding in FY23, our roving leaders made over 100,000 connections with at-risk youth through their work, including over 10,000 hours of community engagement, nearly 5,000 school visits, over 2,000 playground visits, and 350 mobile recreation activations. This work will continue with the proposed investment of $1.1 million in FY24. With the support from ARPA, DPR took an idea for expanded evening programming for youth and turned it into a household name, which is Late Night Hype. Last fiscal year, we engaged over 10,000 youth ages 13 and up in our Late Night Hype and Late Night Drip activations, which incorporate aquatics activities. These events provide innovative and engaging late night and all night programming, from mobile recording studios to esports, to haircuts and cosmetology services, to indoor kayaking, and so much more for young people in communities with a high need. Mayor Bowser's proposed investment of $576,000 will empower DPR to sustain the Late Night Hype brand for next year. Now I'd like to switch gears to discuss our capital budget. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY24 through 29 capital improvement plan includes $176 million in FY24 and a total of $335 million over the agency's 6-year capital plan. The district's sustained investment in DPR's inventory of parks and recreation facilities align with the goals of DPR's Ready to Play master plan, which we will finalize this year with input from over 800 public comments. Ready to Play sets a roadmap for how our agency will grow and adapt to meet changing recreation needs and demands over the next 20 years. This plan lays the framework to achieve a unified and equitable park system that addresses gaps and meets future needs while promoting resilient and sustainable facilities. I would like to discuss Mayor Bowser's DPR capital investments under the following 3 themes: keeping the district at the forefront of parks and recreation, enhancements to true up project budgets and deliver on promises, and promoting equity through a sustained investments in our core recreation assets. The district has achieved the #1 park system status by the Trust for Public Land in large part due to new and sustained investments. We would like to highlight a few new projects included in our FY24 through 29 capital improvement plan that will help us to stay #1, adapting to new trends in recreation while also making strategic investments to address equity and respond to community needs. $10 million to restore Camp Riverview in Scotland, Maryland, which provides district youth as well as seniors with access to a rare sleepaway camp experience surrounded by nature on a 200-acre campus nestled on the banks of the Chesapeake Bay. $9.8 million to revitalize Farragut Square Park in the heart of downtown, working in collaboration with the National Park Service and our business community partners, similar to our work at Franklin Park. $750,000 for up to 4 pickleball courts across the district to address the needs of players of the nation's fastest growing sport. $6.8 million to replace the Rosedale outdoor pool, allowing for greater capacity and functionality. $4 million for the Sherwood Recreation Center in Ward 6 to help meet the high need for intergenerational amenities in the 8th Street corridor in Capitol Hill, such as splash parks, community gardens, and of course, pickleball courts. $15 million for development of the Hillcrest Indoor Aquatic Center, $20 million for the construction of a new DPR center in the River Terrace community of Ward 7, $100,000 for small park improvements at 9th and Illinois Avenue Park across from Truesdale Elementary School in Ward 4, where we have heard that there's a high need for a safe place for children and families to gather. $400,000 to begin planning efforts to bring a destination recreation amenities to the outdoor campus of the Kenilworth Parkside community in Ward 7. And lastly, an initial investment of $60 million for the planning of a new destination indoor multi-sports complex at the RFK campus, putting DPR on the map to compete with our counterparts in the region for major tournaments and athletic events, from swimming to rock climbing, soccer, basketball, and so much more. In the mayor's proposed FY 24 through 29 capital improvement plan, the mayor includes $124 million to fund cost increases to address inflation for many parks and recreation projects and critical school and library developments. More specifically, the mayor's proposed budget includes the following to true up our capital budget so we can deliver on the promise of gold standard recreation facilities across the district. An additional $6 million to support the completion of the modernization of the Upshur Recreation Center and Pool House in Ward 4, bringing the total project budget to $19 million. An additional $6 million for Walter Reed Pool in Ward 4, raising the total budget to $16 million. An additional $15 million for the new Cromell Community Center in Ward 5, bringing the total budget to $35 million. This investment allows us to implement improvements across the entire 2-acre campus, including green space and outdoor amenities and addressing heat island impacts. An additional $5 million for the Langdon Park Recreation Center in Ward 5, bringing the total budget to $30 million. An additional $9 million for the Fort Davis Recreation Center in Ward 7, which has a total budget of $35 million. An additional $5 million for the renovation of the Douglas Recreation Center in Ward 8, bringing the total budget to $25 million. And lastly, an additional $4 million at the Fort Greble Recreation Center, bringing the total budget to close to $6 million. This budget increase will enable us to fully transform an outdated facility originally built in 1948 into a modern recreational center that meets the community needs and expectations. During the budget formulation process, Mayor Bowser and her DPR team heard from council members and residents about the need to actively maintain and invest in our existing infrastructure and ensure consistency in the quality and reliability of recreation assets across all 8 wards. We're delighted that the mayor's proposed CIP supports DPR in responding to this need with sustained capital investments to ensure DPR facilities in every community deliver quality access. $5 million for splash pad blitz to renovate the outdoor splash pads at locations such as 14th and Park and Columbia Heights, and the Tacoma, Hillcrest, Fort Stevens, Palisades, Watkins, and King Greenleaf recreation centers. $500,000 for athletic field replacements, which will include turf field at Stead Recreation Center, a beloved community gathering space. $3 million for roof replacements at the Tacoma Community Center in Ward 4 and the King Greenleaf Recreation Center in Ward 6. And $3 million to renovate HVAC at the Berry Farm Recreation Center and Aquatic Center in Ward 8. $11 million for the Chevy Chase Community Center in Ward 3, $13 million for the Emory Heights Recreation Center in Ward 4, $19 million for the Harry Thomas Recreation Center in Ward 5, and $12 million for the Rumsey Aquatic Center and $18.5 million for the Randall Recreation Center in Ward 6. In conclusion, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you, Councilmember, for allowing us to testify this afternoon on the FY24 Fair Shot budget and investments to sustain vital recreation services and facilities. My colleagues, Rosemary Chiwa, our agency fiscal officer, and Brent Cisco, our capital projects planning and design officer, have joined me today. We're happy to answer questions and provide additional information regarding the proposed FY24 budget. Thank you. Hey, Councilmember, if you're speaking, I don't think we can hear you.
Let me hold on one second.
Hi there, this is Councilmember Freeman. I assume Chairman White will be here soon, but I need to go. So, oh, there he goes.
Wait. Go right ahead, Councilmember Freeman. I'm gonna jump back in.
Okay, well, that was fortuitous, because I do need to go in just a couple of minutes. One thing that troubles me in this budget is there's true ups for a number of different projects, but I don't see a true up for the Chevy Chase Rec Center project, which I think it's important that we have a true up there. It's on your list, it's one of the lowest funded of the ones that didn't get a true up, and it's coming soon. Can you tell me what the thinking has been about whether or not to do a true up on the Chevy Chase Rec Center?
Those are active discussions, and I'm happy to continue those conversations with you. Also, DMPED, DCPL, and DPR. That center is a bit different than our normal process, where we're requesting. We're doing that in concert with a number of other entities and agencies.
All right, well, actually, that's a comfort for me because it is complicated, and there was testimony about it before, and there's 3 things happening on that site, but fully funding the rec center is going to be critical to the success of the other pieces on the project. And I'm glad to hear that it's an open part of the conversation. The other one, and then I'll get out of the way, is the Wilson Aquatic Center, has bedeviled folks for a while. You congratulations on your new position, but you go from the frying pan on that issue into the fire on that issue. And I wonder if you can tell me where you think it stands now in terms of hope for temporary opening and longer term plans.
Sure. Well, in the long term, we have secured a contractor for full HVAC replacement. They are procuring the necessary equipment to start that project, and that's going to not be in the short term. That'll be likely towards later this year. And when we have a specific timeline, we'll share with the community. Now, in the interim, with regard to the fixes to get the center immediately reopened, we have installed temporary units. That additional work has been completed at the direction of DC Health and also the Department of Buildings. And now we are scheduling inspections with DOB and DC Health. And once we get the thumbs up at that point, we'll be able to reopen.
And do you see that as days, weeks?
Well, our goal is to have them come out within the next 5 business days for those inspections. DOB first, then DC Health second. So it's our goal to have them come out within the next 5 business days.
So, and then the last thing for me is that I know it's been a challenge. The HVAC system has been a challenge and requires long-term replacement, and you're doing a temporary fix, and grateful for that. If past is prologue, who knows how long that temporary fix will last. And so I worry that there could be a closure in between. And if there is a closure in between, I hope that the agency will work with me and others to try to ensure that there are backups. For example, if the Hearst pool could open early, UDC has a pool that maybe can be more accessible to the public. To the extent that we may have additional closures, I'm curious if you're thinking about backup plans and if you're open to backup plans.
We are. That is something that we are actively thinking about. Even a part of our discussions when we looked at which pools to open on Sunday, we looked at utilization, but also location and proximity that could serve multiple communities. And we are seeing an increase in utilization of the Tacoma Aquatic Center, our largest aquatic center. And that's one of the driving decisions in deciding to open that on Sunday. So I think the combination of increased access at places like Tacoma and also with Fort Stevens coming online, not Fort Stevens, forgive me, Francis Pool, to your point, Hearst, and others that are towards Jelliff, that are towards at least in some sort of proximity to Wilson, will be a part of our thinking, and happy to have further discussions with you and your staff.
Okay, I really appreciate it. Chairman White, apologies for jumping in, but it actually turned out to be, really fortuitous from my perspective. So thank you very much, and thanks for your testimony.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Director. I do want to ask you, from one of our last panelists spoke about the need to address services and recreation and play for persons with disabilities. Director, can you speak to that and your vision for that?
Sure, I absolutely can. First, I want to just thank her for her testimony and her passionate advocacy. And I will be the very first to indicate that there's more to be done. I'm proud of the work that we have done, but there's absolutely more that we can do to increase our inclusive, therapeutic, and adaptive recreational opportunities across the city. And with the Joy Evans Recreation Center nearing completion, we just had a topping off ceremony just last week. So we're optimistic it'll open by the end of the year. That's just the beginning of what we can do. We think of therapeutic recreation not as a location, but a mindset that we want to see infused across our entire inventory. And I want to invite her to be a thought partner along with us for thinking through how we can go about doing that. When we say recreation for all, we mean those with various abilities. So it's factored in a couple of ways. First, I'll start with the Ready to Play Master Plan, which addresses therapeutic rec and meeting the needs of our residents that need increased access. Just a couple of pointers that you'll find in our master plan. We are identifying potential sites to enhance adaptive design and therapeutic programming. We're committed to expanding therapeutic recreation across our inventory so that residents across the city can participate in programs utilizing adaptive equipment closer to home. Thirdly, we're going to develop a therapeutic rec universal design transition plan, which will look at best practices around the country in therapeutic recreation, programming, and design. And last but not least, we're committed to increasing the number of playgrounds that are universally designed and fully accessible like Rosedale. So those are just a few from a capital standpoint. From a programming standpoint, we do offer therapeutic recreation camps. If they were at the TR Center, now doing the construction, we've transitioned those to Woody Ward. Then also we have inclusive camp options across several locations. But the truth of the matter is, it's just not enough. It's not enough to meet the demand. So we've partnered with a number of organizations to increase those slots. We've even encouraged therapeutic camp operators to apply for Recreation for All grants. So I'm seeing some positive steps. After we complete the master plan, one of the things that I want to commit to is doing an actual plan. There's a lot of requests for additional plans, but I think that this will be at the very top of the list to engage the thought partners and engage experts from NRPA and around the country on how we can increase our inclusive recreation offerings.
Thank you, Director. I did want to start off with some of the concerns that residents and organizations raised today. I know Ms. Tisha Cockrell, the president of Friends of Rig LaSalle Recreation Center.
Sure.
She had a whole list. I actually emailed it because it was just so long. I'm not sure. Are you familiar with some of the questions she had about repairs and?
Yeah, no, I am. She's a great partner, and I really appreciate her, and I appreciate the Friends Of group. They roll their sleeves up, and they're in the rec center and doing what they can do to help out. So yeah, she does have quite the extensive list, but also we have completed quite a few repairs. Some of the things that we discussed during the performance oversight hearing and things in the past, those have been rectified. One is the installation of additional security cameras. Another is we've added guards at that site. Another is we've constructed the playground, which is something that we were just discussing, a year or so ago. So we have made significant strides at Riggs LaSalle in closing outstanding work orders, and that work will continue in my new capacity. And we want to treat, Riggs LaSalle will be treated just like every other center. So really looking forward to, working with both DPR and DGS to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our communities.
We also, thank you. We also heard for Reverend Wendy and her commission and residents in the Bellevue community about Fort Gravel. We know that there was some blockage in construction for a number of reasons. One was the increase in amount that it costs to do the construction from when it was put in the budget to where it is now. And I see there was money added to the budget. Can you speak to that, Director?
Sure. This is just one of several projects that that were trued up in order to deliver on the initial vision. Assuming that the council supports this right sizing and it passes, I think that we have a once in a multi-generational opportunity to get it right. That facility has been there since 1948 and has likely always been inadequate. It's been around now for what, over 75 years. So we have an opportunity. While I get the urgency, and I would have loved to have cut a ribbon on that maybe a year or so ago, I do think that this will now allow us to deliver on the full scope. And I would love Brent Cisco from our capital planning and design team to chime in on what that scope will now look like with this additional $4 million in funding.
Sure. Thanks, Director. Absolutely. We are so excited, Council Member, about this additional $4 million. And what this will let us do is we were sort of caught in a place where we didn't feel right about just modernizing that existing facility since it's so old. So what this new investment will let us do is really wipe the slate clean, build a new facility that really can meet the recreational needs of this community, as well as improve the splash pad, the community garden, and other outdoor elements around that property. And we're looking forward to working with the community, Ms. Hamilton, Reverend Hamilton, and others to get this done.
Thank you. Also, Director, Carmel School, the Carmel community in Ivory City with the Carmel School got some funding as well, additional funding. I think it was 15 million. And they also voiced their concerns about an additional playground or park in the Cara Langston parcel. Can you speak to DPR's vision around activating that, getting that underway, and the parcel of land that's there?
Sure, no, absolutely. So the Carmel site last year, during the mayor's proposal of $20 million for Carmel, that contemplated just the school. And the school will have some unique challenges given its age. It's over 120 years old. It has a historic designation. And we knew that that was a placeholder and there would need to be additional investment. What has changed between last year's proposal and now is the incorporation of the entire 2-acre campus, which we are really excited about. It's very rare to have that size of land in the middle of the city to be able to devote to recreation. So it's our intent to transform that entire 2 acres to have not just a world-class center, but also outdoor amenities, an expansive playground, basketball courts, potentially a field, maybe even a splash park. There's so much that we can do with that 2 acres. So that's the vision for Carmel. So Brent, I believe we're in the midst of securing a design firm, right?
Let's see, is this,
Yes.
this is the
Carmel.
Oh, for Carmel. Yes, I apologize. They are in the last bit of negotiation to hire the design firm. That's correct.
That's right. So now, if this budget is proposed as is, we can now design to that new $35 million budget for Carmel. And with regard to the 19th and L parcel that the commissioner indicated, yes, that is true that there is proposed funding in the mayor's budget to convert that space into park space. And we're excited about that because, again, to his point, our Ready to Play master plan indicated that there is a void in recreation assets in the Carver Langston community.
Thank you, Director. I want to ask this question through you, Director, to Mr. Cisco about the $250,000 that was allocated for Furby Hope for a feasibility study. There was a meeting a few weeks ago, and the residents want to know DPR's vision to use that money to retrofit the space to support the boxing ring. And I know that's probably not enough. But I wanted to know DPR's response to that because we've been having ongoing issues as relate to what do we do with that space? Are we going to get sign the documents to get the space from KIP, and are they in violation of the agreement? So we can speak to that. It gives the community some voice.
Sure. No, absolutely. I can speak to that, and please, Mr. Cisco, chime in if I forget anything, what's been different about the last few meetings since February to present is that we are firmly in control of organizing and convening those meetings so we can hear directly from the community and invite all of the stakeholders. So I'm pleased with that development. And what we've heard is that there is consensus to convert that space, which was formerly designated as partner space, into recreation space, with boxing being a primary component. We're all in agreement on that. And we are beginning those discussions between DGS, DPR, and KIP now to make that a reality. That will require modifications in the lease and other arrangements. So secondarily, the 250,000 that you have indicated, we're open. We are, I think initially the funding was for a feasibility study to explore adding on into the recreation center. Now, if we could convert that space into, use that funding towards converting that formal partner space into recreation space, that's something that we're very interested in. The 250 will not be enough, but it will allow us to maybe to start the plans and the drawings and the rendering. It is like a separate entity. It'll require its own certificate of occupancy. We're gonna have to figure out plumbing, electric, make sure that the ventilation is up to par for the new intended use, and also, of course, restroom access, as it is a separate facility, and we're going to need to connect the two. So I am, we'll do what the community, see if we can get consensus on this, but it's my intent to use that 250 to start this work sooner rather than later. Mrs. Cisco, did I miss anything?
I believe you covered it all, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. To the budget. Your FY24 operating budget decreased by 5.6%, which is equivalent to almost 5 million. How will this shift affect your department in this fiscal year?
Well, we know that there are tough financial decisions that have to be made in this economic climate. So there are some things that we'll have to be creative on from a programming standpoint. I'm proud that we'll be able to sustain our expansion of hours. I'm also proud that we're making more, what I would call almost like very targeted investments to grow access, like at Blue Pool, also improve the level of service that we offer at the DCPS pools that we operate. So there's still, even with the reduction, there's still a number of investments that will allow us to expand recreational opportunities.
Got it. I do know that your capital budget increased 32.8%, which is an additional 43.5 million. How will this additional funding be spent this year?
Sure, it's all about right sizing, or truing up these projects. The one thing that gave us great angst and anxiety is that when these projects were developed and funding was requested sometimes 4 or 5 years ago, that with the current market and some of the inflationary pressures, we wouldn't been able to deliver. I think Edgewood was around 20-something odd million. It opened right in the midst of the pandemic. You could not deliver that scale of a project with that funding now. So we had a choice, build to the existing budget and not meet the community's expectation and have a diminished asset, or hold on and right size these projects, which will be around for the next 30, 40, 50, 60 years, and get it right. So that increase can be attributed to the right sizing.
Thank you. I wanted to know what's your thoughts, because we have a number of projects in the pipeline that's still not finished all across the city, and even as we talk about equity in the city, we have a number in Ward 8 that's not finished, and we just had to put additional money in the budget for gravel, and I know that all indicators say that we are either in a recession or going into a recession, and so that would become extremely difficult, even with additional money added now, to finish these projects. And I know you're going to DGS, in which it all falls in your lap. If you can speak to getting these projects to the finish line based on what you see happening, Director?
Sure. We're very close on a number of projects. In fact, we will break ground this summer on Oxen Run, both the fitness center and also the outdoor restroom. DGS has secured a general contractor in the Bennett Group, and we're awaiting permits to have that work started. So we're close on some. We are value engineering at the Anacostia at Ketchum. So that's underway. We're very close to wrapping up the design for the Congress Heights Recreation Center as well. And I know how much of a priority this is for you. It's one of the things that we've discussed. Now in my new capacity, I'm committed to looking at things and seeing, how we can continue to advance.
So I thought, Director, the design was done for Congress Heights. You said wrap it up.
No, that's right. That's right. Brent, can you provide, can you provide where we are in particular? I think we had to go back and maybe make a few small tweaks, but it's almost 100% done.
Right. So the concept design was completed. So they're going through the stages of design towards completion. So they're working their way towards the end so we can get this sucker started as soon as possible.
Yeah, start getting some overtime hours or something, man. We like 3 years overdue, man. And we look at the
well, so some of that can be attributed to you trued up, right? You trued up that budget 2 years ago, right? I think about a year or so ago. So kudos to you, but
I come from the Murnberry School, where we don't talk about what we can't do. We spend a lot of time talking about what we can do. And so when the budget wasn't enough, we had to go back and dig back and put some more money in the budget to make the vision come true for what the residents said they wanted. Like a half court inside of an inside gym, no, that's not gonna happen.
That's right.
I'll take the hit on that, but definitely.
So you were a pioneer. You were a pioneer in truing up.
No, we gonna talk about this a little later. All right, so I do want to ask about your FTEs. In total, your department lost 30 FTEs in the fiscal year. We even heard from representative just now about a person that's going to help out with gardening, and just you always hear about people needed to do additional programming to help run facilities. And I see you lose 44 FTEs in seasonal camps. Can you explain how these losses will affect your mission and being efficient in providing services to the residents?
Well, you hit the nail on the head. We're going to have to be more efficient. We recognize that tough decisions have to be made when you have a $1.7 million decrease in available revenue. And for us, some of the things, and we're expanding, right? So that fellow directors are asking, hey, they're cutting, yet you're expanding. And I attribute this to our workforce. We're being creative with how we tour and how we schedule staff, from compressed schedules and condensed schedules that we're looking at. Folks that didn't have site-based responsibilities are now open to serving partial tours in sites. And also, we have shifted our hours to reflect where the actual demand is. Like even with the increase in hours at our aquatic centers, while we did get additional FTEs, we were very thoughtful about expanding where there was a demand and also expanding with equity in mind, which is why we selected Wilson, Tacoma, Berry Farm in Ward 8, which serves multiple communities, and Deanwood in Ward 7 as well. So that will continue. What I'll tell you is that we're just going to have to be more efficient and try to do as much as possible with just a little less.
Got it. And I'm also concerned about this, the partners. How are you leveraging these losses by increasing more partnerships for people to have more specialized programs?
Yeah, I think that's the heart of the Recreation for All community grants. I'm pleased. We'll roll out our announcements fairly soon. We have a number of organizations that are based or serve children in Ward 8. It represents the diversity of recreation, not just athletics. There's some theater, there's some music, there's visual arts. It runs the gamut of what we have to offer. So I think that this partnerships template is something that can be expanded upon.
Got it. There's a huge infusion into therapeutic recreation programs with an increase of about 1.5 million and 10 additional FTEs. What With all these FTEs being located at a newly refurbished Joy Evans, will they be at the new Joy Evans Therapeutic Center, or will they be scattered to other sites?
No, those FTEs are intended for the Joy Evans Therapeutic Recreation Center. That site is mammoth. I pass by that site. It seems like I'm on 295, I don't know, every other day for something, right? Traversing the city. And I couldn't really appreciate the size of the 37,000 square foot facility until I was there for the topping off ceremony with Councilmember Gray last week. It's mammoth. It'll be our hub. And just given the sheer size and also given the needs, right? The needs of dealing with a very special population, that staffing will go towards providing robust hours. It's our vision that that site will mirror some of our other large centers when it's open 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, where you have Saturday access. And if we can safely do it, even offer some services on Sunday. So that's the goal for the TR Center. And that's why those 10 FTEs are crucial to providing safe access.
Thank you, Director. So I see in some areas or departments, we're increasing FTEs, in some areas we are decreasing and increasing in some areas. Are we going to be losing staff, or will these staff be shifted around to other areas?
Well, it'll be a combination. In some cases, we'll have to like tighten our belts as it relates to some of our activities. You know, just to be quite honest with you, we'll have to maybe rely on partnerships a bit more to accomplish some things. And for us, remember, you and I, we talked about this multiple times. There's always this push for facility access and also like specialized programming, like to hold up a late night activation, you're talking about 50, 60, sometimes upwards of 100 people. So we will have to look at how we can do that more efficiently while still maintaining safety. But I think that's the marching order for all agencies during this period. But I think the essence of what we do, right? That's why I appreciate this budget. While we have an overall reduction, you still see increases for Blue. You still see boost camps. You still see the late night hikes. You still see mobile recreation. So it's shifting us to the investments are targeted towards really what our most popular offerings are.
Director, can you speak to the need and your desire in this proposed budget for safety? We know the city has been experiencing some traumatic shootings. It's unprecedented. I've been to scenes where 103 rounds was on the ground, 67 rounds on the ground. We've had some close by our schools, recreations, and churches. And so how would DPR be addressing public safety with this budget?
Sure. So there are a few investments that I'm really excited about that will increase safety. One is close to 900,000, I think 932,000 to be exact, which will allow us to hire more security officers. DPR and DGS's PSD division will be able to staff and hire more security officers, but also we've continued year after year to increase the number of cameras, improve lighting, improve fencing as well. Now, what I'll say is that in addition to like hardening sites and beefing up security, one of the ways to improve safety is just to activate the sites, right? So just by having expanded hours and more activities and using these recreation assets for what they were intended to do, sometimes that discourages illegal and nefarious activities on these campuses.
So does that mean we're going to have more security? What does that mean, Derek?
Well, no, absolutely. So we want to be strategic about where we place security. Not every site needs it. We do know that we have had some challenges that have required security in certain communities. So we still will be thoughtful about prioritizing. But basically what this allows us to do, the combination of inflation, meaning that security services are more expensive than they were just a few years ago, and also the combination of needing to service more sites, we now will be able to basically have more guards and cover more sites than we are able to this year. In a nutshell.
Got it. And I do recall during the performance oversight hearing, you were repurposing roving leaders. Can you speak to the role of roving leaders? Because I think that we have hired more, but I'm not sure what the new function is, if any.
Sure, absolutely. So the vision for the 5 new roving leaders and the 5 park rangers were to provide non-law enforcement engagement. And we have been very successful with deploying them to sometimes ease tension where before police would have been called. One, there was tension on the campus of the Wheatley campus, which we share, that is shared along with the Joe Cole Recreation Center. And there were some tensions between community users and school users. We were able to deploy our rangers and roving leaders there to ease those tensions. And I haven't, that's not to say that there aren't challenges, but that has subsided. Also, the Eastern Market Metro Plaza, we were able to deploy those rangers and roving leaders there to engage all users and a number of other sites. So that's been the vision. I really think that they'll pay dividends this summer and this spring and summer as temperatures warm up, because they were just on board over the past few months. But as temperatures warm up and we see more activities, we want to be able to deploy them to these sites where they can engage folks and talk to folks in a manner to ensure that they're respecting the assets for everyone's in support of everyone's enjoyability.
Thank you. And for point of clarity, Director, we saw that community recreation decreased by 2.1 million. But we don't know if this was in programming or this was in FTEs. Could you speak on that? Because all we keep hearing in the hearings is the increase of programming and specialized programming and more staff and more hours. And so this decrease is concerning to me.
Sure. So that decrease is primarily in staffing. So that decrease is in staffing.
So how are we going to do more with less?
Well, again, we'll have to rely on our partnerships. We've been very purposeful about the sites, like when we open and where we open. Again, I just want to use the example of our restoring Sunday access to the pools. It's not at every location. We are going where there is demand, and also we're placing them in locations where they're accessible to multiple communities. So I guess the name of the game for us this fiscal year is to be more efficient.
Got you. You've heard the extensive testimony, I'm pretty sure emails about pickleball. And we know that there's been an additional $750,000 to convert and create 4 pickleball courts. Do you have an idea where these courts will be? And would there be additional funds needed to address equipment related to pickleball?
Sure. So we released a list of 17 proposed locations for pickleball. And I want to caution that that's just a preliminary list for where this could work. And we will need to engage the community stakeholders to ensure that it's the right fit. And that amount will allow us to convert some underutilized courts to pickleball, and sometimes pickleball and tennis. And it depends like on the severity. There's some sites where you'll have to repave, or have to improve, or sometimes redo lighting. Fencing may need to be redone. Those projects will cost a lot more. And there are others that are in pretty good condition, like Dakota Park is one in Ward 5 that's in pretty good condition. It's a non-regulation tennis court that can probably be converted for no more than $35,000 to $40,000. So we'll look to be purposeful about the locations that we do when taking into account the community's desires and if it is the right approach. Now that's just one strategy, right? That's just one part of a 3-part strategy to grow our pickleball footprint. One that I have discussed is as we do these capital projects, pickleball may be a good fit. I've named a number of locations from Fort Davis to Langdon to Sherwood that all may be good locations for pickleball courts. Maybe converting, some locations may have 3 or 4 tennis courts. There may be an opportunity to convert 1 to 2 tennis courts into pickleball. And as I think Mr. Parker had testified, in some instances, 1 tennis court can yield 4, 6, maybe even 8 pickleball courts. So we definitely want to infuse it into renovations, right? But the second portion is the second strategy is also to look at establishing pickleball hubs. These are locations where you can have upwards of 20 to 30 pickleball courts, right, that are centralized on large parcels of land. There are a couple of targets I think would be great for that. So that's a part of our strategy as well. And that'll likely be reflected in our FY25 capital request. And then again, that third prong of that strategy is what we are discussing today, the conversion of underutilized tennis courts and hard surface assets to support the immediate need for pickleball. So those are like three prongs. I agree with the need for a formal document, a strategy that can serve as a repository of what we hope to do. And our pickleball summit, which will launch or we'll announce the save the date likely in the next week or two, it'll be later this spring, will be a earnest effort to engage all of our stakeholders, also regional and national thought leaders, to start to craft the strategy for what our pickleball expansion will look like for years to come. And that'll complement the Ready to Play master plan. And just a note on that, for the master plan, you know, that master plan is close to a couple hundred pages, but it's not designed to go deep on every single issue, right? So it does speak to it, and then we'll have a complementary plan that'll that'll with specificity lay out a plan for how we'll grow that sport.
Thank you. I don't know if you remember the residents in Garfield down southwest is utilizing the space that's not DPR space. But they would like to have a conversation how to, repurpose that with the mayor, with the DPR, because they're using it now, but it's kind of like made that space theirs. Are you aware of that?
I am. And Brent, please chime in. We've been a part of those conversations at various stages. I believe it's a DOT property. And Federal Department of Transportation, and there's been discussions with our local DDOT, as well as one of the local bids. I know the council member. I've been involved in several conversations. Brent, can you maybe shed some light on what that has looked like?
Sure, absolutely. Right. So, Councilmember, those courts that's an old DDOT paper road. I think that didn't ever get finished or got shut down. So they made this into pickleball courts. So as part of the Garfield project, we're actually looking to renovate those tennis courts and also stripe those for pickleball. And we've also had plenty of conversations with Councilmember Allen's office, the bid there, as well as internal planning about what it would look like under the overpass. That could be a really amazing space under the overpass there. They could serve, multiple pickleball courts, a skate park, and various other recreational amenities. So we're excited about working collaboratively with DDOT and seeing what this could be as it unfolds.
Thank you. I'm over my time, Director. I'll ask a little more questions in round two. We've also been joined by Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman Trayon White, for holding this hearing and for your leadership in supporting recreation, supporting youth across the city. I'm also grateful to all of our public witnesses for your testimony, especially those calling attention to the importance of maintaining our parks and rec centers as well. I want to get right into questions. I only say that here in Ward 4, we love our parks, we love our pools, we love our summer camps. And my questions are about how we can get more recreation in Ward 4, as always. Director Hunter, thank you to you and the entire DPR team for your hard work in support of our community and your team's responsiveness to our community, to our ANC commissioners, and to our office alike. It really makes a difference and we really appreciate it. I want to start with DPR summer camps. Today is the final day for parents to register for DPR summer camps. So I'm going to start my questions there. First, how many slots total does DPR have approximately for this summer?
Sure. We are approaching 15,000 slots.
15,000 slots. Okay. And how many summer camp applications has DPR received until now?
Sure. So we have received just shy of about 30,000 camp slots. 30,000 camp enrollments.
Okay. So does that mean we will only be able to meet like half the need of those who apply for summer camp?
Well, not quite.
Okay.
So the demand isn't spread across, right? You still see extreme demand like in center city locations.
That's right.
You still see a desire for like the Tacoma's very popular in Ward 4.
That's right.
Right. Your Turkey Thicket, because it's in the middle of the city. There's accessibility to Metro. Sherwood, because it's on a commute line, I think, between downtown.
Right.
So demand isn't even. Demand isn't even. But what we are finding is that with those 15,000 slots, like for instance, we're still getting the word about our tween camp opportunities, right? For our older youth, there's half-day camp opportunities. So there are. What we're seeing is that the demand is more dynamic. Of course, there are folks that want 8 weeks of camp for DPR, but what we're finding is that there's intense demand for the first and second session, and then it tails off towards the end when folks are going on vacation or maybe taking time off.
Right.
Exactly. So it's very interesting. Would love to brief your team once we finish this process on the data and what that conveys about demand.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of great feedback about the new lottery system, and some people testified about that today. I think the only question that keeps coming up from parents is why it will take 2 more weeks after the deadline for them to find out their placements. Since many parents won't get slots, they need a little more time to find alternatives for the summer. Can we reduce the wait time in future years?
No, absolutely. So we will start earlier next year. It's our desire to start this process in February and no later than February. So this process maybe is moved up by a month because this was the first. We wanted to get it just right, which is why we are. You have the timeline that we are executing now. But that 2-week gap is important. We have to go through and scrub. We know some of our more eager parents and the duplicate accounts and, so we have to scrub through that. And then folks are still verifying residency. So when we spin that lottery on the 18th, that 2 weeks will allow us to automatically send out those invoices. But I get it. I understand next year, the commitment is to start this process at least a month earlier.
Okay. And then for summer camps that have high demand, as you stated, I'm thinking of Tacoma. I'm thinking of Lamont Riggs, Tiny Tots. I'm thinking of Emory basketball camp, things of that nature. If you see like a long waiting list this year, will you expand the numbers for next year?
Well, what we have sought to do, and we've been successful this year, is we partner with close DCPS schools. So for instance, Turkey Thicket has by far and away the #1 location, right? What we have done is we're also hosting camps at Brooklyn Middle School to take advantage of that campus nearby. So that's increased our slots. Another example, probably, I know it's top 5, is Lafayette, also in your ward. And we're holding camps at the school. So for those types of locations, we're looking to partner more with, and DCPS they've been great.
That's great.
They've been absolutely great this year. So that's a model we only want to extend.
Okay, great. That's a good idea. And I'm glad there's some coordination there. Roosevelt Pools, neighbors in Ward 4 love Roosevelt Pool, and we are grateful to you and team for working with the council to make it happen. During our performance oversight hearing, we discussed the need to make it easier for families to have swim lessons at Roosevelt Pool. What engagement has DPR done since our last conversation? How are we going to get this done? This is something we've heard from hundreds of families about. And this also gets to a really important point made by Danielle, a Ward 4 resident, about the need to increase DPR's popular aquatics programming so more can safely learn how to swim and prevent drowning. But when I look at DPR's aquatics budget for next year, proposed funding for aquatics program remain fairly flat. So I want to know, does this proposed budget allow for the potential to hold new aquatic programs for kids at Roosevelt High School?
So let me answer that question let me answer that question at the macro level. At the macro level, this year, we're poised to offer 4,400 learn to swim slots, right, this year alone. And I know you all will appreciate this, especially Councilmember White. We are now offering learn to swim classes at our outdoor pools with the emphasis on locations in Ward 7 and 8. In fact, we had them at Oxen Run, Fort Stanton, Woody Ward. So we are offering more swim classes than we ever have in the history of DPR. But the truth of the matter is people want them because they're so popular and they're so affordable, which they should be given a level of tax investment. I don't know if it's humanly possible for us to do anymore. What I will say is that we know that there are a number of private permit swim organizations that do a great job, that have been around for decades. We are making it easier for them to apply for permits. And one of the things that we are looking at and we're studying feasibility on is allowing more permitted class at our DCPS locations. We're going to socialize this a little more with DCPS, but also that's why that investment that we have in the proposed budget to increase janitorial services at DCPS facilities is going to be really, really key, because we know that there are certain pressures and certain structural things that we have to get in place first. So I'm excited about that. I will say that it's very, very promising.
Okay.
Now, they will need a permit. They will need a permit, though.
That's right. That's true. Okay. Has there been any engagement with DPR or with Roosevelt, I guess the Roosevelt community?
We are, in terms of accessing those, increasing access to permits at, no, we do have the constituents information from the budget, and she's been in contact with us. We've had regular contact. Members of my executive team have been in contact with her. Once we make a decision, once we have a decision that we're thinking about, that we want to socialize to the community, we will share.
You will share. Okay, got it. And does the budget item increase janitorial services at DCPS pools apply to Roosevelt too? Or is it just outdoor pools?
It's all of them. It's all of our outdoor pools, which is approximately, I think, 24 locations, and also our DCPS pools. It'll cover all of that.
Okay. I want to discuss, moving on to a really important topic. You and I have spoken at hearings about this and other times to expand recreation, especially at our rec centers in Ward 4. I'm glad to see that operating hours at so many of our rec centers are getting longer hours this spring. But I'm alarmed that Fort Stevens is one of the few rec centers that is not getting expanded hours. We started this year with 2 children under the age of 10 being shot within days of each other in the Brightwood neighborhood, which is primarily served by Fort Stevens Rec Center, where youth services have been shut down since last August. Among many other things, the youth side of Fort Stevens Rec Center facilitated sports for youth, homework assistance, playground supervision, access to bathrooms, after-school enrichment, teen club, family night, holiday events like tiny talk classes, CAP. We did college application assistance and ESL classes to immigrant families, and that's just naming a few of the things. All that has been scaled back as a result of DPR's cut of that programming. It was providing a truly safe place for kids to recreate and for families to spend their time. So my question is, when will Fort Stevens Rec Center reopen with expanded hours for our youth? And when will that side of Fort Stevens Rec be open again to families and youth?
Well, I made a promise at the public safety meeting at Deanwood Recreation Center, and also I stated that we were going to figure out a way, I believe, during our performance oversight hearing, and I tend to keep my word. So I'm working with the Rec Services Department on figuring out how we can get that open this spring. So that's the commitment of the agency, to reopen Fort Stevens non-senior side this spring.
Okay. All right. Spring is here and we're blooming, and I'm excited to get an update there. Earlier,
blooming.
The allergies have spoken. Earlier this year in February, our community also experienced a shooting involving a teen at Raymond Rec Center, where we've had some persistent safety issues. When we last spoke about this, you all were considering several options to improve security at Raymond, and I know Councilman White talked about security overall in rec centers. Can you please share any specific steps DPR is taking to improve safety at the Raymond Recreation Center? Is that something within budget is there something in budget we need to do, or is it something that you all are already doing the work around to just increase the safety around that rec center?
Sure. One, I'm a strong proponent that a huge part of safety comes from activation. So by expanding the hours, there's gonna be more activities, more opportunities for engagement for young persons. Without going into too many details, the young man impacted and the young man's family are regular users of the rec. If you go into the esports center now, they're likely to be there. So by offering new and dynamic programming at the site is always like teaming with activity. So I'm very pleased. So by providing more hours, from expanding from 46 now, I believe, to 63 hours or 68 hours, to 68 hours to be exact, 9 to 9, Monday through Friday, and then 9 to 5 on Saturday, 68 versus 46 now. That's 22 additional hours. So I think that in and of itself will improve safety just from activations. You'll also see an increased presence this spring from our Rangers and our roving leaders through that non-law enforcement engagement. I know that we're already doing some work there between our roving leader and the Petworth community. That'll only be increased. And then last but not least, next, the mayor's proposed budget, when we absolutely need physical security guards, the mayor's proposed budget increases our funding by $932,000 to work with DGSPSD to hire more officers when needed, like what we were able to do at Riggs LaSalle.
Okay. So right now, we'll for Raymond, we're going to look at expanded hours, and that should be something that should really solve some of the safety concerns and issues there. But if needed, you all will make a decision and utilize DGS for armed security if necessary at Raymond.
Well, we want to explore that next fiscal year, assuming that the mayor's proposal is approved. The next fiscal year that will come into effect. And then don't forget about the non-law enforcement engagement through increased presence of Rangers and roving leaders.
That's right.
That's right. This the spring and summer.
Okay, got it. I've run out of time, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Director, has the registration for camps closed yet?
Today's the last day, April 5th.
Yeah, I'm talking about, has it closed yet, like tonight?
Oh, no. It should remain open. Please correct me if I'm wrong, team. It should remain open through midnight.
Because I just got two messages about the pricing, and I know there is a waiver, and I'm looking at the DPR website on my phone, and it's not, I don't know if it's configured in a way where it's front and center on a screen, but I'm on my phone because I'm looking, and the front website says annual DC senior games, apply for permit, attend events, become a sponsor, donations, find a facility, find a park, find a pool, garden tool, share program, get a swim, membership and passes, and submit maintenance requests. So it's not really front and center. As we know, there is a lot of our residents don't have laptops or desktops, and so they're using their phones. And so for me, I'm looking on face value. I can't find the registration. I don't see a waiver. So it's probably gonna take me a little bit more time for this. And you're talking about some of the residents or parents may have literacy issues, maybe we have some technology barriers. So if you can help me understand this, Director.
No, absolutely. If you go to dprsummercamps.com, it's a mobile friendly splash page that has all things related to summer, and it even has the reduced rate applications. I'm unable to, if you allow, I can, I don't know if you want it, so I can share our screen. If I can share my screen, I can, I would ask Danielle, even if she can share her screen and go to dprsummercamps.com, we can show you what that looks like. In addition to that, there is a link to that from our website.
That's where I'm trying to find it from, dpr.dc.gov.
Okay, let's see.
I'm on the actual site now.
All right, if you scroll down. Again, it just gives an overview of the timeline. It gives an overview of our summer camp sessions, our lottery guideline, our reduced rate. If you scroll down. No, I'm sorry. Let me correct. It closed on April 1st. That's right. Apologies. So the application still open. It has closed on April 1st.
Okay.
And if you scroll down, it has. But I'll tell you what, this year, council member, we have received more applications for reduced rate than probably the last 2 or 3 years combined.
And if you can go to the regular DPR site and help me get to this.
Sure, absolutely.
From there, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's front and center on a rotator. If you go to dpr.dc.gov, Danielle. All right, there it is right there. And then click on that if you can. Then it'll take you to the splash page. The same information is on our website, but this is the more mobile friendly version. It's there.
Okay.
I know sometimes
so go back directly, because that's not on mine. I got it right here. Go, because it may be this is the desktop version. If you can go back for me.
Are you searching on your
Phone.
Phone? Yeah, of course I can't share my phone, but I'm on it as well. And yeah, I can see it from mine.
You said you can?
I can. I do know it can be challenging for those for mobile users. One of the things that we did this year to address it, we've offered in-person signups. In fact, we had a number of in-person days for families to register, and we had really good participation at some of our sites, including some of the sites in wards 7 and 8.
Okay, I was able to find it on this, but it's not on the home screen. It's under DPR events. But it took me a little minute. So
Okay. No, it definitely should be from the rotator, and then also under our programs, there should be a dedicated page to summer camps that has like the same information. But I get your point. I know it. And actually, it's a great point. We're actually redoing our DPR website. It'll launch later this spring, and it'll be more. It'll have more mobile friendly elements, and our entire DPR.dc.gov will be revamped and relaunched later this spring. So I hear you. I don't want to dismiss that because that is legitimate, and those are just some things that we're doing to address that.
So, Director, I guess last year you spoke about what you were going to do differently this year to ensure that parents who live close to facilities have access to those facilities. I know historically in Ward 8, we get a lot of pushback around this time saying that by the time I got on, the slots was filled, and we have people coming from all over the city utilizing the recreation center across the street while our kids outside running around in the streets. So what did you do differently this year, Director, and how did that process work?
Sure. I think that first, I think the lottery was the implementation of the lottery. That infrastructure is now going to allow us to do different things. One of the things that we're doing now, if you apply for a reduced rate waiver, and we're going to rebrand the name for reduced rate, right, to something that is a little more peppy. If you apply for reduced rate, it's good for the entire year. And what we'll do beginning as early as fall is that if you have that reduced rate designation, it'll allow you earlier access to register for classes. So let's say fall is opening up on August 15th, hypothetically, fall registration, learn to swim, tennis, all of the stuff that people love. If you have that reduced rate status, which will rebrand, and you have been able to, provide that documentation, which is very similar to what one would provide for like free and reduced lunch and DCPS or in a charter school, then you will have earlier access to register for classes. And I think that is one way that will help us to ensure more equitable access for residents at classes that are nearby and close to their home.
So I had this conversation with my staff, and we thought about doing it in a way that fits the area, zip code, right?
Yeah.
Because we can't assume that everyone who lives close to a facility has reduced rates, right? DC is probably has some of the largest wealth gaps out of any jurisdiction in the country. And so how are we addressing the close proximity versus who has reduced rates? Like, how does that relate?
Well, I think that there's a thought that those that are dependent upon the economic condition, that they are more sensitive and they have fewer options. Therefore, there's a greater reliability on DPR's programs and services. So it protects access for that group. I'm willing to talk with the committee in your office about, I know some other council members have reached out, Councilmember McDuffie has reached out about the pending legislation to have that conversation. I do have some questions about legality of that and our ability to just restrict. And then also, I think that has some unintentional drawbacks because not every site has a recreation center. You know this, right? So what happens to those that maybe, again, they stay in, I don't know, the Boundary Stone neighborhood, and then they want access to Deanwood, or they want access to a site in Marshall Heights. You know, so I think that there's some real considerations we'll have to work through, but I'm open to
So
having,
I
I
think,
want to have that conversation.
yeah, I'm open to that, but I think that we did it in such a way where it was a mile radius, and looking on the maps, it made more sense to draw a map radius around the recreation centers that fit certain areas. DC not that big. And we will send that to you so you and your team can look at it to figure out if that works. But that was the thought with that.
Okay, we'd love to take a look at it. I mean, we're not turning down any ideas. So we do have some concerns, but we're willing to work through those and discuss with the committee.
Director, I see we had $21 million allocated for ADA improvements, you know, for those with disabilities to retrofit facilities to accommodate. We've seen, man, like some Furby Oak, for example, has some makeshift ramp in front of the building. It's a brand new recreation center. And we received the photos. I was there last night. And we also see an ADA ramp at Ball Eagle next to an overflowing trash can. I'm not sure who and how this is being done, Director, but we need this fixed. And what's your thoughts about fixing this with this $21 million?
Sure. Mr. Cisco, can you speak more broadly to what we'll be able to accomplish with these ADA improvements?
Sure, Council Member. Thanks, Director. Council Member, that's a great question. The specific issue at Fairby Hope was that we had to place, or we did place that temporary ADA ramp because the DDOT has to approve the street crossing, get the curb cuts. We put that there just as an interim measure. That's a temporary measure. But overall, the funding we have for ADA improvements is really to bring every single DPR facility, pool house, field house, rec center, everything from the bathrooms to the entrances to the ADA buttons you push to go in, is to bring every public facility we have into full compliance with ADA requirements. So with the budget we have, we can do this, and I think we're able to do this in the next 3 to 4 years to really sunset this ADA project. So we're in complete compliance from there on out.
Director, thank you. Director, there's 2.6 million for playground renovations. Before I go there, we have gotten a report about the new football fields and sports fields, and it was said that it was a hazard with wood chippings. Are you familiar with the report?
I have not.
All right, we'll get it sent to you, Kyle. If you can send that to the director. So there was a study done, and I take it from what the report saying that DC was adopting some new fields, not just in DPR's inventory, but also DCPS, that I guess the vendor in which they were looking at had some issues outside of DC with the way they were doing the fields was moving to some wood chippings. And so we've been reading that, trying to figure out if that's something we're doing or not, but they were framing it as that this company, DC, was looking to contract with this company as well.
No, there are a couple of options. So there's a moratorium on the utilization of crumb rubber. And there are a couple of products that are out there now, from Environfield to also Brockfield, which is more of those natural wood chip elements. And we've installed those with great success on several of our fields. And Brenna, are you aware of any challenges?
I'm not. We, as far as I know, we've had great success with the Brockfield, specifically at Shepherd Field in Ward 4. That was one that we installed fairly recently, and we've had nothing but positive comments about that. And it actually helps reduce it absorbs water, these small pieces of wood, and cools down the field by 20 to 25 degrees. So it's actually been really well received. I'd be curious to see any information about complaints then.
Yeah, we're willing to take a look. If there's something that's backed by science, we'll take a look. But so far, it's been a great product for us.
Got you. And on average, how much of these fields? They used to be about 2 million. You know how much on average these fields are now? These football / multi-use fields.
Brent?
Sure, Councilman, we're going to be starting the replacement of the Deanwood synthetic turf field. That's, past its useful life. I want to say and that's just a complete field replacement. Replacing the old turf with new turf. That one is around 900 to almost. I'm sorry. It's about 1.25 million. So about a $1.25 million for a field replacement project.
Got you. Councilman Janice Lewis George, do you need a round two? All right, I go to you for round two and I'll double back in round three.
Thank you so much. Director, I'm excited that DPR's proposed budget includes renovating the spray parks at Fort Stevens and Tacoma, which we've heard from the community. Excitement for that. When can the community expect this work to take place?
Right, well, if it is approved in the mayor's proposed budget, that funding will be available in October. And ideally, we know that the best time to work on these projects is, of course, before the spray park season. So I would look to hopefully prioritize that work to be done before spring of 2024.
Okay, got it. All right, that's good to know. Emory, in the capital budget description of Emory Heights Recreation Center, the narrative says DPR is requesting $8 million in fiscal year 24 in order to move up the start date for modernization of the facility. I appreciate DPR's request, but it looks like the mayor's budget didn't actually approve this request. I was looking at the proposed funding schedule and all I see is 13 million in fiscal year 25. So was the request denied? And if funding was allocated in fiscal year 24, would DPR get started now?
Brent, can you speak to the phasing? I'm looking up this specific budget chapter. Can you speak to how it's phased? Sure, absolutely. Hello, council member. So we do have $13 million in FY25 for Emory. We did request $8 million in FY24. As it stands now, we only have the 13 and 25. So we wouldn't be able to start any work on that project until October, when the money comes into our budget in October of 2024.
Okay.
And it's all in one fiscal year in one bucket right now.
If funding were allocated in fiscal year 24, would DPR get started now?
We would be able to start, the money would come this October. So October of 2023, we would get that money. We could start a year earlier. And we would start our engagement. So we would bring on board preferably with that amount, probably a design build firm to be able to start that work of community engagement.
Okay, got it. DPR allocated $1 million for repairing the roof of Riggs LaSalle Rec in fiscal year 23. When is the work scheduled to take place?
Cross-checking my notes, forgive me. Brent, can you speak to that one? That's the one in tandem with King Greenleaf, correct? It is, yes, sir. So we actually have two projects, two roof projects, the King Greenleaf roof that needs a full replacement, as well as Riggs LaSalle, which needs work as well. We've had to make a decision in FY23 to prioritize King Greenleaf because right now that roof is leaking so bad that the gymnasium has basically become almost unusable, and it doubles as a shelter for operations they rely on that gym. So King Greenleaf has now become our priority for that funding, and as soon as King Greenleaf is finished, we'll be able to roll into the roof project for Riggs LaSalle. So it will be the priority in 24 with 24 funding. Correct.
Oh, so it's not taking place this year.
No, we've had to Brent's point, we've made the decision to advance the King Greenleaf roof replacement, which was more of a critical need. Now we know Riggs is very critical, but there was a more urgent need to replace King Greenleaf's roof.
Oh, ouch. Okay, this is my first time hearing this. Okay. Okay. But it will take place right now it'll take place in fiscal year 24. There's still money allocated for fiscal year 24.
Well, that's right. Because what we do is that this is one of our sort of pooled projects, the roof replacement. And then
Yeah.
what you see is a spend plan that sort of lists the types of projects that we would like to accomplish with that. So it's many of these cross fiscal years. So it would be our most immediate priority once new funding is available in 24.
Okay. And so is Tacoma also included getting a new roof? Because I thought they were also in fiscal year 24.
I'm happy to
That's
talk to you.
go ahead, please go ahead.
Sure. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. So our roof replacement budget is actually doubling from 23 to 24. So in FY24, we'll be able to do both Riggs LaSalle's roof as well as the Tacoma Community Center roof.
Okay.
So we will get that funding October 1st of this year.
Okay. I want to ask, Councilmember White brought this up already, but DPR's ADA compliance project has $7 million in unspent money with no specific plans, and the proposed budget adds another $4 million in fiscal year 24. What role does the Office of Disability Rights, which is under my purview, play in shaping DPR's activities in this project?
Sure. So we're actually designing to standards of the American with Disabilities Act, which just commemorated, I think, a significant milestone. And also, we work very closely with that office on design standards, and that helps to inform the types of projects and how we go about carrying those out to standard.
Okay, because they are doing sort of an assessment of like ADA of each agency and then giving everybody a specific plan. And so I was just wondering if you all, DPR, has your plan and that's guiding your work with that funding.
Sure. Brent, can you speak to how we've incorporated their guidance in both plan and more recent ADA upgrades?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir. Sorry, Director. Hi, Councilor. So actually, the ODR, the Office of Disability Rights, has given us all the information that we're using to base our scopes. So all those ADA projects are based on ODR assessments.
Okay, great. Yeah. That's great to hear. Okay. The Chevy Chase Community Center, the funding for Chevy Chase Community Center seems to be several years ahead of a realistic schedule for this project. Why is this funding allotted in fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24, which does not seem to be coordinated with capital funding for the Chevy Chase Library project or the plans for this site, which are still taking shape? Has DPR considered delaying the funding millions of dollars of construction until we figure out what we're building here?
Well, sure. So this project is DMPED has been a lead agency working closely with community stakeholders as well as DCPL and DPR. And I mentioned to Councilmember Fruman, this was one of his questions that that's something that we were willing to have a conversation on, but wanted to bring DMPED to the table as they are leading this effort.
Okay. And Councilmember Fruman also mentioned it, but the funding for the, Wilson Pool, when could the community, what I don't know is, I know he mentioned it with the pool closed for nearly 2 months, and in the future, when the pool must close, I guess, for extensive HVAC repairs, there are some regrettable problems with pools, suggesting the district sort of has failed to learn from facility problems that arose at older pools, including Tacoma and Ward 4. When can community members realistically expect that pool to open?
Many of these, I would disagree. I would respectfully disagree with that statement / question. And what I would say is that I'm proud of the work that we were able to do to reopen Tacoma. There were some design issues. We were able to replace both the HVAC and a roof, and now our service has been stellar. And even now, we had funding last year for Wilson's HVAC. We combine that with funding this year. We have secured a contractor, and they are procuring the parts for the long-term fix. And this, has followed many of, we've done this at Deanwood, we've done this at Turkey Thicket, facilities, I call them those first generation of facilities that we have established, we're going back and making longer term fixes. So I think we're making significant ground with regards to that. Now, what I share with Councilmember Fruman is that both DGS and DPR are working diligently. The new ventilation kind of fix has been installed. We're waiting for approvals from DOB and DC Health before we can reopen in the interim.
Okay. Two quick questions. Fort Stevens fence. That's one of my requests before you go. The neighbors around Fort Stevens on 13th Street Northwest have been asking for a small, broken, rundown fence to be replaced for years now. It's an area where we have some public safety issues. And this is a fairly small repair. So I want to make sure it gets addressed. Can your agency work with me to get this done?
I am, yeah, happy to work with you and take a look. I'm unfamiliar, but would love to learn more and see how we can address this.
Okay. Those, my last question was about DHS is losing shelter bed capacity and lost 90% of their capital budget, meaning we'll need to do more to look elsewhere for shelter and emergency bases on extreme weather days. With expanded DPR's hours, how will that impact the city's ability to call on DPR sites to meet emergency safe housing needs? And relatedly, when the city uses DPR centers for homeless service, what role does DPR personnel play in readying those centers? And are those staff costs absorbed by the agency, or does DHS transfer funds to DPR?
Well, DHS is responsible for the operations of those sites, including the staff, also security, and janitorial services, and this constant coordination between DPR, DHS, and DGS on which facilities we select. Sometimes it's impacted by capital projects, at other times it's impacted by DPR's programming needs, programmatic needs. So it's always a constant balance, but we recognize the great need for that. And we welcome our centers, and they serve as shelters at a number of locations, Sherwood, Trinidad, and this was a very smooth winter of operation because we're moved. Well, hypothermia season now over.
Okay, that's good to know. I just wonder if there was a funding need for you all because of that piece.
DHS funds it through
their stuff.
DHS.
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
I know DPR is relocating the gym at Tacoma Aquatic Center to Tacoma Community Center. What is the status of this transition?
Sure. So we're DGS and DPR are both working on a scope of work to be able to do the work that's necessary to move that equipment out. And as you know, that unfortunately, even with the HVAC upgrades, that center cannot maintain fitness equipment just because of the humidity. So it for lack of a better term, it eats up the equipment. So we will move it across the breezeway and can provide a more formal update. But I know we're working on scope of work. DPR and DGS are working closely on that.
Okay, I will follow up with DGS and work with you all on that. Thank you so much, Councilmember Trayon White. Thank you to the DPR team.
Thank you. Director, I know you spoke a little bit earlier, especially in your testimony, your opening statement about recreation for all. Is there anything that's a recurring thing that this funding will be going to support across the city? Or the top group of things that Recreation for All will be given grants for?
Oh, the community grants or the program as a whole?
The community grants.
Oh, sure. No, absolutely. So the goal of Recreation for All is to expand programming for youth ages 6 to 18. Right, and out of school time programming. So we're talking about evenings and weekends and summer, which we know there's a big demand to engage our youth in creative and dynamic ways. And one of the things we wanted to do, we had a couple of goals. One, organizations that have been under-resourced, volunteer-led, that have been maybe haven't had the luxury of big time donors or fundraising campaigns and may not even have a 501c3 designation to be able to accept those things. So we have prioritized those under-resourced organizations. And then also the goal was to diversify our programming into areas where there's safe passage concerns, where maybe kids can't access the recreation sites. And then thirdly, to diversify the types of program we provided. So I'm very excited when we announce our first round of grants. You're going to have athletics, but it's not just that. You are going to see theater, you're going to see music programs, you are going to see visual arts. It runs the spectrum of recreation offerings.
Got it. Director, you discussed money for fields. I think it was in the budget line item of 500,000 for field replacements. I'm not sure what that's going to do. There's no way you can replace a field for 500. Can you explain that?
Sure. Brent, can you speak of what we can accomplish?
Absolutely, Director. That's a great question. So Councilmember, when I was speaking earlier about the Deanwood field replacement, that's for a large multi-purpose field. With the 500,000, what we're looking to do is replace the smaller synthetic turf area that's behind the Stead Recreation Center. That's what that funding is
Okay.
accounted for.
Okay. Speaking of fields, what is happening with Edgewood field replacement?
Edgewood's brand new. It was replaced with the site. So Edgewood is in good condition. I'm not aware of any any challenges.
I may know what this maybe could be about. There's a small sort of gravel area up on top of close to the building that's been gravel. We're going to put that area over with synthetic turf so that gravel is not moving around, getting onto the fields. That may be what that was referring to.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I know exactly. Yep, just as Jason to the field. Yep.
Is this already budgeted, allocated, and already contracted out?
It is, yes.
To who?
The contractor. I'd have to check our worksheets, Councilman. We can get you that information.
If we can get that before the hearing's over, that'd be helpful.
Sure.
There's a $5 million allocation for the splash pad blitz to renovate pads throughout the city. Where are these existing sites and pads across the city?
Sure. I will share a link if you can to our splash parks. Let's see. Okay. I'll share a link for the committee. But we have a number across the city. As you know, they are very, very popular, and the first generation of those splash parks are in need of replacement. In fact, they're so popular, we are keeping them open longer and longer. There's a demand, and now keep them open well into September. So I just thank you. I shared the link in the chat, but also here's a map of our locations.
Okay. Some of that look like it's in Maryland, Director.
It's on the border, but I can assure you it's not. And I'm excited as a part of our plans. I think in Congress Heights, the scope includes a splash park, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I have another question that relates to projects and spaces. Let's see.
Councilmember, the contractor that's doing the work at Edgewood is Caramonte. They're also the same ones that are doing the work at Deanwood.
Okay, thank you. Director, can you tell me do you have a list like that or that shows which recreation centers will be under the 13 for renovations?
Which 13 are you referring to?
Well, the FY24 budget highlights 13 renovations and recreation centers and community centers, but I don't know which ones. And is there a type of process that lays that out yet that it may be offline, it may have to be moved to one side of the building? We recall that was in the budget.
I have to look on that. I'm not familiar with that request. I know in our presentation, we submitted some of the projects that were slated for modernization and right sizing. I'm thinking you're referring to that, but if I can get the specifics, we're more than happy to provide that to the committee.
Okay. Fort Davis Rec has the same design start and completion timeline. Can you speak to this project?
Sure. So we have requested additional funding to expand the total funding to 35 million. And of course, it's pending approval by the council. So if it is approved, then we'll adjust that timeline to factor in the funding.
Has the funding been allocated, or are you waiting? What are you saying?
Right. So there is existing funding, right? But again, in the spirit of the trend that you started with truing up, was a need to allocate more to be able to design to the intended scope. So the total will now be 35 million, and it includes carryover from previous years. Brent, just by chance, can you state the amount of increase, what's being combined with existing?
Absolutely, Director. So we had I'm trying to do the math, but we are getting an additional $9 million in FY24. I believe we're at 20. We're around 20 to 22 million prior to that, or maybe a little bit more than that. There's been some funding in Fort Davis that was related to ADA upgrades. We talked to ODR. They let us actually not have to complete those upgrades since that facility is soon to be demolished. So that saved us quite a few dollars in that process. So all that funding is being combined.
All right, I want to walk through that because I guess what the pushback was, I don't know what happened with that process, but I know what happened in Congress Heights. We went through a process of a budget, and the budget was, I guess it was 23 million. And the design team stated that they can do this, this, and this with the project, and gave the community options to come in and pick, the process, pick what you want to see here, what you want to see here. And they came back with some renderings about what they can do. And it to me, it wasn't satisfactory. The community wasn't satisfied. And so we were faced to choose that or go back, choose the options they gave. And as you know, Director, and the community knows that some of the options were, a gym with one court in a gym. Like that's in 2023, like that, it was 22 at the time. Like that's not gonna work. And so it's no way. And I think that a lot of this is based off a Deanwood model that had a pool, a field, but what we learned is Deanwood happened over a decade ago. And what you can build in 10 years ago is not what you can build now. And so that required us to go back and find funding, but it was also about these series of meetings that had to happen with DPR and really with DGS. And so I'm not sure what's happening with Fort Davis, but if you're saying this is similar, I guess I was trying to figure out, was that money already put in the budget, or are you looking for additional money? Because in your explanation, Director.
Sure. Well, just to speak to Congress Heights, there were unique challenges, largely in part because it's only a 4-acre parcel of land, and only two and a half you can actually build on, right? So I think you remember some of those initial conversations was maybe a multi-floor recreation center, which of course is always expensive, and we knew it was going to be really challenging and expensive to build any recreation space above like a pool, just given just the type of structure, and you couldn't have the beams, of course, because you have a pool. So the Deanwood Berry Farm, I think, is 14 acres, right? So we knew that there were site constraints that made Congress Heights really unique. What I'm optimistic about is that, we're going from an old field house to a larger site at Congress Heights. At Fort Davis, although the 35 million is enough to certainly do a full demolition and rebuild, it's not that drastic of a change. The footprint is sort of there, right? The utility connections to the street are there. So that project, it's my hope that it'll be more a bit more rapid in getting us from funding to groundbreaking, which I know is really important to you. And also, I just want to say it's one of the things that I'll prioritize as I make this transition about, what are some tools, some strategies that we can use to expedite elements of this process.
We're going to record this, Director, and replay it a little later. All right. River Terrace will be getting a brand new facility. This will fill a service gap for the River Terrace neighborhood, which is landlocked and excluded from surrounding neighborhoods. The details of the funding state that there will be a senior program and computer access. Can you go into the details of what kind of program it will have there for youth, for seniors, for families, and amenities?
Sure. We want that center to complement the MPS property that's located across the street known as River Terrace Park. We're really excited about that entire corridor along Benning Road. DOE is doing great work at Heritage Island, Kingman Island. Additionally, DPR, we just, through Recreation for All, we have launched water-based activations from Heritage Island. In fact, we're starting our very first kayaking program. So that's something that's taken root that you'll see this spring. And then, of course, let's not forget the mayor's proposal for the complex at RFK. But there still is a need specifically in that River Terrace community. So as with all of our centers, we know there is a aging population there. So we want to make sure that site is serving the needs of that River Terrace community, including our seniors.
And where are we in that phase now?
Sure. So it's in our proposed budget now, and I'm looking at the phasing now and Chairman Brent as well with.
I believe that's slated FY25 project at this point.
Yep, FY25. So we're still a bit of ways away, but we think that that's appropriate for where we are.
Under the same vein, Harry Thomas Recreation Center received 19 million in total funding beginning of the fiscal year. The details of the funding are short. Just discussing a pool, and we've seen historically that this may not be enough. Can you speak to that?
Sure. So there's an existing pool there. The goal here is to totally demolish the existing center to preserve an element of the pool. Either there may be an option to cover it, there may be an option to keep it with its existing footprint, but the goal is to totally redo that center. And this was a part of our right sizing budget.
There are a list of projects that's supposed to be underway this year. Chevy Chase, April the 1st. Has that started?
No, the Chevy Chase has not. That Chevy Chase is what we've discussed with the two council members. That's that joint project with DMPED and DCPL. So that project is still, there's more time needed before that breaks ground.
So I want to put this on your list too as you transition, because I see it says Chevy Chase, Upshur, May 1st, Langdon, June 1st, Rosedale Pool, June 1st. That's going to be the height of the summer. Emory Heights, December the 1st. What are the steps that DPR and DGS will take prior to design start date for construction and facilities to ensure there's a seamless process and also communicating to the residents what's going on?
Okay, that's not a timeline that I'm familiar with. Would be more than happy to take a look at that timeline. Typically, what we look to do is to schedule renovations during off season, right? So like we talked about splash parks, the ideal time to do a splash park blitz is during right after they close, late summer, well, really early fall, right before temperatures get too cold. Ideal time to do a pool is not during the summer unless it spans multiple summers. So I'll take a look at that list, but we are committed to sequencing and planning it in a manner that is as least disruptive to the community and their access to that amenity.
I see that. Thank you. I think there's also 10 million for Camp Riverview.
Yes.
Can you give us some more details on what's going to happen there and the timeline?
Sure. So Camp Riverview is a 200 acre parcel of land in Skyland, Maryland, which is approximately 2 hours south of the district on the banks of the Chesapeake Bay. That property was actually donated to the district back during, I believe, like the 1960s. And the footprint is largely the same. Just through tenacity, through partnerships, through sweat equity, we've been able to maintain that facility. But with climate change, we are facing some challenges. So the way it's phased, you have 6 million, 2 million, and 2 million. The first 6 million will help us to, we have erosion on a portion of the beach, so we're losing some land and allow us to shore up the edge of our property. Also, we need to replace some of the water wells, which is how we access water in a number of areas. Also, our HVAC systems they're units for the individual cabins. Those need to be replaced. They're on the older side, and also our restroom banks as well. Then we have a number of facilities from a kitchen. We have a rec hall. We have several indoor facilities that need to be upgraded as well. So the idea is that the $6 million will provide an immediate infusion to handle erosion and make a huge difference in some of these long-standing needs that we have. And then you'll have more consistent funding, $2 million and $2 million. But the net result of this will be a facility that we will be able to activate from basically April through November. Right. And our vision is that in addition just to DPR, we want to open it up to the other partners like Boys and Girls Club and LAYC and other community-based organizations, sports teams, violence interruption groups, so they can have that as a destination to be able to take our youth and seniors for programming.
Got it. I just want you to note, Director, that information from those sites came from your capital improvement plan.
Okay. I know that's. I'll double check. I know those timelines are maybe there's some context that's missing, but happy to follow up. I know for us, we don't sequence those things during those timeframes that you indicated.
Got it. Have you determined the 37 additional recreation sites to receive the broadened hours this spring? I know we talked about that. I think you started. I think it did start today.
The first phase started on March 27th, and then the second phase will begin on the 10th.
Okay. Have you decided which of the 37?
Sure. Can you go to if Danielle can go to the slide, we'd love to share those sites with you. As she pulls those up, we started with what are known as the grade 8, and we were very purposeful about selecting those locations. All right. All right, can you go back to the grade 8? All right, these are the grade 8. And then can you now go to the next slide? Okay, can you go? Perfect. These the next before you'll see the next phase, which begins on April 10th.
Got it. And can you send this to me as well? Not sure.
Absolutely.
All right. All right. If you could come out of this, that'll be helpful for me.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. All right. I think we have a few more, but I think Councilmember Janice Lewis George asked some of these. So first I want to thank you, Director Hunter, for your leadership and your dedication to the district. You have, shown your ability to flourish under pressure. And we look forward to working with you in your next capacity. We will be steadfast and holding the agencies accountable and making sure we are moving in the right direction when it comes to recreation, libraries, and youth affairs. You have been thorough in your responses, been engaged in the community, and then at times where the agency fell short, you picked up your team and got back in the game and went out in the community and got information. And government, it don't work as fast as we would like it to work, but I know that your heart and spirit is in the right place. And so I know you're going to do well at DGS. And so I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank your team. I want to thank my team and the other committee members for this hearing today. A long 8 hours, but nonetheless, we have to do so. One day we can do what we want to do. And so with that, Director, do you have any closing remarks, Director, before I wrap up?
No, again, I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for your partnership and what we've been able to jointly accomplish. I want to thank Mayor Bowser for her support. This has been a golden time for recreation in the city. I want to thank her for her investments. I want to thank my entire team at DPR. I'm just so proud. I'm proud of what we've been able to accomplish, from our pandemic response, where we transformed from a recreation provider to a human services provider. I'm proud of the fact that we were the very first to offer comprehensive in-person programming in the aftermath of the pandemic. We were fighting hard because we know how much these services mean to our residents, and all of our success wouldn't be possible without our staff. You know, I love our staff. I love what we've been able to accomplish, and I'm still a recreator at heart. I'm really excited to join the hardworking men and women at the Department of General Services and continue our movement going forward. So, you know, certainly I know the best is certainly yet to come. So thank you for your partnership, and I really appreciate you.
Thank you. For those who have not been able to speak today and who may want to submit a written testimony, you can submit it at RLYA@dccouncil.gov. The last date to submit it is Wednesday, April the 12th at 5:30 p.m. with no other business before us today. It is now 7:03 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing on Department of Park and Recreation is adjourned.
Thank you, and thank you to your staff. Take care.